منظر مصاب بدر مكان معروف بس منظر بالثالث يلا اي سبورتس.
نصر اي سبورتس 44 لاعب ليث يصيب اللاعب سيف بمولوتوف رائع يسوي ايضا يحاول.
قد تكون ببجي موبايل عشوائية وحماسية في بعض الأوقات.
Rico Infinity come rushing in on towards Harmony. Absolutely insane gameplay.
لكن عندما تلعب أكثر تضع قلبك وروحك في اللعبة.
ريكو وكيوت يصيب اللاعب روان حاليا على نيد ثاني متقدم.
يفتح كتجربة فريدة من نوعه.
ما حتكون سيطرة كاملة.
فالكون بومبا دبل نوك بالنيت.
يصبح زملائك بالفريق أفضل وأصدقائك تقاتلون معا ويحموا ظهوركم البعض.
كايتو يا كايتو اخطف الاول يا كايتو اخطف يهدد اللاعب كايتو با جاب ثاني مولوتوف على اللاعب زيكو.
سدر اي سبورتس موجود بالنوك الاول على مين؟ على لويال، اللاعب لاعبين لويال خلاص موجود فقط هو سولو متواجد ايزي. انفار بالفعل اقصاء بالكامل صالح وطول صالح 1 و2 نوك موجود.
هذا الوقت اللي تحس فيه تدخل جو اللعبة.
اكبر نحس موجود بالسيزون الاول وسقوطه بالباقي بس عم تاخذه نوك.
Rick goes after Johnson, does secure that, but in turn gets traded off as Fear. He is putting up the fight, but in turn gets taken down.
المشجعين جزء كبير من هذه اللعبة بكل طريقة وشكل.
नीमा बिल्कुल यहाँ पे उनके सामने. Look at this, Fear को डाउन किया जाएगा. Look at that, देखते ही देखते.
لذلك كل مرة تشاهدين في البطولات يجب أن تتذكر دائما هذه المرحلة هي مسرح.
डिप खेल सकते हैं, वो रिच खेल सकते हैं और अब वो मोमेंट है जहाँ पे एक नीड रियली उनके साइड से एबिलिटी डाउन हो चुके हैं.
وهذه اللعبة هي لعبتي. يلا خلونا نلعب مع بعض ببجي موبايل.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Global Esports Tour 2021, where $150,000 is on the line, as well as that trophy for one of these lucky teams down the line here. 16 of our teams from across the region will be battling it out to claim themselves glory here in PUBG Mobile. My name's Kyle Laris. I'm not that one. I'm the guy talking elsewhere. And we are going to be getting down to the nitty-gritty of things here, as all of our 16 teams will be entering the battlegrounds. Alongside me, to join me, I have Imperium as well as Lethal. Imperium, it's literally been minutes since I last talked to you. How are you doing, fella?
I don't remember the last time I spoke to you. No, I certainly do, and I'm doing pretty damn good, the same as I was when I last spoke to you, and I'm absolutely hyped to really get into the feel of how this live event, the first PUBG Mobile event, live event in what feels like a year and a half, is going to be shaping up. I hope you're just as excited, Lethal.
Sure, mate. Well, for me, it's not minutes, it's more like months in comparison, if not ever. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see exactly how things are going to pan out and just exactly how things are going to turn out for all these teams so far.
some of his cue cards are upside down and he wants to sort that out. But as we continue things on, all of our teams are making their way onto the stage here, and we have quite a bit to talk about before we actually get on to everything. As we're greeting all of the teams, you can see Osh-tekkWarriors, they're getting ready and good to go. As we mentioned, 16 teams are going to be competing for the grand prize towards the end, $45,000 for that first place here. And I think it's fair to say, Imperium, is there's a lot of good teams that stand out here that could potentially take down that prize towards the end.
There's two teams specifically, Carlaris, that I'm looking out for. That is Cryptic, and that is DRS. DRS are going to be competing in the upcoming PUBG Mobile Global Championship, and Cryptics, they just won the PMPL Arabia Season 2. So for me, those two teams are the ones that should be spearheading this live event and setting the standard right from the start.
Oh, definitely. We've seen some really powerful stuff from them in terms of qualifications. Another team that, you know, kind of stood out before in terms of what we've covered before is YALLA, as they're now making their way to the stage. Lethal, you wanted to add something to what Imperium was saying?
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, Virtus.pro could be another team just coming up from the CIS region, could definitely make an impact. But not only that, we've seen some good stuff from Rico Infinity team as well. The only problem is a couple of their members won't be around this time round. And the only thing I worry for Cryptics is the fact that I completely agree with Imperium with the fact that I think they are definitely one of the favourites or one of the top dogs coming into this competition. They have players like Lazy, who's very good, but they had a player called Senku as well, who, you know, wasn't one of those players who would be an absolute fragging beast across the board, but he was definitely one of the biggest damage dealers across the board. And the fact that you haven't got that on your team may hinder them a tiny bit, but it's not going to stop them being one of the top ranking teams in this competition.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen a lot of opportunities for, you know, those big damage dealers, the big turrets of the teams, to be enabled by maybe some of the support players on those teams and really be able to round things out when it comes to, you know, putting so much on the board, being able to push your team towards kind of the higher echelons of those placements moving on forward. It's funny, I was seeing here in Imperium, I was like, we're such busy boys. We're such busy boys. You've got your lumberjack shirt on. It's good to see you again here. We're gonna have a good time, I think, with this one. It's actually surprising, Imperium, again, as you said, that we haven't really had that much LAN kind of presence or LAN experience to be going through the past 2 years. Obviously, the world's been in an interesting state of things. So for these teams, the nerves could get to them a little bit here, be back on a LAN stage.
Well, as a veteran of esports, you know all about how much of a difference. Yes, I'm basically calling you old. It's okay. And even fine, you, Lethal, as a former pro yourself in competitive gaming, how much of a difference that LAN experience makes to your gameplay, whether it's in a good way or a bad way. We all know about the LAN buff, but there's also the LAN curse, and where you can allow the crowd, the other teams around you, to really affect your gameplay, and then you stutter, you stumble, and of course you fall down.
Yeah, it could be a number of two things. Either one, it's going to feel to them that it's their first event all over again, but that's talking like 20 years ago. Or it could be the fan that just carry on where they left off. It depends how they take the adrenaline as well. Like, it depends on the circumstances where they're going to rise with it, or if they don't, it could completely stumble them. It could be multiple things across the table here. But this is what we're going to find out here. And you're right, though. It's been a couple of years, so it's nice to see their faces once more.
And I think it's going to be interesting to see in terms of potential conflicts that can occur here in this tournament. Not only in terms of maybe rotation paths, how people are going to be moving, but also drop spots potentially, Imperium, that I'm aware that there's not been that many opportunities to be able to scrim. We can actually talk about that in a moment. Let's kind of go through the janitorial work here for the tournament, as it's the good old point system that you guys know and love for PUBG Mobile back at home. 15 points for first place, and then we teeter all the way down from there. And what's important, Imperium, as well for all of this is those kills mean 1 point as well. So if you're able to frag out, we're not, you know, unfamiliar with the 16-17 kill wins. So those kind of games are really going to push you up the board.
Oh yes, Kalars, I'm very much looking out who's really going to capitalize on that 1 point per kill. The teams will be familiar with it. The players are going to be familiar with it. They just got to take advantage of it. And we move on as well, Lethal, to the money aspect. $150,000 on the line. You won't take that for a couple of days' work, you know?
Well, you know what, mate? Big chunk of change for a few days' work. That's all right. You know, I wouldn't mind that across the board. I'm sure a lot of these players won't mind either. And if you're the MVP, you will get $3,000 on top of that. I wonder if Youssef will try and go for it once again, because he has had it once before. It's one of the highest fragging players there in the previous final. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting because it's a big prize pool, and a lot of these players have to try and make it at stake here. So I have to see exactly what occurs between them.
Yeah, absolutely. The MVP prize is going to be important for some of these players as we take a look at the teams that are going to be participating. You've already mentioned a few here. It is interesting to note, of course, that Virtus.pro, as we've mentioned, is here, but only having one member of the actual roster in Imperium, 3 stand-ins. That's going to shake things up a bit for VP, I think.
Oh, yes. This is where Black-White really needs to step up to the plate as a player and really kind of lead that Virtus.pro name to some kind of victory across the board. I know that the players that are playing under Virtus.pro for this event have played together across over the number of years in PUBG Mobile, but this is once again a very different kind of experience.
Definitely so, and we'll be having a different kind of experience from every single battleground today. We'll be going through 6 battlegrounds in total, but 3 locations: Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, and then Miramar, Sandhawk, Erangel. So we start on Erangel, finish on Erangel. That's everyone's bread and butter, but I think it's fair to say, Lethal, that there is a different playstyle you're bringing to every single one of these battlegrounds, so adaptation is going to be important too.
Absolutely, adaptation will be key here, and there's going to be a wide variety of strategies across the board, even Miramar as well. Let's be really cautious with your surroundings, exactly how you want to go and position yourself. But the problem is, with these teams, a lot of them haven't faced each other, so I hope for a lot of them, they have done their homework and make sure to do as much research as possible, because we've got a diverse amount of teams here. Of course, there's going to be different strategies for different regions, and they could collide in some way.
Yeah.
It's not like there isn't a lot of PUBG Mobile VODs out there for people to check out.
Exactly.
Most of these teams have competed in either PMPLs, the EMEA South Asian Championship, you name it. They've competed in events across the PUBG Mobile spectrum. So getting onto YouTube, checking out the VOD and getting some research done is very easy. The good thing with having 2 maps per day, Kalaris, is the fact that you can take the mistakes from one map and apply then to the next of that map and hopefully get a better result.
Yeah, for sure. Your learnings, as you say, from one Erangel in that day to then the next Erangel is going to be extremely important. We've seen, right? We've seen teams that, even if you don't have conflicts in a drop spot, for example, we've seen teams stake out a location knowing that a team is going to rotate through that direction, Lethal, and then maybe taking out 1 or 2 of their members on that rotate and eventually kind of leading that team to having a disadvantageous game throughout that entire game, which can be very, very brutal to deal with.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of that as well, because a lot of the clashes as well, especially with the landing points at the very beginning, we could see that potentially, but on multiple occasions. Of course, nerves is going to be settling in, like you've already mentioned, Stefan. It's been a couple of years. All we're going by is online performances and what's on paper, so we could see a completely different environment in terms of how things will play out.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely so. One team that you brought, of course, was DRS Imperium. And considering that we might be looking at those guys as one of the favorites to be able to win things out, as you said, qualifying for PMGC is no small feat here in the global scheme of things here in PUBG Mobile. And looking at the rest of the list here, there's the potential that teams like DRS could potentially outclass some of the teams here and then go be getting big frag games, I think, moving forwards.
They honestly have to be, right? We're less than a month from the start of the Global Championship. This is the best time for them to prepare for it. It is the best situation for them to really lay down some information. Try some things, test some things, but for me, DRS should be massively up there every single game.
Well, there's other teams to be talking about before we get into this first game, and one in particular is looking to be the one as they shine forwards. Let's take a closer look at the only one.
Go!
الاسم بدر الغامدي، اللقب لوفي، الفريق دولي 1. لنا تقريبا مدة سنة كاملة نلعب مع بعض. جتنا دعوة على هذه البطولة ولنا الشرف نمثل دولي 1 في هذه البطولة. نمثل الفريق السعودي بهذه البطولة شيء كبير يعني شرف لنا والله. ما بين الأجريسيف وما بين السيف يعني حسب البوزيشن داخل الجيم ومعطيات اللعب. بالتدريب وقراءة التيمات إن شاء الله نقدم أداء جيد.
Good to hear from Luffy there, from the only one, the Saudi Arabian representation coming into this tournament. And of course, I think what we should take away from that, Lethal, is the fact that they say that they've, you know, they've studied the other teams, obviously very important in a tournament this prestigious. And considering that, maybe, you know, there's high hopes for this team in terms of dealing with drop spots, dealing with those rotations, dealing with how teams are going to take up compounds and try and hold them down.
Yeah, this team is going to probably play a lot safer compared to the others because this is the first time they experienced in quite a while. They could take a few risks towards the end of the couple of play days to fill that kill feed up, but it's going to be very problematic for them. I see them as a big question mark to how they're going to try and enter this competition, but the problem is it depends on where they're going to land, how they're going to approach it, the positions, the circle, how they're going to try and do everything in their hands in order to really make a statement or an impact here, because they know that some of these teams are just going to be incredible, if not could be out of line compared to the others. But for this team, this is why I've got a question mark, because we haven't seen them in a lot of competitions. We have seen them a couple online, but we don't know exactly their expectations on how they're going to approach on a lot of these maps.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Imperium, anything to add? Looking forward to the only one, or?
Yeah, of course. Look, it's great to hear from Luffy, and what I did take away from that is the fact that he's very proud to be representing his team and to be representing Saudi Arabia in this event. But they also have to make sure that they don't let that get to them and take away from the focus at hand. There's some core ground rules that every single team should be coming into this first couple of games with, which is when you drop as a team. Because if you do get contested, whether it's by accident or otherwise, you better make sure that you have your full team together, ready to protect yourself.
And you guys at home can be joining in on the process as well. You can use your hashtag for your favorite team as to who you think is going to be doing well coming into our first game or even this full day of play. All the hashtags you can see right there. I know which one I'm picking. Maybe we'll talk about that in a little bit's time, of course. But as you can see, all of these teams in good spirits, getting ready to play, getting ready to jump into, which will be our first battleground, and it will be Erangel. You can see the crowd getting ready as well, Lethal. Coming into Erangel to start things off, what are you looking for, Lethal? Anything in particular?
I'm just looking for the conflicts at the very beginning. I'm not going to lie to you, mate. I'd love to see a bit of chaos to start things off, and then, you know, talk about how a lot of these players may wide swing depending on the circumstances, and we could see a lot of that depending on where this plane line's going to go, and depending on the circumstances of how we're going to approach that. Are they going to take these duels head on and try and coordinate and sync up with each other, or are they just going to spread out, trying to see what they can find and then back away? There's a lot of different variety of strategies to try and execute at the very beginning, but it's like I said, I hope they have done their homework.
Yeah,
like,
go on.
I will say, to kind of not to cancel what you say, because I would like to see some conflicts, but it's always stereotypical that the first game of any tournament where fresh teams are coming up against each other in a competitive setting, it's always passive. Teams will take their time rotating. They will spend extra time scouting, and like you just mentioned, Kalaris, they will play this game a lot more chill. Try to find their feet and see where they stand.
I feel like DRS has got it all sorted out, man. They've got pillows there with them. They're ready to go. They're going to be feeling comfortable, not only in-game, but also out-of-game. That's the perfect way to do it when you're playing mobile esports. No, I digress as we take a look here. And look at that. DRS is coming in with a huge portion of the votes.
Wow.
That is nice, I think is best Lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised in the slide. Actually, I probably would have been surprised even more if they went #1 by a huge margin anyway. But and seeing Cryptics as well makes perfect sense. Like I said, they lost out on one of their biggest damage dealers, but you could say at the same time, at least they're not going to bring too much attention on themselves, especially during the first half of some of these maps here. But I'm interested to see how Cryptics does without Senku and how well they'll perform after all. But in terms of the community vote, so I think that's pretty much spot on.
Yeah. Imperium, any thoughts?
Look, DRS are one of the most supported teams in the Nepal region. And I know that having forecasted Nepal teams right from the very start of my first big PUBG Mobile tournament that they have one of the biggest and strongest and best fan bases in the world. So I'm really not surprised that the fans show up and they're spamming the love, they're spamming the support for the DRS boys.
Definitely so. You can see all the teams now getting ready to go into our first game. It gets serious now. I mean, one of the picks that I was going to go with, actually, despite having 3 stand-ins, I'm still would love to see what Virtus.pro is going to be able to do here in regards to not only the leadership, obviously, of Black White that you've mentioned, Imperium, going into this, but Virtus.pro, it's very likely when they find stand-ins, Lethal, they're going to find good stand-ins to come to this kind of tournament.
Yeah, this is going to be a serious worry overall. And if they had only one stand-in, then they can mold that one player in particular into their style. But because they've got 3, they could see a completely different kettle of fish in terms of styles of play.
Yeah, definitely so. Definitely. They could kind of really change up things in terms of what their usual go-to is. And I mean, Imperium, we've watched Virtus.pro time and time again, but it could be a very different Virtus.pro here.
What I'd love to have seen, and hopefully that shows in game, is that they will have used the Virtus.pro name to reach out to some Virtus.pro professional players from other titles who have that LAN experience and have asked, what should be the mindset? How can I help prepare myself to feel relaxed amongst the 63 other players or the 60 plus players around me to be in the right mindset to be victorious in the battlegrounds.
All right, let's get into it. It is going to be game number 1 here for the Global Esports Tour 2021 in Riyadh for PUBG Mobile. $150,000 is on the line between these 16 teams, and we're going to be dropping onto Erangel to get things started. It's time to head over to our commentators as Highland Wolf, as well as Tarzan, the Professor, are going to bring you game number 1.
Oh, Tarzan, we are here, of course, the Global Esports Tour Riyadh 2021, and no other map would do other than Erangel and its green rolling hills, a south plain path to start as of. I am so excited to get into these 3 days of competition. I don't know about you.
Well, of course, I'm extremely excited for this one. I think, you know what, the geeky side of me has to come out already, right? We talk about a southern plain path. If we just kind of draw a line from North Georgia all the way to Mansion, everything to the north of that will be slightly harder to reach. So I'm looking at Yasnaya Polyana already, because I've done a little bit of my own homework. I know there's a good few teams that religiously go to that spot. Let's name 2 of them. I'd say DRS would be one. They would be so religious. They would go from farm all the way to Yasnaya, even if it takes them a whole minute. We also have FalconsEsport, one team that's very strong in this past 2 PMPLs. They love going to Yasnaya Polyana, and they've shown the strength to even win these games if the circle ever ends there.
I think Falcons is one of these stories of teams coming in from PMPL Season 1, right, becoming now Season 2. Yes, it wasn't as clean, but they've got that journey there. Now they're trying to, again, improve. And particularly now, of course, we're in the LAN series and scene here. So now can they, in person, improve, especially considering that you talked about Yasnaya, is bang on about the central zone. I would argue there's still going to be teams that are against them, like Twisted Minds, who also stepped up right in that Season 2.
Yeah, lovely to see some of these O teams kind of clashing against each other. We've seen, Fate joining, the site of YALLA around this hospital in South Georgia area. Nothing new right there, to be fair, but it's definitely their second in drops, but I've definitely seen them in Melter a little bit more, and Rico Infinity team. We've seen them in the northern side all the time. And you know what? We remember having those moments when they are that northern team, but get those northern circles, but they fail to capitalize. I don't know why. They're not the only team across PMPLs who have that issue, right? But we have that first circle and going to that eastern side with the eastern coastline slightly more empty right now. The side of T2K, I mean, we love this team, right? It's actually a huge disappointment that they missed out on championships. They played so well in the last 2 PMPLs, and this one they've made it to second place in league play, but in finals they just missed that spot to qualify. So they will have to try their luck again next season if they want to make it to globals.
Of course, it is going to be this tournament here, which really sets a precedence, I think, internationally around multiple of these regions. But when you're looking towards this first game, and you said round onto the analyst desk, yes, it's going to be a little bit more of a game. I'm then wondering, though, are we going to see those upsets? Are we going to see that surprise early aggression come from some of these squads? Because we talked about Rico Infinity Team, we talked about Twisted Minds already a little bit about them, and these are two teams who, coming in, especially through that PMPL Arabia Season 2, they were fire when it came to lighting up the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of aggression in that area, in that region, and especially those use of utilities. They are so bloody good. Like, they know the best time to use it. And it's not just about using those, your I button and then your gyro to really pinpoint those positions. It's the timing. They know what to use it for. They can even use a nade, not to, cause any damage. It's shaking the screens of those enemies, taking away those audio cues for split seconds that make the huge difference from these small things. And right here, we've got NSE in our screen. And you know what? Like, that team, they hold that position for the whole of PMPL. Sorry, it should be PMCO, Saudi Arabia region. And that team's not scared to go back and take that. And actually quite, admire that, because we see a lot of teams actually going to do something different in this early game. Like Imperium mentioned, early phases of tournaments, sometimes it's about testing the waters. You want to play a bit more passive, but there's no time for you to, test it too much. Sometimes you need to find your true style. Yeah. Okay, and then transition in quick, because there's nothing like the PMCOs or PLs that we've seen before that you can basically start from zero. Every single point counts from here onwards.
Right, there's no super weekend where we start over. There's no finals where we start over in points. There's only 3 days. There's only 18 matches. And I think it really comes down to those teams who can adapt immediately on the fly, similarly to how we saw right in the Arabian finals and how we've seen in other regions too. Of course, you and me coming from Arabian PMPL, we know a little bit of stuff when it comes to our 13 teams competing inside of here. And I'm glad to see already some of those early rotations, particularly coming around Georgia poll, because I was expecting these to come through from the finals as something similar happened, particularly RAT, one of those teams who, going by the book, so up to Severny, and I expect down towards around Yasna Poliana later on.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be quite an open circle, to be fair. I know it's not quite complementing that playing path, but it's still so many grounds for these teams to thread the needles after it is phase one. And those white rotations that can actually still come through from that northern side. And I love to see the side of a Train to Kill making something different. I know they like to play farm, but mostly Severny from the PMPL. And right now, respecting the drop from Rico Infinity Team maybe is an adaptation. You never know, in Cube Bridge or for those car spawns, it's quite, popular. So making a little bit of adjustment towards the town, slowly edging wouldn't be a bad idea.
I'm really excited to see how those teams, both from the South Island, they rotate up into this northern end. Because yes, that play path and the zone did not complement each other. So we're already getting a little bit difficult when it comes to landing through in this first game and how to rotate through. I think that it's always intriguing to see if teams decide to drop against those bridges to try and, again, hold out the progress of teams, of course, like the Osh-tekkWarriors, who potentially now, on their slower rotation pass, we know they aren't a team that goes into the center of the zone straight away. Can they be stopped?
It's going to be tricky, right? Like when you play military base, and if you play it over and over again, it's just too predictable. You will have teams who want to get these early kills actually punishing you around the two bridges right there. But, going back a little bit of history, I love Osh-tekkWarriors, like it's the time when I was, no, to be fair, I'm still a little bit of a noob, still trying. So having a professor, that was in my game's a bit fun.
Come on.
Okay. Okay. I mean, this is the thing. They've been around for that long that I've allowed to grow quite a bit, I'd say. It's a little bit of cringe to say that, but they were around for so long. I remember watching them in EMEA in 2024, and at that time, that roster actually was the current Falcons Esports roster. So they made some growth, and then they've moved away. And right now, we've seen this roster as well picked up by Osh-tekkWarriors. They did decently well from PMCOKSA. Second place was what they got. So hopefully this is where we see this team get picked up, get a little bit of relevant training, as well as, you know, all these team dynamic stuff that is ever so important. I think that is also why there's more to talk about, like for a LAN event. Like, it's very different to cast, you know, to play next to someone physically. You know, the way that you actually get to communicate, all the non-verbal communication that can really make a team build stronger or even break is actually very, very realistic.
To be fair, technically, we live in the same country, right? So I could just come down to England and we could cast together. We could be like our own little LAN event, right? we could still be in the same room together.
Oh God, like I never know how that feels. I don't know whether I want to experience it, but if it means grow, then sure, why not? And
I'll show up tomorrow.
Okay, no. Well, someone stop this man. I mean, it's going too far now. Like, he's trying to break the working relationship already. No, to be fair, like, jokes aside, is not going to be that vulnerable. We've been through quite a lot, you know, through the scenes or whatnot. And yes, I think it's worth talking about, you know, our experience in PMPL Arabia as well. I think the storylines that we draw for some of these teams is how they actually sometimes miss a super weekend and come back like crazy. Very, very strong week. Falcons Esports is one of them. And to be fair, I think Twisted Mind might have those moments as well, as we have that phase 2 circle centering up with Yasnaya Poliana kind of in that middle. I would say that Yasnaya Field Alamo would be more center, so teams can really still fight for a spot on that contested western side. But if they can find a way to white rotate onto the east, there's still quite a lot of sweet spots for them to claim.
Yeah, these sweet spots, yes, of course, you see DRS inside S9. Polyana, they have control over the fields and towards those barrel holes, but I actually really admire the position coming through from Triple D Esport. I think it's a little bit underlooked in this first game, considering those hills just to the more western side of Lipovka. I think that's a really clean rotation to actually scoop around the back end of Yasnaya Polyana and come in from the behind side of DRS if need be.
Yeah, I think it's actually a trickier title circle than people think. The compounds and the strength, right? The nature of these compounds are quite 360 control, which means if you are playing pretty loud, I know it's only phase 2, right, guys? But if you play extremely loud, then you may have someone who opting to play similar compounds in the stealthy way who will be set up to catch you out off guard, right? But right now, we've got another textbook point right here. T2K trying to control with a northern approach. We have the Yasnaya pawn. Quite like this tadpole right here, to be fair, quite hard to hold it down. Like, if you don't know how to split around it, the support might not be in place, but that will be result from Rico Infinity team living for another day.
Okay, speaking of cars and speaking of smoke, it got me thinking, okay, in a moment, are we going to see the infamous 4-person in a vehicle strategy who then get blown up and die? Because I am very intrigued to see if that is the case. In the case, though, with first team fights and first people dying, Falcons Never Alone is quite literally on his lonesome, almost blows himself up, but he gets a knock onto a reef, and that will be a 1-for-0 so far. Boomper puts down the molly, and they will find a second onto Leif as Madcap rotating around the edge, only watching his team fall. Unfortunately, I think this looks a little bit too dicey for Fate. You can see them retreating. They're gonna lose Madcap as well, and it's a 3-for-0. Beautiful start here coming through from Falcons.
And you can see Falcons is actually doing so much better than I thought, because they were that team that has early week issues, early games issues when we watch them in PMPL. But that one, the support speed from the teammates was so quick, and that was them getting a very clean 3-4-0, and that would allow them to hold down that claw junction, very strong spot. I was going to be a little bit worried, you know, that type of spot is very prone to third party, but they wrapped that up quick and nice, and that was amazing to watch. First 3 kills of this event, ooh, that was a good one.
That was some of the cleanest kills I think we've seen from Falcons in a while, full stop, quite frankly, Taz. And I think that this team clearly coming into their own together now in the LAN stage. You can see that they feel a lot more smooth and cohesive as a team.
Wow, you know what? Like, that is also, you know, what we expect from a team like DRS. And this is them controlling Yasnaya fields. I actually love to see their split because it's such a huge area to control. So I've seen some very strong teams in the past knowing how to reset up as we have, like circles to come. You know, you may have your spot still within the circle, but knowing how to put more emphasis on one side is extremely important. And that is one type of circle that we're talking about. We basically have Yasnaya in that middle. So DRS could opt in for playing a more center position, or they want to basically tarnish all these teams on this eastern side. But Highland Wolf, as we grow and watch these teams grow, a lot of these teams start to become better in the way that they stop some of these teams from getting punished by the textbook play. So DRS may opt in to play something different other than that very strong Eastern 4-stack.
Always a danger, though, of also the bottleneck in towards Stalba coming into Yasnaya Polyana. That's where I'm really putting my two BDIs onto, where you see Virtus.pro, right, coming in from the north side. Do they go up towards the Stalba Hill? Do they try risk around that mountainside? Because it is so difficult to find a nice position inside there that you can actually have a easy path back down into the zone if it shifts south. It still is early days when it comes to this first game, and that is always a question mark about your rotations. Do you have that strategy to rotate back out of? And for a team also like DRS, I like the way that they are then moving around this compound. They're not being stationary. They're making sure that they're adapting to where the teams are rotating in from. They know that there's no one coming in from the south side because they've already scouted that out, and now they can put that full attention back onto, of course, Cryptics.
Oh god, with that beautiful knot coming through as well. But hold that thought on this other side, south of Yasnaya. We have Cryptics right in here. The crash does come in, and sometimes that's the thing, right? With buildings, you come in, you have that full sense of security. If you don't set up and know exactly why you're there for, you can really just fall right there, right then. And Lazy Boy just get not from there, and full team does come in 4v2 situation right now. So with City finishes, or should I say City holds, it's not just about, you know, setting up, it's about knowing your support lines. And sometimes you don't want to split too far. There's no way for the support to come. Venom just escaped once again, and this south side, not just that, the whole of Yasnaya is trying to heat up.
It is completely crowded now inside Yasnaya Polyana and Cryptics. Yes, they get back ever, but they feel a little bit disjunctioned. You see El Chapo ride, and it's a 3-for-1 split. Yes, El Chapo is keeping out the perpetrators from the northern end, but still, nevertheless, you've got NASRAT Esport, who are continuing to push up and up, floor by floor, and Cryptics, they don't really have that clean 4-on-4 fight that NSC are going to have in a straight up front to back team fight.
Yeah, I think this other thing that is very important to consider always in teamfight is escape strategy. With City finishes, or should I say City hold once again, sometimes that's the thing that you forget to consider. That you come in, you pick a site that you want to play, you need to know why you want to play it, but it's also the escape path from there and the resources being cast being very, very important. In a crash like this, Cryptics forced to run away, and suddenly they left their carbs behind as well. So that will be another thing to consider. It seems like we'll have it center up over Yasnaya Polyana. Phase 4, we have, okay, this is going to be quite juicy. And I'm looking at one particular segment here on that north side, those radio towers. Do you have their, should I say the more OP radio towers? And so it comes down to those map knowledge as well. The hay bales will be prime real estate, only if you can pick the right one.
We've had one zone in a PMPL where we had those hay bales, we had those towers be a part of the feature in Phase 6, Phase 7. And honestly, it was the most tense game I've watched for quite some time. Do we get it, though, already in the first game? That would be mind-boggling. I think we're already going to have teams being forced into, though, nevertheless, this aggression coming into the first game. They're gonna have to fight to enter into Yasnaya Polyana by now, and I think that teams, you need to be able to make that decision in Phase 4 as we're coming into Phase 5 and the fastest shift point of the game. How do you approach this city? Because if you approach from the south side, I think that is very much at risk of being taken out by Cryptics, NSC, whereas if you come from the northern side, actually, it's way not easier, but less complex, I think, when it comes to the difficulty of coming that mountainside. You can edge a lot slower. Okay. You can be able to find that cover of course, towers. I'm just going to say, quite frankly, if that was possible, Yalla, they're moving. They're getting in easy peasy lemon squeezy into Yasnaya if they can jump that high.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about strategies in the city, right? The bands are showing something completely different, but you know what, Falcons, they should know this better. This is their drop spot. Not this time around, they've been playing this spot for so long in PMPL Arabia, and sometimes that's the problem. just because you know how to drop there, to play early, you may not have, you know, the mindset to finish in that same spot, and Falcons lost more players than they wish.
I think it's just a really big disrespect coming through from Falcons in this first game. How dare you come in from the south side at phase 4, coming into phase 5, knowing that teams would be around the Yasna Polyana section, not even scouting it out, going straight into the compound. Of course they get punished down to a solo member. You can hear the gunfire of those towards the northern side. It's absolute madness when it comes to all of these players. Disproportionately so close together. I think that really now Falcons, yes, they will fall out. I didn't think they would be long for as well, but now as Cryptics, you've done the work, you removed the teams coming in for the south side. I like the way that they are now positioning in this T formation, coming in further towards the DRS, keeping control of this square inside the Yasna Polyana. I think pretty darn beautifully.
Very nicely done. We've seen them win games from that same segment of Yasna Polyana in PMPL, and I think that's the thing, right? Like, once again, with cities, going into the later game, you need to think about when to get up, because we always talk about tightening splits or whatnot. City is a different beast. City finishes. How do you actually make that rotation? Do you actually need to use smokes to make that rotation between the two houses, that one small alley, right? But on this side, we have VP patiently playing off that north side. And of course, like with this type of position on the circle, it's so likely that they have to move. I hope they plan for it. And you know what? This is a very good circle for them. We have a shift towards the northeastern side, ladies and gentlemen, and that will push out 90% of Yasna Polyana, making those radio tower that we talk about being very, very important. But there's also one or two compounds just around that O, around that L of the word Polyana. That is still extremely, extremely key. And right now, so many teams trying to go, so many of them knocked as they're trying to attempt to leave.
Oh man, unfortunately Virtus.pro, it feels so bad if you're the lives of the only one, but that's the only thing that will happen to you. You're going to be one player left, you're going to fall and suffer to their hands on northern side, and to head back actually towards this northern really fights coming through and in towards the city, and also to the smoke point that you mentioned, Tarzan. I think actually Smoke's really strong here in this situation, because not only can you use it across the roads, but actually block out the cover, block out the vision in terms of windows being smoked up around your opponents.
Yeah, test of basics, to be fair. Like, in this type of finishes, one, okay, lazy boy, try that again. I mean, whoop, okay, like, I need to try that again. That was actually amazing. One not onto DRS, and Mafia Ninja needs to rotate away. This sort of shifts, I would say, is about this cat and mouse situation, right? Every team kind of shares a similar escape path. Whoever goes first gets sprayed down, but that means you kind of need to be forced into fighting. But it's about allocation of mets if they really need to, you know, finding that game plan, knowing when to really cut their losses as well. Right now, guys are not really getting knocked at the right time, and we have to this southern end SUDOR against Twisted Minds.
SUDOR already coming up against Twisted Minds, who have been broken down into the south part of this zone. I think really big surprise in the first game, considering that Twisted Minds, one of these teams that would be a little bit more aggressive. As Triple T also taking ones into the kill feed, of course, as well as none other than NASRAT Esport taking two more on top and grabbing themselves a number of kills here overall. I think that now really is Minds. If you're going to see all this kill feed coming through inside, and you can expect it to hear it inside of the Yasna Polyana compound. Now is potentially that time when teams are fighting upon other teams, do you have that sort of cover fire, if that is really, I think, the best way to explain it, Tarzan, in terms of teams taking each other out and being allowed some sort of a leeway into the distraction.
Yeah, love this game one, to be fair, like into the city, then out again, forcing them to have plan Bs and to have knowledge over some of these more rural parts of the map. As we're waiting for phase 6 to come through, these radio towers may continue to be extremely important, and we are just waiting for that. And you know what, I'm going to say it's central. No, it goes over to the east. Oh, that is going to be very, very tricky.
That's disgusting. That is a disgusting first shift, quite frankly. If we were talking about it, if it goes over towards those hills, if it goes over towards the power towers, oh my goodness me, it is going to be a bloodbath.
Oh no!
NSC, blow it up, double for Virtuous. That's got to sting a little bit. It's able to clean up two more, and also SUDOR cleaning up what looks like the rest of Twisted Minds. But then I say that, look at the rest of SUDOR, the pinks are There goes two potentially inside the edge of the blue, but it's a third party in above them all. Is now DRS eventually into the fray. They look and they smell these kills. And they will take another on top of it all. Nima taking through. One more is SUDOR. Al-Shmari goes inside. They try to come into the blue, but they'll use it to great effect. And they'll take another win for him. SUDOR not quite done just yet, but DRS is with their third party. 7 kills. They are broken. 1 player remaining. The blue zone coming in. They will revive. They will get themselves back up, but this is going to cost them because, as we said, phase 6 has gone so wide far.
It's so hard. I mean, DRS trying to do that anti-clockwise sweep, trying to open up one side first. I really appreciate that idea. The execution come through okay, like 3 knocks. Sometimes if you just get all the meds, there's still a way to get some of these points after 7 kills on board. YALLA tried to yeet the way through on that northern side, and that is great because VP are feeling that pressure. They're trying to take this spot where they got it from someone, and then you just have a taste of your own medicine. This is too key of a position. Every team will be scoping in and trying to find an opening.
Triple Devo, look at their position being stolen away. This is great for them in terms of the high ground because they can, as you see, have the vision over everyone coming in out from Yasna and Poliana, and really now Push has that MVP spot. The one concern I do have, though, is about these utilities being used by YALLA, about how they can also try to apply pressure onto Triple D, because if they can't, Triple D are going to not only have position over YALLA later on, but they're going to have position over everyone else, and eventually it's going to end up into a firefight between the two later in the game, where actually Triple D should come out on top.
It's going to be an open book, waiting for phase 7, and right now, you know, some of these pre-shift type of actions so important. You may want to go to find an opening spot already. You may want to restrain from shooting a little bit if it means you may get gate capped. But seems like Rico Infinity wants to try for the run, and that might just be the terrible decision.
That was awful decision, Tarzan. That is not what you do. Yes, you're desperate, but you gotta think elsewhere. You gotta maybe survive in terms of the blue and hope that you can pass out away from the rest of the action and outlive your opponents. As YALLA is still standing strong. 4 members are slightly broken now. Triple D, another knock against them, but looking worse for where they will be taken away completely as Triple D force fires one straight back onto YALLA. Will with that not be able to make that revive back together, but look at the position. It's not resettable back in together towards the rest of your team, and this is a problem. These nades now coming down a little bit further, and it can try to find those knocks, but even when Triple D want to move further past again towards the rest of their team, where do they go? They've only got 2 players left. They've only got 1 hail build to defend.
Oh my god, and that is a ABIAH, and having one last player in, and I think, you know what, there's not much life. No, 0 HP is the truth, so we're down to that 2v3, but strategic tanking, maybe, you know, like rationing those meds and getting those much needed placement points, but YALLA have more ideas. Getting to refresh those vest and helm was very important for Bandar. This team seems to be on fire since they've come in so much stronger in that PMPL Season 2 finals. They were doing arguably terribly before, but this is good, but that not comes through 2v2 right now.
This is a 2v2. They have found them, but were the shots enough to, via sound cues, locate those Triple D members? Is now down, of course, to the large spread of YALLA. They look like they cannot find that reset onto their third, so it might just be left as a 2v2. Can see, albeit D777 considering that knock, considering that revive to be the case, but it is so hard to move past. Bandar continuing to peek, looking for that vision. But look at the blue zone. Blue zone as well, coming in behind. That's going to be the pressure point the Triple D are looking for.
Well, I mean, Bandar's taunted enough. It's like those games that you play in arcade, right? Just peeking out your head and just coming back down again.
Whack-a-mole. See if
exactly that. Okay. But that is the problem, right? Like, you given enough info. If Triple D somehow can still spread and pinch that one player, it can still be a great advantage. But the revive does come through, and that is huge for YALLA.
It is absolutely ginormous for YALLA to have that extra knock as well on top. It's a 1v3 situation. This is YALLA's game to lose. Tarzan in the blue zone helps to claim it through. A beautiful chicken dinner coming through for YALLA with on top 13 kills. Tarzan, it is a mega statement in our first game.
is so huge. I mean, this team, they have some of these weeks where they started rough and they continue to stay that way. Now they've got a huge organization behind them with huge history, a lot of support, and they get this win together in this LAN event. This is amazing. I think this may set them up for a lot of success.
Yeah, you got a feel for Triple D Esports, right? Who was so close yet so far. They had the position inside of the zone, yet they couldn't find that victory. I think again it's through the pressure that YALLA were providing. They found those knocks that we talked about they needed to find. Then they were able to translate that through to these extra kills on top of those coming out of Yasnaya Poyana. Triple D got a little bit too aggressive on those kills too. They had another knock, and when they lost 2 players, they got stuck behind that hay bale. We talked about resettable points. There's no coming back from that one single hay bale itself.
Oh, but I mean, they've come a very long way. As a team that only got 10th place in the PMCO, that is a huge first game. And I think it's about what we use momentum for, you know, how you really grab that into your pockets and then use it for the better.
Oh man, what an absolute stomper again through from YALLA. Of course, so albeit we've got to continue to move through the rest of today for even more exciting games. Miramar's going to be up next, Tarzan. What a game it's going to be.
Muted, aren't I? There we go. I've sorted it out. We got ourselves YALLA with the victory here. I always do this every single first game. I'm useless. YALLA gets themselves the victory over in Yasnaya with great rotations and being able to be victorious. We're not too unused, Imperium, to seeing Yusef and the boys on YALLA getting themselves victories, and I think the movement especially here was very impressive.
Yeah, the way they put themselves in a position where they were within the Yasnaya city, but outside of all of the madness. So when that circle shifted outside of the city to that northeast side, which is a little bit unusual, but still, they were able to more calculatively move into the next circles, take their time, get the information, and then when you had to make that somewhat YOLO move, it worked out, and it was just such a confident leading chicken dinner from them.
Yeah, that specific move that you're referring to, we were talking about it, Lethal, and as much as they, crash onto that Virtus.pro position, it really just felt like they took stock of what was going on there. They must have known that Virtus.pro was in a weakened state to be able to claim that prime cut of the beef.
Yeah, and they had to react quickly as well, didn't they? Because they didn't want to try and conflict in any way, because if they did conflict, they could be there for quite a long time, and then they'll be out the circle for quite a long time as well on top of that. So I think they just want to, you could say, get some kind of dominance on that western side of the circle. So if VP did come in a lot later, which they did, they came like, what, 5 to 7 minutes later at least, then of course that way you could see YALLA would have a huge advantage, but they had to go through a lot of engagements to even progress into the center.
Yeah, I mean, with these kinds of shifts and the way they play out here, Imperium, of course, I think we look at Triple D, we look at Virtus.pro, they get themselves those positions in almost a fortuitous situation, because everyone's taking position in Yasnaya, and it really was YALLA that survived the breadth of it. The fact that getting out of a city is a lot harder, I think, than getting into a city in some of these circles.
Oh yes, that's why the timing of when you want to commit yourself into the city, if it's in any way, shape or form looking to be ending there, you really have to make sure it's not too early, because if it's too early, it's like quicksand. You're just going to get sunken down, and it doesn't matter how much sometimes the harder you try to get out, the more stuck you become.
Yeah, don't struggle, I think, is the best way to describe it. Don't struggle. It's going to be difficult. But anyway, let's take a look at some of the highlights from this game. And as we watch things play out, Lethal, a lot of early fights, actually, for these teams to eventually even get up to Yasnaya, and then obviously leading out of it. Yeah,
especially with some of the drops we saw as well. I think Imperium was absolutely right. There was a lot of elements of caution across the board. A lot of the players were assuming we're going to play quite passive, and they did. So, it was quite hard to establish dominance in some of the parts of this map. But I want to talk about as well with DRS, when they actually landed in the center of Yasnaya right at the very beginning, they probably thought, my God, aren't we? Like, they were probably so grateful at the time. We've got such a huge advantage at the same time, right at the very beginning. But I must say that, yeah, it was very tough for them as well, because even if they had some kind of building control or some kind of structure to hide behind in terms of the map geometry across the board, he knew at some stage that, you know, at some point they're all going to come in roughly the same time, especially from the south and western side, and making work very difficult for them.
Big fan of the pop-off there from YALLA as they get themselves the victory. Great to see the emotions from these players. And actually, that's something I've missed quite a bit, Imperium, to be perfectly honest, looking at that.
I had a massive smile on my face seeing that reaction. Being able to just give your teammate a high five, a hug, whatever, after that first win, it feels so good, absolutely glorious. And you can see, looking at the match results, they worked for that chicken dinner. They worked so hard with those 13 kill points.
28 points go their way after getting #1 with those 13 kills, as you did mention. DDD, again, a little bit fortuitous about those hard shifts going their way, but regardless, 17 points on the board for that. And ABIAH Esports down towards the bottom here, Lethal. They came out of a very tricky situation down in that south position on Yasnaya, and were victorious in all of that chaos against the likes of DRS and stuff like that. So I think kudos got to be thrown their way as well for that situation.
Yeah, I don't think we would have expected this team to be in a top 4 or anywhere near. We was very surprised with how they managed to actually push on that eastern side. It was very shocking to say the least. And even with DDD's placement as well, we were talking about how, you know, they're very far away from the Yasnaya, just in the field, just, you know, haven't really got anything to work with. They had to rely on, you know, the phase and hopefully it goes in their favor, and it did do twice on the trot. So yeah, you know, for them though, I'm shocked that they placed 4th, but at the same time, I'm happy they were able to make a statement right at the very beginning. But of course, that was only the first map.
I'm noticing that we are against the community, and I've also realized that I think the community is going to be voting for those same 3 teams for a while. So good luck, community, whilst we change our predictions from time to time and figure out how this is going. But regardless, Imperium, nobody got it right for this one, even though technically YALLA is a good pick, considering I think power levels across kind of regions and how they were able to exhibit some skill in this game.
You know me, I try and be a big part of the community, so I think maybe I let the community's influence hit me that little bit harder, because coming into this event, I've noted that YALLA have worked their way up and improved massively as a team. So in hindsight, I think I didn't think too much about picking them, and I leaned a bit more on the community side.
To be fair, I mean, our teams didn't do too bad. If Virtus.pro kind of got some semblance of the situation up on the Ross at the top and kind of recovered, they'd have been fine. Likewise, if DRS wins that fight down against ABIAH, as well as some of the other teams down there, they potentially come in and get top 3 effectively, I think is fair to say. But these field endings, Imperium, are brutal to deal with.
And that's where, to give a little bit of criticism DRS's way, I think where they positioned themselves in that Yasnaya city, they landed there. There's absolutely no excuses that they couldn't have put themselves in a better position. Yes, hindsight is 2020. They don't necessarily see what we see, but I can guarantee you where they did put themselves in Yasnaya was definitely not the best place to be. Doesn't matter where the circle shifted.
An uphill field finish, no less, Lethal, when you're watching these teams kind of trading blow for blow, and you're seeing how YALLA's lining up their shots, and they know that there's only certain bushes in those fields where DDD could effectively be hiding, so they win it out brilliantly.
Yeah, it was very tough for them, and I agree with what Imperium said earlier on. If he had one of the outer buildings and then at least keep an eye on making sure anyone trying to get into Yasnaya, that could have been a completely different story. It could have actually added to the tally of kills they managed to grab, because, okay, yeah, sure, fair enough, first place, 13 kills, great, you know, absolutely no harm done there, but I'm saying they could have increased that a little bit more. Just place himself on one of the outer buildings in Yasnaya, just keep an eye on anyone actually trying to come in, because they were going to at some stage, because by the time they get there, they should have been okay on the western point. But the problem is, though, there's a few factors that they need to take into place, because I think they were out of position on quite a number of occasions.
Yeah, it's gonna have to kind of tighten things up, I suppose, in that regard. Let's quickly talk about rotations before we end up going on to a break as well. One rotation that actually kind of surprised me was the only one, the team that we actually kind of looked at straight away, dropping down in Primorsk and going all the way around to the east. An interesting path potentially into that circle there, Imperium.
I love that you were the first to notice it with with all three of us watching. And considering that they were one of the only teams to drop, pretty much the only team to drop on that kind of southwest side of the map, we're going from the kind of Gaka to Primorsk area.
Yeah.
They did have an initial easier time rotating into circle, but to go, like you said, from the southwest to the northeast is pretty big brain, and despite not having the best result, I commend them for that.
Yeah, I mean, if they'd have stuck in the east when they get there, they could have been where DDD were. But anyway, I mean, those are the gambles you got to take sometimes in PUBG Mobile. Did not pay off for this one. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, we are moving on to our next battleground here at the Global Esports Tour.
والنكس سامر واسم فريقه ذا اليوم.
منتظرين من هاي المسابقة منافسة حلوة ونزيهة، وإن شاء الله مجهزين إشي حتى لو مش مجهزين بس مع ذلك راح ننافس للتوب 1.
عبد الرحمن العريفي ديستني من فريق توستيك ماينز. الأوفلاين تقريبا هذه ثالث بطولة.
أتكلم على صعيدي أنا الشخصي، إنه إن شاء الله أنا أقدم يعني مستوى، لأني أطمح إني أكون MVP بالبطولة هذه.
أول شيء اكتساب الخبرة في بطولات اللان، ثاني شيء تحقيق المركز الأول في بطولات مع تيمات قوية. هدفنا أن نقدم أفضل ما عندنا، وهذه تعتبر ثالث بطولة أوفلاين، بس إنها أكبر من البطولات اللي قبل. إن شاء الله نقدم مستوى طيب.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Global Esports Tour 2021 from Riyadh for PUBG Mobile. And so far, so good for YALLA Esports, potentially a household name for a lot of you out there in terms of a name that can rise through the ranks. And Yusuf and the boys looking good here over in Yasnaya Fields. I'm joined by Imperium and Lethal. And Lethal, with them being able to secure this victory, we move on to Miramar for our next battleground. And that's very different how things can potentially go there.
Yeah, we could see a much closer affair here. We know it's going to be an absolute slobber knocker across the board anyway, depending on how things are going to go for these teams. But we've already seen, you know, a warm-up map to kind of edge themselves in the kind of reset and kind of get used to the surroundings on how these teams play out. But of course, we know it's a completely different map entirely. But I want to see a little bit more aggression across the board this time, kind of really show dominance here, because we've seen it on the odd occasion from some of these teams, even though they were completely out of the circle or trying to work with some of these phases. And, you know, it's nice to see some of these teams come out of the woodwork here. You know, we've already seen YALLA showing that consistency, not just in previous tournaments, but also coming into it as well. And I'd love to see a little bit more of that if we can.
Look at this, Imperium. Lethal using the term slobber knocker, trying to appeal to the wrestling fan in both of us.
I know, right?
This guy.
I loved it. The second he said it, I was like, slobber knocker. What a word to use. What a term. Hey, look, you know, I would like to see someone take a team to Suplex City in Miramar. That would be pretty damn good.
I agree.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Wrestling quotes aside, I do agree with Lethal when it comes to the aggression standpoint. With Miramar, the one good thing that goes in favor in terms of YALLA is that ending around the field where it was very open and you really had to play with purpose and control once it shifted away from the city. That is what we tend to see in Miramar. It can be often at times harsher, of course, but it is what we tend to see. So if YALLA can take that control, can take that, hey, we know what we are doing attitude into Miramar, I could easily see a second chicken dinner.
Yeah, potentially. And channels of rotation are always something that comes up on Miramar as well, in terms of it's not quite as open if you want to kind of rotate across those hills. Sometimes, you know, your car's going to have a bit of a harder time. But, you know, we'll see how that fares as well. For our picks in the previous game, we didn't do as well as we'd hoped. We were hoping maybe we'd get like a win on the board here, Lethal.
Yeah, no. Cryptic were far behind for me.
What did you say, Imperium?
I said, I technically won out of the three of us. I don't know if, you know, just putting it out there.
Well, it's funny because I was so confident about Virtus.pro up until the point where YALLA just rocked up on them. So, hey, let's be honest. I picked the winning position. You know, that's what I'm going to go with. That's how I'm going to frame this.
There's no point in having the winning position if you die.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, I just need Max here so I can, like, he can get all the predictions incorrect, which is going to probably happen in the next 2 days. And me and Imperium can get the predictions correct. Because...
So, is Lethal for today the Maxman?
Don't do him dirty like that. That's...
Do you know what? He's not far from wrong though, is he, so far? That's been one map, but still.
That'd be brutal. Poor little Max is going to be watching along. He'd be like, hey, what are you talking about? But yeah. So yeah, moving on to the desert here. Anything we're looking out for, Imperium, from these teams, or anything specific from these teams that you're thinking for Miramar?
There was one specific moment from the first game that I don't want to see happening in Miramar.
Okay.
It was that Falcon, after taking out the majority of Fate, which they got very lucky with. We made a note with that.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of that very lucky nade. But when they had all 4 separate vehicles, which Lethal, you made a correct point of, but they still sent it into Yasnaya one by one by one. And if you're going to move into a position that late into a circle and that late into a game, 9 times out of 10, you're just better off just committing as a full squad, especially when you have separate vehicles.
Lethal?
Yeah, I completely agree. It was just, why would you go in single file? Why would you make things worse for yourself when you can have the numbers later on? And if you go in all together at the same time, and of course, in terms of comms with the small talk, I'm sure all of the players will be focusing on just one vehicle alone. At least you go in with 3 alive still, that's fine. That's, you know, that's not a problem at all. But the fact that you're going in single file, you're pretty much asking to be knocking on death's door and literally be taken down straight away. It makes absolutely 0 sense.
Yeah, sort of mitigates the point of having multiple cars, right? A lot of the times we're thinking to ourselves, and actually I think Highland Wolf even mentioned it during the cast, you know, the infamous 4-man in 1 car situation. Like, if you're going in 1 car at a time, there's only one thing to spray at compared to like 4 targets maybe coming in at the same time, and you're trying to kind of ram raid any location in there, which is obviously advantageous, Imperium.
And that's why I mentioned it, because it really applies to Miramar Calaris, because when you talk about rotations in Miramar, there's generally one of 2 options. You can stick to the open road, which is definitely technically easier, flatter, but it cannot oftentimes be longer. However, in the open, if you're single file, your vehicle is asking to be focused upon when you're coming into kind of phase 2, phase 3. Or you can have the harsh terrain, which, yes, there can be some bumps in areas to cover your vehicle, but it's also slower. So once again, if you're single file, you're asking for your vehicle to be blown up. And when you lose a vehicle in Miramar, you massively impact the timing of your rotation in the next phase.
Teams deliberating here how they saw that first game going, as well as potentially what's to come on Miramar. And I think it's a decent, you know, opportunity to take stock already of how the teams are playing things out. You can even see the only one having a little bit of a chat with YALLA, probably about how this game played out just before, with YALLA obviously taking the win in that one, Lethal. And, you know, why on earth not go and ask the winners how they may have perceived that game going?
Yeah, probably going up to them and going, what shenanigans did you get up to then that first map? Because we didn't see you anywhere until the last half of that game. But Yeah, it's quite a tough one because I think the other question is going to be not just how YALLA have been performing, because they've got a commanding lead, you know, with the 13 kills and first place finish. They're going to be pretty damn happy about that. But the problem is we want to see a little bit more from the likes of DRS, you know. For Virtus.pro, don't get me wrong, they played out quite strategically in terms of how they brought out, but honestly a little bit more from them as well going to the second round.
And I want to see a little bit more from NASRAT Shock Esports. Let's check in with them coming into the Global Esports Tour.
اسمي سليمان. اسمي باللعبة NSE سليمان، واسم الفريق نصرة شاك ايسبورت. في البداية كنا مع بعض من وقت طويل وتطورنا مع بعض، درسنا لعب بعض، تمكنا من إيجاد الحلول لأي مشاكل تقابلنا، ومع الوقت تطورنا، وهذا حنا يعني بإذن الله جالسين نطمح للأفضل في كل مرة وفي كل بطولة تقابلنا. البطولة هذه تعني بإني أنا أمثل وطني في الأول والأخير، وبإذن الله راح أنال المركز الأول، وفي كل بطولة أنا أسعى لي أنال المركز الأول. أسلوب لعبي هجومي، وتختلف الأساليب باختلاف الظروف في الجيم نفسه. أحيانا يكون دفاعي، بس الأسلوب المتبع في الغالب هو هجومي. حنا على أتم الاستعداد للبطولة، قمنا بدراسة التيمات كلها والتحركات واللعب. حنا بإذن الله راح ننال المركز الأول.
NASRAT Shock there as we take a look across the field once again. And as I said before, a lot of these teams studying their opponents studiously, coming into a tournament with the likes of $150,000 on the line. Fate here at the same time, though, Lethal, trying to also take stock of what just went down here in the Yasnaya field. But I think it's fair to say, with the hard shifts that these teams had to face up against, it's not too common that we get quite severe those hard shifts coming along, so maybe some people can kind of take this on the chin and move on.
Yeah, they do need to as well. It sometimes might not be in their better maps. You know, Miramar could be one of their better maps going into this, and it all depends on how they dropped at the very beginning. It's very, very tough to call. But as Fate, as you rightly mentioned, they shouldn't be too worried here. They're probably just a little bit surprised because of the fact that they probably are one of the most consistent teams here coming into this tournament as a whole, because they had some great placements overall, and if they get to a bad start, they just want to try and rectify every mistake or even minor error possible in order to avoid some of these, you know, engagements which they want to try and avoid, or wide swing in any way, shape or form. So it's going to be very tough for them, but with teams like Fate, I can understand why they're trying to discuss things as much as possible before going into the next matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And again, as we've already stated a few times, Miramar, very different to how Erangel plays out in terms of the channels of rotation. And what we would like to see for the circles. And speaking of circles, you know what, Imperium, where do you want to see the circle go? Where's it going to go?
In Miramar, where do I want to see the circle go? Somewhere around El Azahar.
Ooh.
I love that area of the map. El Azahar Junkyard. City finish. I'll take El Azahar City finish, but also the hills to the southwest of that, either side of the road. Absolutely love that crisp area of the map.
Ooh, southwest of Al Azhar, you're a mean man. I mean, especially with the road that cuts through some of those hills and then like effectively acts like a river and cuts people off from being able to rotate. You're an evil person. And I mean, when it comes to rotations, that can be very, very difficult to deal with, Lethal.
It could be indeed. That would be absolutely horrendous. But yeah, it's still quite tough to call. Like, I'm interested to see exactly how these teams will play out this time around as well. Like, just moving the subject a little bit, I want to see if YALLA can now do the exact same as what they did last time. We know it's not going to be the exact same. It's very difficult across the board in terms of consistency coming to Miramar. We know there's a lot of ups and downs. We see, I kind of say as though with some of these top teams, it's where they come to die on a lot of occasions in terms of like being able to put on a great performance on Erangel and Sandhawk, and then coming to this map in particular, it can really shapeshift a lot of ways to how they approach this matchup, especially with rotations. So, you know, at the very beginning, I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on them and see how they get on at the first 10 minutes.
Imperium?
Well, to kind of extend a little bit on what you said, Lethal, it is important that YALLA don't waste the fantastic game 1 result they got right, because if they come into Miramar and they get 0 points, that's pretty much cut their result in game 1 to 13 points, right? When you think about it. And we know, especially me and you, Claire, is currently covering the PMPL EU West, the best teams will be, for the most part, consistent, and they don't rely on the massive results. They'll take them when they get them, but it's the games where they're struggling a little bit, or they lose a player early on, where they're still able to turn that game into an 5 to 9 pointer game. That's where it really benefits them, short form or long form.
And I think that's the interesting thing about the comparison you can draw between some of these teams, right? Especially from game 1, is that a lot of the team's movements, you already said, Lethal seemed a bit cautious, to the point where I'm looking at the requirements of decisive decision making later on in the game, where a lot of teams kind of looked meek compared to YALLA, who were like, okay, we're making this move, we're going there, and making that move was the winning game move, which I think is very important to look at confidence wise coming into these games.
Yeah, it was very interesting, that first game from YALLA especially. Even though they came from the western side in that first game, they were just going to each and every building, just knocking on their door, saying hello, and just literally getting 2 or 3 frags each and every time. It was absolutely ridiculous how, you know, no one was really trading them out enough. And still, after all the engagements they took, especially in a lot of those buildings in Yaznaya, they were still able to come out as a trio. There were still 3 left standing, even right to the very end circle. It was just absolute madness. But this time around, I'll be interested to see with a lot of these teams, it's going to be most of it being based on utility, especially towards those last couple of phases. And that's where with YALLA, we have to see if they can continue what they do best, or like Imperium said as well, they don't really want to have a horrendous placement to kick things off, because it really will make their win and the amount of kills they actually managed to grab in that first game pretty much, you know, nonsense.
Definitely so. Still seeing these teams waiting and gearing up. We just had a little bit of a delay before we get into this Miramar, but we saw Virtus.pro on there before as well. They're going to be chomping at the bit a little bit, I think, to get into this game, considering they, Imperium, had the winning location, but of course it was wrestled away from them.
Just had to nudge that one in, Colors. I like it.
I'll do it.
Yeah, it's and that is a product of what Lethal even mentioned before the start of the first game, of the fact that it is a little bit more of an uphill battle for them, because they only have one of their original kind of main Virtus.pro roster players playing black-white, and the other 3 players are coming into this, you know, as a formed together team in the moment. So losing a couple of players and having to try and survive that radio or telephone pole tower that YALLA pushed in onto him was obviously going to be a lot harder. So I think if they can work on sticking together as a full squad a little bit longer into the game, then we could see Virtus.pro rise a lot more heavily to the occasion of this game too.
Yeah, definitely so. I think that one cool thing about the way YALLA was moving as well was them trying to find like off angles in those final moments as well, Lethal. If you think about, you know, just sending the car straight to that drop to get extra angles on DDD, they're thinking about the extra moves that they need to make to round out the game very quickly here.
Yeah, they certainly did. They're in a great position for it. One thing I will say as well, just in terms of their position, they were, I wouldn't say they were quite lucky to a certain extent, because they were, you know, around those buildings in Yaznaya to try and fill up the kill feed as much as they could in order to gain as many points. But at the same time, you're right though, there was a lot of off angles on that northern side, which definitely took advantage of and definitely benefit from on a multiple occasions, which also led to them having, you know, the forefront to be able to get the advantage of being able to get in that next phase straight afterwards. So I think they were, I wouldn't say they were cautious, but they're very, very methodical, just dissecting that western side of the second circle.
Definitely so, definitely. I've just got an ETA as well. It looks like it's probably going to be 9 minutes out for our next game. So hold tight, ladies and gents, whilst we get Miramar, the desert, prepared for you here. It's going to be a different approach for all of these teams, of course, to Miramar. And how they want to take these fights. Again, we've spoken about this many times here in Imperium, but traditionally there's a lot more long-range fights coming out. It's a lot about, you know, how you're going to be able to get those long-range spray controls going down, especially if you catch teams out on the rotate.
Yeah, and that's where Miramar can definitely benefit from, let's say, split dropping and split looting and split moving to an extent, but I think moving as a 2-2 or 3-1 is overall going to be the best case scenario, especially phase 2-3 onwards, because if you want to catch out a team moving around you, a vehicle moving around you, common sense, basic math, and even Maxon will be able to calculate this, that you are going to blow up a vehicle much quicker with 2 guns than with 1 gun.
Yep, and there's also great opportunities to be scouting out as well on a map like Miramar here, Lethal, right? You got those high ground cliffs to be able to look at maybe like where teams dropping near you are going to be rotating, and that can give you some vital information down the line.
It certainly could, and we know that whoever's going to be the IGL of each team will be losing their voice box by the end of it, having to gather so much info going towards those last few phases here on Miramar. But we know, we said it before, utility is going to be very, very important depending on how the circle is going to approach a certain part of the map. You know, we know that if it's anywhere like San Martin, Ricardo, or Los Leones, and anything like that, we know utility doesn't really matter too much, but we know that those kind of circles were going to be quite unlikely. But knowing my luck, I've just said that now, and it probably is going to happen.
Maybe. We're taking a look at Rico Infinity team here, a team that has quite the history to it. Imperium, we've seen them time and time again in some of these tournaments, and I definitely think they're not one to scoff at coming into this tournament.
No, not at all. Coming from the PMPL Arabia Season 2, they finished 5th and 3rd respectfully, so easily one of the best teams in the MENA region without a shadow of a doubt. But they made a bit of a mistake in that first game because they dropped in Severny, right? There's absolutely no reason why they could not have controlled a lot more of the action going on around Yasnaya. Yes, a lot of the teams were kind of coming from the south, southeast, southwest side, but it's quite obvious that they allowed themselves to get pulled apart by the likes of Virtus.pro, by this team, by that team, and they really need to play with a lot more aggression, and that's why I loved what Lethal mentioned about in this game too, wanting more aggression. To me, Rico Infinity showed nothing in that game 1 when they easily should have.
That is a good point. I mean, there were opportunities, right? We watched and we were talking about it backstage, Lethal, the fact that Train to Kill had a very interesting 2-2 split at the beginning of these circles, and we were talking about how Rico Infinity could quite easily have, potentially rolled through there on their normal rotations and even had like 3 kills on that way forward. So I think some of these teams have to be very careful about, the 4-man sticking together. And maybe it wasn't even the right drop for Train to Kill, but I think teams like Train to Kill have to be careful if they're going to kind of implement some of that strategy still into their game.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more riskier, but high risk, high reward and all that. But this is a different kettle of fish once again, different circumstances here as we go into Miramar. And it'd be interesting to see, because even with teams like them, they could be okay depending on the circumstances, but also at the same time, a couple of these teams it's not that they don't have their full lineup, but don't really have their key players. So in those two splits, you could say that if they drop down just to feed themselves some information, it's all good and handy. But the problem is sometimes a 3-1 split would be more beneficial, because at least the one player can feed them teeny info, find out exactly what's going on, how they're going about things and why, and then if they can, then maybe even pull back and be able to try and rectify any decisions they want to make along the way and along the lines as well. It's really, really tough, because we saw some very interesting splits, and some teams even got away with being the fact that they were at least they were miles and miles away from some of the other teams, and if they had circle advantage as well, like we saw the only one back in Primorsk, and literally no one was in Quarry at the time. They were so far out, it was ridiculous, wasn't it? It really was. And if they got the first phase, especially any kind of circle advantage, they were laughing at that point.
Yeah, you've got to be in that situation. Very, very good indeed. I mean, Imperium as well, whilst we take a moment and step back here, even from the game itself, is that in moments like this, got to keep your composure, I think, when it's got to have, a slight delay between game to game.
When you think about when these players normally play, they're at home, they're in the comfort of their bed, their chair. You saw the pillows that DRS were using, right?
Good addition.
But in this kind of delay, they'd be able to maybe get up, make a cup of tea, get a drink, etc. Whereas in the venue, they pretty much have to kind of stay in their chair. They just have to wait. And the waiting in that kind of LAN situation, that kind of LAN experience, can get to you. It can. You say it can, but we know it. I know it. You know it. It can get to players. So it's really important that whoever's the IGL of the team, if they even have a team manager, a team coach with them, that there's that level of, hey, guys, come on. You know, I know you're waiting to play the game. Keep it together. Stay focused. Relax, but still stay focused, because this LAN is, yes, new for a lot of these players and a lot of these teams, but it's still important that they get it right, because if they get the LAN experience right now, then they'll be able to get it in the future even more aggressively.
Yeah, I guess the only team that it might not dissuade too much is, of course, YALLA coming off the back of a win, and it's saying, well, we got ourselves so many points on the board from that one. We'll be fine for now. even just a little chill moment will be able to even just calm that kind of adrenaline that we just got. Although, to be fair, Lethal, sometimes some teams really ride off that adrenaline. You know, people talk about momentum, what really is momentum, but, you know, some teams do thrive on that.
Thank you. Do you know what? I was going to say the exact same thing. Literally, when you fire up that momentum, you just want to go straight into another game, don't you? Even if it's at least within 5 or 10 minutes, it's fine. For me, like, if someone got the best of me, I would go take a nice extensive bathroom break just to make sure things will cool down a little bit and then come back into the scene, knowing that hopefully at some stage they'll be able to not ride the momentum too much in terms of their mentality or their mental fortitude. But even then, though, like, I feel sorry for YALLA a little bit. You know, they want to get straight into another match. They're definitely feeling it after getting 13 kills. And the problem is they can't now. They have to literally wait around for a little bit longer. But the only thing I would say to kind of preserve that kind of feeling and that moment is just to sit in your chairs and just wait for the next game. Try not to go off anywhere too far. Don't really speak to any other members of any other team. Just sit there where you are and just preserve that moment. Remember how it felt and just continue on, because the last thing you want is to have a bad second game after an incredible victory back in game 1.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, I suppose, that some teams actually, you know, straight bolted, navigated to YALLA and actually started talking to them about these games, considering kind of the severity of the potential situation that's on the line for the amount of dollars that's on the line. But sometimes, Imperium, when you go into a city, you better make sure you can get out of that city. And YALLA definitely did compared to some of these teams. They had a really hard time getting out of Yasnaya.
YALLA made it look easy.
They did.
They really did. YALLA made it look easy, but by no means was it easy. They put themselves in the fantastic position of the southwest of the tadpole tip of the river, overlooking it's that relatively high ground. You get a good bit of information on the first third of Yasnaya, at least to north side of the road, and that allowed them to, with the foundation built, to move forward. And it's like, you know, those what game where we read that game that you're talking about, RTS game during the break?
Riddler 2?
Pardon? Yeah, Riddler 2, where you move, but you don't see the land in front of you until you send someone scouting out, right? So that kind of thing of building the foundations of having that vision, then as you move forward, you're getting more and more vision, so you're essentially one step ahead. I know I screwed up that analogy, I apologize, but that's what I was going for.
As an RTS veteran, you got there in the end, all right? You got there in the end. We've talked about wrestling. We've talked about RTS. Everyone's pushing my buttons today. We're doing all right. We're making Kalaris happy, I think is fair to say. But you are correct in that you're scouting out to paint a picture of what your next move is going to be. And our next move, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into our game, is going to be a break so we can get all of these teams in the best situation possible to move into Miramar. So we're going to go to that break, and when we return, Miramar will be on the way.
اسم الفريق يلا اي سبورت، اسمي في اللعبة بندر، واسمي اصلا بندر. كنا في فريق HQ، انتقلنا من HQ الى يلا اي سبورت، منظمة يلا اي سبورت. بعدها يعني نفس الفريق زي ما هو، بس تغير بعض الاسماء. هو شرف كبير ان امثل السعوديه ويلا اي سبورت في محفل كبير مثل هذا، فباذن الله نكون مشرفين السعوديه ومشجعينا باذن الله. اول شيء درسنا التيمات اللي حتكون متواجده، وعرفنا بعض تكتيكات بعض التيمات اللي ما هي موجوده في المينا. فالشيء اللي بنسويه إن شاء الله نهتم في العنصر النفسي، لأن البطولة هذه تهتم بالعنصر النفسي أهم حاجة.
YALLA riding in off the win there and looking good doing it as they've taken the first game on Erangel. Now we just wait for Miramar to begin, and all of these players looking like they're starting to get their fingers warm for the next one. Joining me, Imperium, as well as Lethal, to talk about what we're potentially going to be seeing here going into Miramar. And we're going to be seeing a lot of sand, I think is fair to say, when we move on here. But Cryptics, I don't think quite got this first game by the horns, but we're still expecting big things from them, Lethal, coming into this tournament.
Yeah, we certainly are. I predicted last time. I thought they were going to come out swinging out the gates in this first map. I was completely wrong, but we'll see if they can do it this time around on a different type of circumstance. Now, we already said that before that they haven't got one of their biggest damage dealers in Senku here on this roster this time around, but they've still got lazy, so I still have a lot of faith on what this team can bring to the table later on.
And you guys at home, you can be involved in the action too. Use the hashtag with your team as to who you think is going to be winning out this next game. And likewise, in a few moments, we're going to be picking our teams as well. I think I'm gonna attack you now, Imperium, because you never bet on the favorite first. You've always got to see how it shapes up for them. So DRS, unfortunately for you, was not the way to go.
Hey, look. I still did better than you. I'm just gonna put it out there.
Barely.
You know, it's still better. Barely is you know, like you know what they say in the words of Ricky Bobby: if you're not first, you're last. And in that game, I was technically first.
Well, but, we were all technically last, I think is fair to say.
Yeah. damn. Glass half full, colors. Glass half full.
Yeah. We're seeing Triple D here just getting ready to go as well. They had a brilliant spot over on that east side of the circle, a little bit favorable in terms of the hard shifts, but sometimes that's how PUBG Mobile goes. With Rico as well looking to get ready going into Miramar. Lethal, gotta ask you, when it comes to Miramar, where are you going? Where are you dropping on Miramar?
Oh, that's a good question. I would probably say the islands, or maybe like on the southeast. No, I'm joking. No, literally. Oh, good. I'll probably normally go Picado, Sad Martin, because at least I've got some kind of sense of control. I can maybe do a quick rotation into one of the circles, but then again, that's where conflicts could occur. So it's very, very difficult really to go about how you would want to. Maybe Impala as well, just on the far right hand side, because at least that way it's already quite quiet, but it depends on the playing path as well. It's very, very tricky. But I will say this though, one of my favorites is to go to prison and then Los Higos like straight afterwards, but I think in a tournament situation I probably wouldn't do that.
So you're a skirting the edges kind of guy for this one.
Yeah, I'll take the edge off a bit.
Interestingly enough, the ultimates going to be #1 on the community vote. That is not what I would have picked here coming in, Imperium, but you know, we've got a lot of very fans watching.
Hey, look, but that's the point of the community vote, right?
Yeah,
it allows the fans to voice their support in a more obvious way, in a more kind of, hey, you know, it kind of means something in that regard. So it's great to see. Obviously, not surprised to see YALLA jumping up into second with the 40% of the votes off the back of that juicy chicken dinner in the first game.
That's right. The fair weather fans of the community vote out there being like, wait, they just got a chicken dinner? Maybe I'll vote on them. But you know, I'm just teasing, guys. I'm just teasing. But I see your strategy. I see where you're going with this one. So it's not too bad a choice, again, considering it's a team full of veterans. When we've been able to watch them in the past in PUBG mobile esports, so not too bad. There's the ultimate.
Yeah.
There's the guys that the community has voted for so far. What do you think, Lethal? You think the ultimate's going to take it?
Oh, I really don't know. Honestly, it's so tough to call, and I would say that it would have been a different circumstance in that first game. If it didn't go to Yasnaya and the circle was more towards Primosk, we would have seen a lot more from them across the board here. And we've seen them do that 3-1 split right at the very beginning in that first game, didn't we? And after all that 3-1 split was pointless because there was no one in the area within by a blast radius. It was absolutely ridiculous how far they had to travel. I think they had the longest travel time to get to that first phase as well. It was mad, but you know, we could see something a little bit different. I did think it was they were at a heavy disadvantage in terms of position and how to try and get into Yas9, because as well as it being a very long path for them to get into that first phase, at the same time they probably have to deal with a lot of damage across the board to try and even enter Yasna. So I'm not gonna lie to you, I felt a little bit sorry for them. So hopefully they'll get a little bit beneficial for the first phase this time around in the second game.
I'm gonna be honest with you, boys. We were told that the game's gonna be 3 minutes from now, and I'm looking at these players, and I don't think that's gonna be the case. They don't seem quite as engaged with their devices as once before. As we just take a few more moments here, Osh-tekkWarriors as well, a name that we're very familiar with on the battlegrounds. But beyond that, any other thoughts, Imperium, as we take a look over these teams? We've talked about a lot already between this game. There's not much more.
No, there's always something to talk about in the sense of Train to Kill, the other South Asian representative here in this Global Esports Tour event. They've been on the rise massively across the South Asian scene. They won the league stage of the PNPL South Asia Season 4.
Yeah.
In a big way. And in the finals, they fell a little bit shorter, but still performing by no means badly. Absolutely spot on from Train to Kill. So I'm really excited to see this team on a LAN stage. They do have a player called Killer from another South Asian team called Vibes, who
right, yeah.
definitely not a bad team as well. So he's kindly lending his hand to the team, but that doesn't take away on what they're able to do. And I'm specifically looking out for Jane from T2K on what he's going to be able to do to help lead his team to some hopefully pretty damn good results across this GET.
Yep, gotta be able to shape on up here for this kind of tournament. And I think, you know, when you look at some of the other teams that have kind of like the potential for a championship pedigree here, Lethal, you're thinking about teams like, you know, FalconsEsport. We've seen them be able to win things in the past. I think it was Saudi Arabia Nationals all that time ago, just a few months back, I think it was. So there's definitely a lot of power in this lobby here that people are gonna have to contend with. And when there are like championship caliber teams in these lobbies, everyone's got to look out for what's happening on those rotations. How quickly can they move past certain compounds, if they even want to crash into compounds, where FalconsEsport apparently is able to hold things out, even though it was a little bit lucky during that first game.
Yeah, I completely agree as well. And do you know what? I kind of feel like at least a handful of these teams are overdue a victory at some stage. Like, you look at all of their past results in the PNPL Arabia and some of the other national tournaments, they've become or have come close, very close to winning a lot of these tournaments. And it's actually a bit of a shock. Like, you know, we could look at someone like Fate Esports, for example, like consistently top 5 across the board, even some second and third place finishes, just always just trying to make it work, or always trying to get something going here. But the problem is they just haven't. And you know, with teams like Cryptics as well, they placed first in their last PNPL Arabia season, and we saw barely anything from them. But no, I know I'm clutching at straws a little bit. It's still very early days yet. We know it's the first of many maps over the next few days, but just a little bit of a shock, really. But I do feel like at least 4 or 5 of these teams are just way overdue a victory, and it may even come in this event alone.
Yeah, Fate's a good pull-up, because I think Imperium, when we look at how their previous tournaments have gone, I feel like Fate is due a win right? Like, it sounds a bit ridiculous, but like, I feel like they're due a win, even though there's some really strong teams here that they're competing against. They're still a really strong roster.
They are, but what I feel hurts them at times, GET, is that it can take them a little bit too long to really get into a tournament, right? And especially if it's a little bit shorter form, such as the GT, or back when we commentated them in the EMEA Championship.
Yeah.
It just takes them a little bit too long to find their feet, and that's not uncommon, but if you want to kind of be the best, you nearly need to be playing like the best right from the get-go, right from the start. So for Fate, I would like to see just a little bit more kind of early games of a tournament awareness, and to get stronger results, so it sets them up for a much better success story later on, and they do get that deserved win that you talked about.
Indeed. And as we take a look across the teams as well, there's a lot of teams just conversing, but there's also a few teams here and there that are still kind of just keeping their fingers warm, practicing. And personally, Lethal, I err on that side, the side of like, okay, yeah, we might have a little bit of a delay here, we might just be chilling for a moment, but keep yourself, you know, warmed up going into these games, because actually, you know, a lot of actions per minute come down if you're going to be kind of taking these fights, etc., and things like that. I think, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to be warm going into the next games, even despite the delay?
Yeah, I would 100% make sure I'm warmed up as possible. It's all about that mindset, really. It's very, very key before you do start going into another map, and depending on what series it is. And I think you're right, but, you know, there is such thing as warming up too much, where at some times or some stage, if you do warm up too much, your aim may be pretty solid, but you may be a little bit unaware, or you could be, in terms of the match cycle, how he actually approached a lot of his matchups. So you might get too much tunnel vision on top of that. It can occur a lot when you're way too warm in terms of your aim skill alone, but there's only so much aim skill you can have. It can be more about the strategical value, of course, for the rotations and tactics and what you want to do. And you kind of want to do that like at least a lot before the next map where you re-engage, and then probably keep yourself warm at least 5 or 10 minutes beforehand. But yeah, I would definitely say prioritize warm up as much as you can, because you never know what kind of flair you need to bring onto the server, especially you have to engage right away on landing.
No, definitely. I mean, especially since the first game was almost a city ending, which is very, very difficult to end up playing, right? I mean, if you translate that across from Erangel to Miramar here, Imperium, city endings like can be vastly different depending on the city where you're in. Are you in San Martin, where it's a smaller city and there's kind of smaller skirmishes going down? Are you in Los Leones, where it's insane ending, I think is fair to say?
Oh god, Los Leones, and especially because a few of those buildings in Los Leones can, I guarantee you, catch out more teams than you think if the circle ends towards that area, because some of them aren't accessible, right?
Yeah.
And you think, okay, we can go to that building. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. No, you're not. And you get taken out in some way, shape, or form. So yeah, city finishes in Miramar are not only not common, but they can be really, really hit and miss depending on the size of the city.
Oh, I see players in Miramar. I saw the desert.
Ooh.
I did. It is almost time, by the looks of things, to get into things. So again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. Obviously, like, we are beholden to the gods of technology, and we are getting into Miramar for game number 2. So thank you very much, Imperium and Lethal. We have spoken. You're now invited to my wedding. We've spent so much time together, and we are going to be moving into our second game here at the Global Esports Tour. So without further ado, as all of these players get ready and good to go, he's taking his headset off. It's not looking great. Oh, he's checking the sound. Okay, Imperium.
Maybe he's listening for the do.
No. I'll tell you something. That occurrence is going to happen in about 2050. Let's put it that way. Not anytime soon. Not anytime soon.
You brought it up, mate.
I did, and you know, I'm already regretting it. All right. So, yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience, obviously, as, you know, we had to get everything good to go. And obviously, all the players want to be playing in the best conditions possible when this kind of money is on the line. As I now see all of the players in the lobby and good to go. Just a few eyes darting around here and there. Any final thoughts, Lethal, before we get into this?
Cryptics, I want them to sort the lives out and try and put in an impact this time around.
All right, let's do it then. It's desert time, baby. We're going to Miramar here for the Global Esports Tour PUBG Mobile.
Oh, Tarzan, thank you so much, Claris and co. We are on the desert dunes of Miramar, finally, over Los Leones, no less. Tarzan, oh, it feels great to be back in game. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yep, I mean, this playing path is actually pretty nice for some of these teams, right? All the way from that Eastern Bridge, all the way to Campo Militar, putting a little bit more strain on these teams that like maybe Valdemar, Montenuevo, and La Cobreria, because we talk about that spot like quite a few times. Like when we do these homework and research, we know DRS likes going there, and they're not the only team. We talk about maybe 2 or 3 of them. Cryptics, I know Lethal picked them. I know they love Valdemar religiously. So you know what? Like we've seen some teams, maybe in the Western Europe scene, liking Valdemar, but sometimes getting punished for that. I'm not going to name any horses or any teams from that, but it's not an easy position to play from. And right now, we've got a pretty eastern path. It's looking forward to see how these teams are going to drop, because after all, we do have some potential clashes coming up, and it's all about adaptation, as we always say.
I always really love, though, to be honest, we could adapt, but staying the same. And my one true love, I'm just going to say it straight away, Tarzan, to beat Bus. This is why Miramar is my favorite game. Don't judge me, Tarzan. It has to come out. I want to see the beat Bus inside every event, and this one is no exception.
Wow, and you know what? The exception sometimes. You know what? We've done some prep work.
Never.
Right? Talk about drop spots or whatnot. YALLA Esports. Like, I have not seen this team drop in Los Leones. Like, I've seen them hot drop against Twisted Mind for around 67 times in PMPL Arabia the last season in San Martin. And they changed to Picada and forced away FalconsEsport. This time around, they are coming into the area of control, arguably by the side of Fate Esports. So it's a bit different strategy coming in, and I do welcome them a lot. You know, sometimes it's about these flexibilities, knowing how to play from a different side of the map, like, and yeah, can't disagree with that. And after all, it's a huge city that can accommodate more than one team. Give it 3 or 4, it has no issues. And after all, like, it's about early game tempo as well. I think early games, after all, it's about data. You gather a little bit more data, you plan, and I think that is the key thing as well. Like, it's a very different discussion process, right? For LAN events, okay, we screw up this game. How much time do we actually have? How are we going to talk through this? Well, we can now see each other. So, of course, if you look angry, well, I'll be angry at you as well. No, I'm joking. Like, so many ways to maybe make.
Show me your angry face, Tarzan.
Yeah,
I want to see it.
I'm very angry.
Give me it.
And I'll probably be the one who will bring out a drawing board, right? So that would be the way that I'm going to conduct some of these if I'm coaching or playing in any of these teams. So this is for them to find out, and we may get the pleasure to see how they do it as well. And Virtus.pro and this team, I think it's very interesting to see Bandita being in here as well, like a name that was seen around the scene for a very, very long time. And yeah, like, I think alongside Black White, they can do something great. They love Power Grid, and I'm not sure whether that is the choice of this time.
Okay, side note as well, while we were waiting through for a second game, we kind of had a little bit of fun behind the scenes, and we were talking about who we kind of wanted to have as our victor for this game. You picked R8T. I think it's a fair option, but I also picked Twisted Minds. I think that they've been one of these teams that have really excelled, particularly on Miramar, and I think this is going to be realistically their map to shine on once again, considering when you look back towards all of those PMPL games and all around that Los Leones side, that south part of Miramar, it feels so dominant for them. And when you look towards this first zone, it doesn't look like that's too far off of reality for them either.
A bit early to say, right? This is, yes, I know. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me explain just a little bit. Like, Highland Wolf and myself had around 6 to 7 games back to back of Los Leones finishes. I don't know what
don't remind me.
I will have to say it out,
and
this will be very painful for them and and for us, to be fair. But you know what? We're always down to see some good Los Leones play after. It's a very challenging city. I think after having a Sniper on the finish, we can say this is the other type almost the equivalent on this desert map, I would say. Huge city with a lot of landscape all around that you can play with or out-knowledge your enemies with, as we say. No surprise here, Cryptics going to Valdemar, and I want to see whether they can find the temple that's needed for them to maybe redeem this one.
Also, I think a big surprise was actually Cryptics falling down earlier inside of that Napoleano in game number 1. I think that Cryptics, one of these teams, yes, they have slightly changed overall their roster, but you still got the main composition in between El Chapo and Marshall is still there, so you still got the players that makes Cryptics what it is. Yes, they got him is what it was in PMPL. They are still a strong team. I liked what they were doing in that first game. I think when it comes down to the end points, though, and something I want to see them try to change up, particularly coming into this game too as well, is focusing on how to move from that initial position they've been able to take into the next, if you need to. Because that adaptation coming out as Napoleana, in then towards the fields, there was something that was a little bit questionable coming out from.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways to really enter this one as well. Like, sometimes it's about the basics of circle matching, playing path or whatnot, and these research needs to come through. I think the fact that they are in a LAN event, making all this preparation in a very, very different format, and I love seeing it. And speaking of format and structures as well, DRS coming in with a drop spot that I haven't seen recently. I know they love Locaberia, I know they like Monte Nuevo. Occasionally they will work their way from that eastern bridge just off the north of Los Higos, but this time around Custaval is actually a sweet spot that they found. Actually great loot, and I love the path going down south towards Hacienda del Patron. It's actually a great compound. I think it has so many access to any type of shift, and with this center, very central phase one, I would say this is where teams really find, you know, how they can maybe get an opening and these early momentum if they just get the basics down. Then scouting, we talk about getting an opening, maybe baiting something, but of course you can play very loud as well, like Lovey is doing.
You can play loud, Tarzan, or you could also play like ABIAH, and you could neigh and trample your way through the opponents, which is what they also did in game number 1. I was, I think, most surprised by ABIAH coming into this tournament so far. It's only game number 1. Yes, it's only first looks, but what we've seen from them is very different to what we saw in PMPL, where actually they did struggle, particularly in terms of those fighting. They struggled in terms of those late games, but being able to go toe-to-toe already in his first game and having that more overall synergy inside of those team fights, making sure their position is together, making sure they're not too split away from each other, I like it.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, this type of maneuver, to be honest, should I say the interaction between teams around that church area earlier shouldn't happen so much after today. Like, you should have some of your research down. You would know around what time does a certain team like to claim a particular spot. So yeah, those are all the things that you need to remember, right? I think that's always the challenge to teams. And sometimes it's about, you know, having the structure. Yes, you're so used to it. Sometimes it's so hard to make changes from that point onwards. So it's important, you know, to study and also come in and implement in digestible chunks. And I think that is extremely key. And right now in this Picado Hill, Picado Plateau, we have Twisted Minds in here. No surprise here, being the San Martin team, will have priority to the supreme high ground area.
This is always something they seem to do, right? Is they take these high ground positions. The problem being is sometimes it gets a little bit tricky on how to descend. And yes, it's also early game. So Twisted Minds, I think they have the optimal strategy here of taking a high ground, finding that information, scouting out, particularly coming into the next part of the zone, whether it does shift on where teams are going to be coming in from. So this now high ground position in Picado, because it shifted up towards the northwestern side, all of these teams who are coming out of the cities, coming into these open choke points, heading into Picado Hills, I think that's a great opportunity for now Twisted Minds to be able to scout out and potentially grab a few kills starting out in the early game. You can see teams who are coming in from that congestion side already doing the same.
Yeah, I think this type of circle seems very nice Tier teams, if you do allow yourself to believe that, to be fair, I think it's actually quite harsh. I'll explain why, right? So if you look at the areas that get pushed out of the Fatal Circle, it seems like no one's really there already. But when you look at some of these pro teams, it's about repositioning, although they have the spot in the circle. And we've seen some teams, in different regions who really love playing center. And sometimes they are kind of off center and they still think they're not quite center enough. So it's about the rotations to the next spot. That is important. And I think this is really allowing these teams to test each other's styles, as well as we have, like these mini-maps coming up. They really can get to understand each other a lot more. And that can really funnel into the later games, even today or the later days, when they can actually hunt someone down based on these early game tendencies.
Albeit, though, you still got to look at around these positions, the tendencies to be caught out around here. I really am concerned now for the rest, I think, really, of the ultimate, because the ultimate, yes, they've got this nice position inside Picado. Have they stayed too long, though? Yes, you've got track up towards these hills. Look at where the rest of the team is, though. They're inside Picado itself, and I think this is potentially one of those issues where track, they get called out, they're going to lose a lot of pressure and a lot of map presence. Then they get stuck in Picado in around this mid portion of the game, which we know is going to be so tricky to navigate out of, regardless, judging even more so by the fact there are teams around them.
Yeah. Can I say one thing, though? I've been liking the way that these teams play. I think when it comes to staying alive, like, we sometimes try to assess or try to find a level of a lobby by how well they can maintain as a full team, or at least have someone alive towards this mid-late game. But we have these early skirmishes coming through. SUDOR just made his way through. Powerful, on the other hand, is getting crashed. It's going to be a battle of supports right here.
Right, indeed, it's already SUDOR. Yes, they've tried to butcher in first blood on the compound, but they did get a knock, not successful to the first. They have knocked a core as powerful. This now opens up a little bit of a breach, a disconnect between the front line and the back. As a second knock will come through on the front line. Catan is still there, sneaky as ever, strikes down a second.
Tricky position right here. I think it's about all the intel they're giving to teams around, but that will be SUDOR actually trying to stop the wrath from YALLA Esports. Let's talk about a good game one. I don't know how well you're going to feel after maybe a sucky game two, but the reset might come through. Powerful getting picked up. 2 more knocks right now. Bandai has a huge.
Oh, but no, Bandai gets dropped. It's awful for SUDOR. Complete wipe. YALLA will, or sorry, should I say, YALLA get eliminated here, so they'll take the victory. In overall, I think YALLA, a massive shock. We talked about how great they were in the first game. To go out so early on, YALLA cutting as we kind of predicted through the analyst desk, half the points already gone.
Okay, you know what? Like, this shift as well, I kind of like it. I'll tell you why. It's a gentle shift to that northwestern side. If we look at the landscape, and when it comes to some sort of hardship, there's teams that love making these wide rotations to avoid the direct path. But for all these grounds that they can go for one rotation, entry points are either extremely hilly, someone could be there already, or very open on that bottom left side. But meanwhile, we see finally Virtus.pro finding some good shots over here, and Fate loses 2 as well. So it's not going to be an easy ground to breach, this high ground.
Already, though, Virtus.pro, I think another one of these teams who has struggled coming in the late side of the rotations. I think when it comes to Virtus.pro, loving what they're doing, setting up, because when you want to now set up in this new shift, you're looking towards coming down from the hills of Picado and coming in towards the edge of El Pozo. I think actually El Pozo, around those hills coming outside, one of the strongest positions, because you're going to see potentially teams later on, in the event that it does shift into that bowl in between the 2 hills, coming in onto those flats. And if you have that other opposite side advantage, where you're not going to be affected by so many teams who have been brave enough to take that crossing, you're not going to be affected by being in the bowl itself, you could actually be able to strike those kills in the advancement of this game.
Yes, for sure. And so many things to consider around this. And you know what? Falcons in the position just really need to make it work. I mean, we've seen them fly. We like to say, oh, the Falcons are soaring and all these stuff. There's a lot more like in this game right now for this team, because we talked about how they can get good starts and really, take it very, very far. But they had that seemingly good start in game 1. not quite well. I mean, the Endless Desk talked about it already, like a little bit of a blind so this time around, this is time for them to redeem themselves. Bumper lost a little bit of HP, but should still be able to hold this position down.
Tricky position though to hold it all for Triple D. It's only gonna go one way, and there it does get knocked as there comes through the grenade right on time. Is RAT though your pick for this win? Keep in mind, Tars, and I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm gonna hold you to that as much as you hold myself to Twisted Minds. Up against Virtus.pro, I like though the split coming through. Yes, there is a risk, of course, the game being knocked out. I think as SK Ton plays this, not more for the kills and assassination, but more for the scouting and information in this stage of the game where you are looking to try and make that next move into the circle. This is great for RAT because they're getting this vision awareness on so much land in front of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the circle is hard in the way that you may want to stay on your so-called power position on that eastern side, on the big hill, right? But if you've been playing so loud, and we talked about being at the high level, other teams know how to avoid you. So you need to maybe prioritize your rotation, as we see the side of the ultimate here, defense favorite for this game. Not finding the luck so far, still stuck very far out on the eastern side. But T2K not having a good time either. It's going to be a bloodbath before they actually have to move in. They've got 40 seconds to burn, but that landscape is going to be so tricky to maneuver through.
Guess who's got them under their wings? It's ABIAH, who have them controlled on the edge of that zone. And I think it's disaster here for T2K because that hard shit, as much as that beauty of a beat bus is going to be, it's not going to protect you from the wrath up from above. And ABIAH, yes, you survive one knock for now, but how do you continue to push? You need to use that knock. It's going to come through back onto ABIAH. Your only real hope now is this third party coming from TU.
I think it's important to talk about how T2K ended up in this position. As a team that plays Mina Generalis again and again, you are considerably low, like slow, I would say, entering this area. Maybe it's about the power positions that we talk about. How long do you want to hold it for? You have in right now, 1 man in 3 men in 1 bus. That is going to be a potential rip moment as they try to test it. Like going on that northern side, man, that is a far rotation to make.
I think it's also a waste of smoke, say, because Steven trying to throw out the smokes, but they're just behind them completely. So I also agree that, yes, I think it's risky. I think they're wasting drills that are going to be required of them later on in this game because they have such a long way to come into. They've got that high ground. Ricardo they're going to be walking into as well, and that only makes it so hard because you can also see teams already in the vicinity how difficult it is to find that strong position. Even such as Cryptics, who were on the edge of the zone, they cannot fend against so many different angles of teams coming out against them. They've been split apart. Marshall now left on his own. Triple D in a 1v1 as Marshall was able to claim at least 1 kill so far. The reset going to come through.
Maybe not. I mean, it's phase 4, right? It's starting to tick pretty painfully. And this is actually like that one smoke that they might have wasted might just get the meds and run, right? And that is the issue, realizing a little bit too late. Where is the car, mate? And that is the problem. We have also on this the battle of this spin. And that is trying to luck will take one, and that will be the second. Cryptics is out.
A beautiful line of fire coming through from SUDOR. They use the smokes. They use also that vehicle. TS also blocked the shots actually coming through from Cryptics. I think we're on a little bit of a disjunctioned ship when it comes to being on 2 halves. One on the front, one on the back. Not really sure how to work on either. And again, when you're trying to look for a steering wheel, you end up getting shot down by those ships, all those players from the opposite side of the seas. Now also in that desert ocean itself, ABIAH have also successfully navigated down towards power grid. T2K though, up against it as well when it comes to the fight. They have positioned themselves into a more favorable position. No high ground to low disadvantage this time, but they've still got the openness that they have to expand on top of.
It's very hard for the teams. I think the thing would be, I mean, being an IGO in the past, I think it's about what to say right now. Do you focus on what's right there, or do I start preparing, doing these pre-shifts total scouting, right? And we're going to find out how this circle is going to place these teams in this game. My God, that is so tough. It sends us up, but look at the landscape. It's so open.
Oh, that's so open as well. You can see, this is a problem. Where do you go? Fortunately, Triple D, they're inside the edge of the zone, but barely dodging out the shots themselves. But T2K, it's a double knock in the front, and ABIAH have completely wiped him with artillery on the back end of the fight. In front of front, yes, T2K strike one back, but Soyo is not there. He is not there to protect his team. They will grab at least one kill for now, but it might be all they get at a total of 4 because they've lost everyone but him.
I mean, it's the early game tempo. Maybe you're right with T2K hanging around that eastern side for a little bit too long, and they just go down like dominoes right now. And we've got no time left. Here comes a blue zone. It's going to be so hard. This landscape means teams sometimes just don't get to know what's in front. There's no time to scout until you get there. Here comes Result trying to finish what they've started.
Indeed they do. An easy finish coming in from R8T. 2 kills so far, and I think actually R8T in again another advantageous position with the zone shifts coming to them once and time again. They actually have this ability to then take further advantage of this zone around those Picado Hills because they don't have to rotate as far. They have had that more time to scout, and that's been then the informational advantage they've had over these other teams.
It's great. I mean, it's the battle of the next par position on this northern side. There's still a lot of work to be done as it's down to his lonesome. And against a full team of Falcons, that is not going to be a job easy. The dips around, that can be good for him. And SKTon finding some beautiful headshots on the other side.
Almost grabbed to confirm knock. They're going to try for it a little bit cheeky. Again, as they do heal back up, I think SKTon will look back in a third, potentially time, to see if they can catch out them by surprise. Is there also the rest of Virtus.pro on the down side? They actually, I think, have again the same problem though. Yes, they're inside their zone. They actually have the compound, or albeit a small warehouse available to them. That's going to be crucial because unlike now NSC, they don't have that ability to rotate. They've got the vehicles, yes, but they're going to need, I think, another one of these rotations where they're going to have to be efficient. They're going to have to be speedy, but they got caught out. That's the issue with it being on the open side, and it's going to be a grenade to finish him off. 2 for 1. SKTon, what an eagle-eyed strike.
I mean, this spot is just too strong right now. I can't believe that there's no one really pushing them away or claiming it before they do. And yes, I know it's on edge sometimes when you're on edge, and it'll probably mean that you need to move for the next one. But the elevation and the amount of info that you can get from that southeastern edge is just too strong. As we see on the other side, so many people are just looking at you. That we're finding another one. But it's about time to move now. The circle goes over to the compound that VP's holding. Man, it's going to be tricky, to be fair. If I'm them, I'm going to be scared. So many angles to look out for.
Osh-tekkWarriors almost losing themselves. Yes, they finally go down towards Falcon, never alone. Finish them off, but yes, you talked about on edge. How do they get down? But they got everything they needed by ground. Tarzan, 7 kills so far. Over towards R18. They are destroying everyone from their advantageous position. And Falcons, who are the Eagles themselves, only now really need to find a position themselves. They don't have anywhere outside of their zone. And yes, they've also been striking kills, the other aggressor in this lobby. But now they have to slow down. They need to find this rotation because it's Virtus.pro with that center compound. It's Virtus.pro with the God finish.
Oh, it's good from Rico Infinity. They know that's one risk, one angle that they need to calm down. They sent the scout and the Overwatch was there. But what the heck is happening on this side? It's just like bloodbath everywhere. DRS not having a good time either.
DRS are getting run down by last. It's 1v3 Tarzan inside the blue. Disaster for DRS is another unfortunate early finish for them. SUDOR, though, are also on the opposite side, and I think it's the last stand coming through, but it's not going to be enough. Never alone confirms the next Viper team out of the board. And this is a statement coming through from Falcons. They used to be a whopper team on Miramar in Season 1 PMPL, but now coming once again into the GET Riyadh 2021 Tarzan, they are again back on this form and they look so scary. Is now also even Virtus.pro inside their own fight. They take down another of R18 as Prestigo one is lonesome in a 1v1. He does find a strike. Can he find 2? Cannot find 3. They gang up and destroy him down.
Great teamwork there. I mean, that's the time to really just make a 2v1. You make sure the support is there, but that is also the opportunistic entering by Falcons. You hear the gunshots, it means that's an opening. The attention is elsewhere, and we're down to 3 teams. Where's this last guy? It's going to be NSE. that is the last player, but no, I jinxed it. It's going to be a 4v4.
You jinxed it, Tarzan. You said it too fast. And then he was like, I'm coming in, guys. And then Tarzan spoke one word, and then it was all over. 11 kills for Virtus.pro. Tarzan, this is now if they can close it out, though, because Falcons, they've been putting a fair amount of pressure, a fair amount of chunking down onto Virtus. And with this zone, it's not going to play kind whatsoever now that Virtus.pro are ones who have to move.
Man, this is going to be a little bit tricky. I mean, the landscape's not easy to maneuver through. You can go wide on that left side, but it's going to be just so hard. Someone's already there to guard that angle. You can see Falcons also sending Damar to far wide. It's not in the circle. Doesn't matter. It's a sweet spot to choke out one of the two options of the retreat path.
Bro, still, though, Tarzan, where do they go? How do they get inside of this zone? You can see on the edge, Bandita is trying to slowly find that position inside. They're using outreach line, but trying to find the vision. But Big Gunners almost surely at least one of their players. Virtus.pro down to just 3 remaining. They're trying to come around the flank once more. As we said, White is also coming forward. Black White, the leader of their team, saying that this is a way we've got to come into the zone. This is the only way we survive. They might have found last, but he gets in behind the door in time. That was a crucial knock missed.
And that is actually great. Like, VP had their attention on one side, and then Falcons say, I'm just going to look at the buildings. They used that time, VP, to make that rotation, and they found a spot in the circle. And with these dips, you can really peek and shoot, like rotate along, and it's really close enough for, you know, any footsteps to be passed on either. But of course, they're trying to challenge shots here and there. This next shift will really determine the destiny of these teams.
Still, they continue to strike. Still, they continue to stealthily snake their way further forward. Tarzan, Bomper, never alone on the side. Still, they know something is up, but they do not strike just yet. It is patience back and quiet back onto the desert fields. Is Bandita does hear the shots. He can move further forward, but he decides to stop for now, understanding that this is as far as they can go. This is as far as they make it without needing, of course, these smokes, without needing that utility, Tarzan, to get back in even further forward. That zone closing in even further.
Waiting and waiting. Tick-tock goes the clock. We'll go into phase 8 quite soon, and it's just extremely tricky. Seems like both teams will need to move a little bit.
This feels like one of those Chinese lobby games, Tarzan, where you go all the way to phase 9. You have the zone close in completely, and then finally you have your victor. This is how it's going to be, I'm afraid. The second game is a slow one, but such a crucial one. But both Falcons, for Virtus.pro to strike up on the leaderboard. Of course, YALLA, keep in mind, they were 16th in this game, Tarzan. The open door is there. It's who will walk through it is the question.
I have to say that VP's not doing it the best. I think this is the time to use some aggressive smokes. Just throw some onto balcony, like throw some onto that fence to stop all the peaks coming through. Force them to peek out on the particular site so that you can actually challenge with some of these shots. But VP just smoking the entry spots of no use right now. And the clock's going down, they're running out of time.
They're using the utility now. They know they have to go. This is the do-or-die moment for Virtus.pro. They have stepped forward. Black-White is up first. They take down half HP. And Molly will force them to the left, and that might be enough to find the shots through. They just cannot get inside under the fire. Falcons, they know where all of them are. They are still alive for now, but is it a miracle that they are so far from getting inside of this building? There comes the final first knock. There comes the 1-for-1 trade. Is it enough? They find an extra kill for now. This might be all they go for to points, to kill points, Tarzan, because they've lost Black-White and is hitting down on his own. And this is Falcons' game. This is going to be their victory. A 4-man win for Falcons.
But you can see, okay, of course, it's a great bounce back by the team. And the energy that you can get from bouncing back after a rough game is huge. But you can see that is the pressure in the end game. That is the pressure of a 9th event. Like, towards the end there, they have that position right. They know it's 1 knock, 2 knocked. Last guy. That is the comms right there. But this last push came through a little bit slow. And to be fair, like, I know what these teams can, like, level that they can play at. That is arguably just a little bit of that code feed still.
I think it's also nervousness coming into this tournament, Tars, and you can see that the way they're hesitating, they're not willing to give too much over to Virtus. They know how good they were, but I think they definitely had a much stronger position, and I think Falcons looked like they were trying to play it for. I think, again, you're looking for that slight more aggression to come out as the tournament advances. Of course, we are only on the second game so far, and I think also it's a very big opener in terms of the overall scores, right? Yes, we're 2 games down, but these now scores overall are going to be very even, considering those who did well in the first game did not have such a good result this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if I have to pick between being Falcons and YALLA, I would always pick being the Falcons, because, you know, like when you have a good start, you always have that bar there. You know how euphoria feels like, right? You always want to revisit that feeling, and you just don't get to. And the way that they died was arguably embarrassing. And I mean, yes, we can have some good games then have a huge fall, but doing it in front of so many people when they are almost like looking at you, like the guy who killed me is 20 meters away from me, that is a very different sensation, right? So I don't know how that's going to feel, but the bounce back is strong, and I hope the Falcons continue to fly.
It's going to be a long journey, though. They've got to be consistent. This is something we begged for them to be in PMPL. Can they do it here? That's the question, as we will head through over to the analyst desk. We'll get the words through from Imperium, Lufel, and also Clarks.
That's right, great stuff by the Falcons. Congratulations to them sweeping that northwest side of the circle to be able to take out some big names, as well as breach into the compounds that Virtus.pro had. And joining me, Imperium, as well as Lethal here. Lethal, it was looking good for Virtus.pro, but it seems like too many threats from too many angles, and eventually kind of getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, you saw in that last segment Falcon with full positional advantage everywhere you looked at it so far, and they had the Peekers advantage as well at the same time, just made matters even worse. The only thing for VP though, I would say they had some utility underneath their belt, only had a couple of smokes, a few more could have maybe made a difference along the lines, but you could say at the same time they're just delaying the inevitable. But VP, they had some really, and I mean really solid circles over the last 10 minutes. They were probably laughing at that point.
Yeah, definitely so, Imperium, but unfortunately you can have the compound, but if someone pushes in from an angle that you're not necessarily covering, I mean, effectively, Falcon steals the best spot away from them during some of those last circles.
Yes, but unlike a lot of teams, Virtus.pro committed to one side and covering that one side. They had Rico Infinity coming down the hill, right? And they allowed Rico Infinity to in some way breach it for a split second. So they had to commit their full squad. So many teams will try and split it. They'll try and cover all angles. Whereas Virtus.pro, they were always better off covering that one side, clearing that one side, and then focusing on the other. As it happens, yes, Falcon had the full squad up and they were able to take it under their control. But if there had been a 1 or 2 person team that got to that side, it would have been much easier for Virtus.pro. I just respect the fact that they stuck to where they wanted to go and they laid it down and got second place.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this and see exactly how things went down. Not the easiest circle to be able to deal with, aside from, again, Virtus.pro is sitting pretty in a compound, but aside from that, Monte Nuevo and east of that, it's very flat terrain with cliffs looking down upon it right here, Lethal. So for a lot of teams, having to play edge was one of the only options that they had up until those very last moments.
Yeah, and it's all about the verticality as well. It's very, very difficult. And when someone's got that kind of advantage on you, you kind of question what ideas you have and what to do next. Again, you know, the smokes will definitely play a huge part of it. But if they're playing quite quiet or quite, you know, the silent types to try and make those flanks around, it's very, very difficult to comprehend exactly how they want to go about things. And you can see, once again, we saw it on a number of occasions as well. And one thing I also just want to add and just want to point out as well is the fact that with YALLA as well, they came last in this map. And I said it before, good teams come to die on this map sometimes. YALLA, they were literally the first ones in, first ones out. And it was a little bit of a shame for them. But we have to give kudos to SUDOR as well here, Imperium, because they did a great job during those first 15 minutes, didn't they?
SUDOR were just lining them up and batting them out of the park, Lethal and Colaris. They took out YALLA, they took out Cryptics, and they took out DDD. They were absolutely on fire, and you can see 8 kills 14 in total. A fantastic game for SUDOR.
Yep, definitely so. FalconsEsport and Virtus.pro, though, will run away with the lion's share of the points up towards the top. 13 kills and 12 kills, respectively. Falcon, as we mentioned, up towards that northwest side, really able to take out some big names. And Virtus.pro, I mean, I actually thought they were, so obviously we can't watch every single team every single time, Lethal, but yeah, I thought they were being pretty passive in their compound, but to be able to get 12 kills meant that they were shooting at quite a lot of threats around them.
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt across the board. I kind of felt like with VEP, considering they were in the center of, I think there was one stage where they were the only ones in the circle. I think it was in phases 5 and 6 where they had full roam of what they want to do. They had full cover as well. And I was kind of thinking to myself, okay, they should like the kill feed quite sporadically on a number of occasions, depending on where some of these teams come from and how they want to go about things. But they didn't take a huge advantage of it. But there were some players who did, as you can see, Bandita definitely did at one stage. 804 damage. That is absolutely huge in itself. And don't get me wrong, some of the other players, you know, not really too far off across the board, but at least it took advantage of the position he was in at the towards the ending.
And it does, I mean, I think a lot of people may have had some, you know, concerns maybe, Imperium, about how well our standings for Virtus.pro were going to do. Does this dispel a little bit of any doubts that you might have had before, or even I had, to be honest?
I didn't have doubts of their individual ability, because those kind of numbers I've seen before from the likes of Bandita and Bronsberg. But it's the fact that, again, and it goes back to what I mentioned, where they covered that one side of the compound as a full squad, and that just shows that this synergy is slowly but surely building through each of these games so far for Virtus.pro. And come day 2, day 3, I wouldn't be surprised if we see multiple chicken dinners thrown up.
Right. How does this work? I got 1 point. They didn't win. I mean, maybe it's like a top
we got 1
finish.
point. We got 1 point.
Yeah, we got 1 point. But I just figured it would just be the winner. But I mean, you know, we'll take it, I suppose. Take that, community. I don't know. I know, Imperium, you're a man of the community, but at this point, at this time, us three have to beat them.
Look, I am a man of the people, but it's one for all and all for one, is it? In the Three Musketeers?
Apparently.
You know?
Well, actually, now that I know that we're on the same team, we're screwed tomorrow when Maxman appears, Lethal. If you could stick with us instead of having Max with his terrible predictions, that'd be great.
Mate, I'll try. Well, you know, I'll make it do be 2 plays at once. You never know. You never know. Maybe I'll throw some predictions out there whilst I'm doing something else at the same time. But yeah, it's a shame. But you know, as long as we're winning, you know, can't complain.
Can we swap with someone from the community, and somebody from the community joins a Maxman? Changes and just
literally anyone. If you've never watched, no, I won't go as far. Max will kill us by the time he gets here.
We love you, Max.
Yeah. But I think fair to say, I mean, we spoke a little bit, even at length, I suppose, about Falcon and how they've, you know, been decent in previous tournaments. So to see this kind of performance come out from them and taking out the names that they did up in the Northwest here, Imperium, is nothing short of fantastic, considering they get this win.
Yeah, that fight onto DRS for me was the antithesis for winning the game. DRS, not an easy team to beat out, but they swept through them so easily, and you can tell that, yes, they didn't have that much hassle, but they still played with a hell of a lot of purpose on the Northwest. All
right, well, time for a break. When we return, hopefully, we're going to get Sandhawk relatively soon. So join us in just a few moments here at the Global Esports Tour, where we continue things on for our PUBG Mobile.
Hello guys, this is the NASRAT questions. I am Hinky with Zain from Train to Kill. Guys, the rules is we have only 1 minute. Let's see if Zain knows PUBG Mobile as well. So, shall we start, guys? Let's go. What Japanese film was an inspiration to create PUBG Mobile? Pass, Zain. Nah, wrong. Battle Royale. What's the exact capacity for a level 3 backpack?
270.
Correct. How many sites and scopes are there in PUBG Mobile?
4.
It's wrong. 8. What AR is exclusive to Sanhok? Air guns.
Air guns.
Come on, it's easy.
Iscaro.
No, excuse it. Come on, Sanhok.
Okay.
All right. Which SMGs has the highest damage above other weapons of this type?
UMP.
No, it's Thompson. Which weapon was removed from the airdrop? You have a lot of guns.
M249.
Yeah, nice. How many islands are there on Erangel?
1.
It's 3, come on. Okay, this is not the questions. He lose, I think. I win with this question. Is hardest or easy?
It's a bit of hard now, guys, because I'm not able to understand exactly the point.
Okay, GG guys. I hope you enjoyed watching. Bye-bye.
Cheeky guys, 4 scopes. Jeez Louise. No, this. Come on. Let's get this right. Anyway, we're back. We've got Sanhok coming up next here. We've already had we've had Erangel as well as Miramar already conclude for our first maps at least, and so far so good for Yalla as well as Falcon. Imperium and Lethal joining me here to start talking about the chaos that can be Sanhok. And Imperium, you know I think that this is an interesting battleground. I think it's fair to say.
It is very painful for a lot of teams. It can be nightmarish. It can be death-defying. It just is not an easy map, and there is ways to play it. Don't get me wrong, Kyleris, there's 100% ways to play it, but when you have the 3 islands and playing the river in between, that circle yeets away to another island and your game is pretty much screwed.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams concerned relies around the fact that the third parties can quite easily happen for even fourth parties. But let's take a look at the points coming in so far. Virtus.pro, throughout their consistency, despite not getting a chicken dinner just yet in these first 2 games, is able to seize that top spot here, Lethal.
Certainly have done. And FalconsEsport, I made a big note about them, saying that they have some very, very good slayers across the board, but in terms of positional placement or just placements in general, we never see them come quite high. Of course, they like to have things quite chaotic, or you could call it organized chaos, especially in that last game. But I'm surprised they come up with a chicken dinner, because it's like I said before, in terms of kill points, I expected a lot from them, but not placement points. So it's nice to see a bit of both coming from them.
Yeah, definitely so. And for now, if Yalla Esports had got themselves just a few points here and there, then, they would have been up there. But as I say, from rags to riches, 1st to 16th, a bit brutal to deal with. But oh well, that's how things boiled down. FalconsEsport so far, just 1 point behind in that regard. All right, so yeah, you've still got some other teams actually doing pretty well for themselves here, Imperium. If you think about Rico, if you think about DRS, that's still a lot of points on the board despite not getting a win.
I really want to highlight Rico, because I think the way they played throughout this second game was fantastic. I noted 15 minutes into the game, their spread on the western side of Picado Hill was absolutely fantastic, going from north to south, and it allowed them to really control and manipulate the traffic around them. So when it came to covering the high ground, getting a knock here, a kill there, and then moving down onto the mountain to take the fight against Virtus.pro, was just a very well executed game for Rico. Something they didn't do in game 1.
Good point. It is a good point. But going on to Sanhok here, the craziness can ensue. And Lethal, we kind of briefly touched on it, but I think this bears repeating. The fact that on Sanhok, it's so up and down. There's so much foliage, which you can kind of be surprised from teams coming at you here and there. So you got to be very careful about traversing your way across this jungle map.
Yeah, an element of caution highly required across the board, because you just don't know what to expect. I told you before, Kyleris, that I love to live life on the edge, and we go for those out of towns, you could say, but I think we might see a bit more of that this time around. It depends how risky some of these teams want to be this early on. Remember, we've still got plenty and plenty more matches to come over the next few days, but it depends how and when some of these teams want to create these high risk, high reward plays in terms of these drops. Like, you know, of course, if you want to drop to Boot Camp or Paradise Resort or anything like that in the center, just to try and get maybe some kind of early circle advantage, to depend on where it's going to appear at the very beginning. So it's very, very tough to call. So we'll have to see how these teams approach it.
And one of those teams looking to approach Sandhawk is Osh-tekkWarriors. Let's check in with the Warriors.
اسمي باسل، اسمي باللعبة برضو باسل، وأمثل فريق الأوش-tekkWarriors. طبعا زملائي بالفريق كانوا في فرق مختلفة، لكن تقريبا قبل سنة من الآن تجمعنا وقررنا نسوي التيم هذا، والحمد لله استمرينا وأدينا ووصلنا للي احنا فيه الآن. طبعا هذه البطولة احنا قد لعبنا بطولات اوفلاين، لكن هذه البطولة تعتبر أكبر بطولة اوفلاين راح نلعبها، واكيد انها تعني لي الشيء الكبير لي وللتيم كامل. اسلوب لعب الفريق طبعا يتغير على حسب مجريات الجيم. في بعض الايام يكون اللعب اجريسيف، في بعض الايام يكون باسيف او متاخر يعني. الزون هو اللي يحدد طريقه لعب فريقنا. طبعا قمنا بالتدريب قبل نتجمع هنا بالرياض، ومن جينا واحنا يعني نتدرب بمعسكرنا الخاص، وباذن الله اننا جاهزين نقدم شيء كويس في هذه البطوله.
Team that's looking to adapt to win here in Osh-tekkWarriors, of course, specifying that when they're approaching these games, they're really just going to take it game by game and either be aggressive or passive. I mean, there are some teams, of course, Lethal, that do thrive on just kind of one aspect of the game, whether it is just absolute send it every single time, or, you know, sit back and sit pretty. But I can appreciate the adaptation style.
Yeah, I can understand it as well. It makes perfect sense, but they need to be on that recovery process now, because we haven't seen a lot of them as of yet. They've kind of been lurking in the shadows. Might be due to the fact that they're more worried about their positioning in terms of where they want to lurk around and how and why. I know it's still early days as of yet, but I would have thought we would have heard something from them yet. But no, again, just continue to be in the shadows, but we need to see a bit more from them. This could be the map to really make a bit of a difference.
Could be. Sandhawk has... I mean, one thing that has come to mind for us a lot in Pyram in the past has been the fact that Sandhawk, it's rare you get like a really big kill game. A lot of the times, a lot of the kills are shared amongst a lot of the teams. Even damage is shared amongst a lot of the teams because of just the nature of the battleground and how it flows.
Yeah, exactly. When you're able to pick up 4 to 5 kills early on, but then you end up getting third party 2 minutes later, and then those kills are just shared across the whole lobby overall. So that just does tend to be the case. But one team trying to run back when we casted them in the EMEA Championship that can be quite good in Sandhawk is Fate Esports.
True.
And right now, they need all the points that they can get. Calaris currently on 1 point in 2 games. That's half a point per game average. I know, quick math. I'm the new maths man. But they really need this. They need to kickstart this day one in a massive way, because they can't go 3 games with only 1 or 2 points.
Yeah, for sure. Scary notion to not have that much on the board, especially when you've already got like 30 points lead by some of these teams on you here, all things considered. You can see SUDOR as well there just for a moment. Embracing the crowd, embracing the camera, that's fine by me. But you're right, when it comes to Fate and the way they're able to play things out, they could potentially capitalize on the fact that there's a bit more chaos, lay trap down here on Sandhawk. But I think for the most part, some of the prominent features on Sandhawk, can be a bit scary. We've seen many a time, Lethal, on that northwest island when teams control the mountain, they're able to find themselves in a good spot. And you guys at home as well can vote as to who you think is going to be doing well here. But yeah, as I was saying before, Lethal, that mountain, if you can gain control of it, it makes it hard for those teams to rotate up to.
Yeah, it's huge. You know, if there's any chance of abusing that verticality in terms of your position, perfect, great. You know, light up the kill feed, really catch up with the points, especially with some of those bottom teams. As Imperium said, Fate Esports, they are one of the most consistent teams in their region. And to see no fall of consistency this early on, it does scare me a little bit. But you're right, though. Around that northeastern side, it's because very tough for a lot of these teams to approach with, especially if they're on the back foot and another team's already got that mountainous kind of area. It is very tough to try and call back from, because, you know, with that team on the mountains, they can just fall back each and every single time, be able to stay alive, regroup, or coordinate in an unpredictable way where their opponents won't have a clue where they've gone, and they've just got to literally stand there, not get the first shot, and take or force out some of these duels, which of course they're going to be in a real uncomfortable position across the borders. So yeah, an element of caution across that side definitely required, but hopefully for their sake, they're probably hoping the circles don't come that way either.
No, indeed. And poor Jean, guessing for the Scar L on Sandhawk instead of the QBZ.
Jesus.
Poor fella.
Has he never seen a Scar in a Wrangle or a Miramar before then? That's what I wonder.
I guess not. I guess he just completely ignores it and goes for the M4, which, to be fair, is pretty understandable sometimes. It's a pretty good gun. It's pretty good.
Come on, like QBZ, Sandhawk, it's it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll let him away with it. What he lacks in the tiny game knowledge, he makes up for in damage and fragging ability.
I mean, to be fair, the QBZ on Sandhawk, it being obviously the exclusive weapon too there alongside QBU. But anyway, let's talk about QBZ here for a moment. It's a powerhouse of a gun, Imperium, if you can find yourself one.
It is, but it's not so much in the meta. We know that by now that the meta is around the ump, and that's why, for example, when Jane answered on the SMG weapon, he answered ump instead of Thompson, because that is the meta gun, along with, of course, the usual of the M4. So I do expect most players in this Sandhawk game to be pulling out the ump.
Yep. Very, very useful, especially in a lot of the compound fights that you end up seeing go down on Sandhawk, which are so important. I mean, we've seen it Lethal, and you can kind of draw a comparison, sort of, to the way Virtus.pro is playing out this Miramar situation. You know, you find yourself a compound in the center of that circle, and you chill. But unfortunately for a lot of those teams that try and chill here on Sandhawk, is the approach is a bit easier to those compounds sometimes because of the foliage and trees, etc.
Yeah, this is the problem as well, and it's also the map geometry as well across the board. Sometimes when you've got the compound, yeah, sure, fine, it's safe. It's letting the kills come to you, of course, and then try and gain additional points in the meantime. But then again, yeah, you want to abuse their foliage at the same time. Maybe have 1 or 2 players just on the outside of the compound to try and throw some of your opponents off as they approach it. There's a lot of little things, kind of micromanagement plays you could make in order to, you know, create a huge play by getting a team wipe later on. But again, another element of caution. You just got to remember, if there's multiple teams coming up and it's one of the final phases, then of course, yeah, you need to probably regroup and be a little bit more careful along the way, because it really does depend on how you approach some of these towns on Sandhawk.
And if the rotation doesn't go your way, Imperium, botation.
Oh, yes, bring on a botation. Let's go, son. Botation's all the way. No, but also to extend a little bit on what Lethal was saying, when it comes to engagements, one of the biggest mistakes that teams make in Sandhawk is they just take too long to fight. They take so long to close any kind of engagement that within the 1 to 2 minutes they be making noise, another team hears those shots and goes, "Ooh, I wonder if I can get involved in that. Let's go." And next thing you know, they're getting third party. So in Sandhawk, when you choose to engage on a team, you better be damn ready to close out engagement as quickly as possible, because next thing you know, you're the next circle in, it's moved away, or you're getting third party. So I'd like to see these teams be a little bit more swifter with their engagements.
I can only agree. It gets really scary on Sandhawk with the way the terrain works out. Those third parties will come in swift. Even the fourth parties will come in swift. especially if everybody's trying to kind of crunch down on even just 1 or 2 compounds. I mean, where we usually talk about Lethal, Painan is technically a great drop spot, but oftentimes you can even have 2 teams contesting that spot, and then trying to rotate from there gets dicey. Then the hill on the east side of Painan gets dicey. There's a lot of factors you got to consider.
Yeah, you really do need to be careful, especially with the circle as well. If it's towards Painan, then it's great because at least you can keep a watchful eye on whoever comes from boot camp or the quarry or even Paradise Resort. It depends how quick some of these teams will come into play, or even Ruins on the west side. It's very, very difficult to really determine exactly how things will approach along the way. But it's like what Imperium said earlier on as well. With some of these engagements, they can't really mess around. If you got some kind of advantage, take it. Flank early. Don't hesitate. Hesitation, we see it from a lot of these teams, and even if you take something as small as 5 seconds just to make a rotation and come forward, then you're going to make it tougher on yourself, and that advantage is just going to deteriorate along the way.
Imperium, thoughts?
Yeah, I think the best way, hesitation is a virus when it comes to Sanhok and fighting. In terms of, I really want to see the eastern side of Sanhok being utilized with drop spots, because I think it's underappreciated in a lot of ways. So many teams prefer to be towards like either each of the Northwest Island, Southwest Island, or at least on the west side of the mainland, because it tends to be center. Whereas when you really recognize that, hey, Mung Nai and Camp Bravo and Kapong and Le Quai are very valuable places to move from, you can see a lot of success from those areas.
Yeah. It's a good job I know this game well, because honestly, where we're going, I think we're going to be stuck between some of these maps sometimes, and here we are for Sanhok waiting a few moments. I mean, you bring up Quarry, guys, but Quarry can sometimes be such a pain to rotate past or rotate through. I mean, it's funny, Imperium, because we saw even a little bit of success recently in PMPL, which was crazy considering how annoying Quarry can be. But if you get stuck there, whoa, you're going to have a hard time.
There's basically one way or 2 ways of going through Quarry, and that's either to the left or to the right. You can make it through the center, but you can get there, but moving out of Quarry from the center is a completely different kettle of fish. And to bring back the whole kind of quicksand analogy, you get stuck in the center of Quarry and you try and move out too quickly, and you're just gonna stay where you are. So yeah, you're dead right about Quarry. Not a lot of teams are a fan of that area of the map.
All right, Lethal, it's pop quiz time. Well, it's not even really pop quiz, it's just getting your opinion on this. Which are you rather dropping at? Alpha, Bravo, or Charlie? I know my choice every single time.
Why'd you have to do this to me? I'd probably say Alpha, but the problem is, it depends on the playing path as well. If it's a long one, then at least I know that no one should be around me. If it's a quick one, then I'm going to have to take a few quick engagements. Because Imperium's not even agreeing with me straight afterwards. How dare you? How dare you? But I think Alpha's going to be the choice for me.
I feel like Imperium might be a Bravo boy like me. Where are you sitting at, Imperium?
Bravo, boot camp, hot job, let's go. Just, ride or die, Calaris, ride or die all the way. All the way.
Mate, I love boot camps. I love Bravo so much because it's just a case of, well, then I can get to the mountain if I need it, right? And the thing is that too many times when you see that kind of Northwest Island, it becomes such a focal point. I mean, we see it again in PMPL when you're watching teams like Eastern Stars playing it. It's just like, okay, you're there. You're almost guaranteeing yourself a top 3, like hands down. And it's such a strong place to be able to potentially hold if you've got a decent split, don't you think?
Yeah, of course. It's one of those things with the mountain where if the circle moves away and you have to try and get onto either that Southwest Island or the mainland, it can be quite tricky. So I think that area of the map is a little bit more heavily dependent on the circle staying in that direction. Whereas if you do land on that Southwest Island, Kyleris, and the circle moves away, there's a lot more exit paths for you to use to your advantage.
But at the same time, Lethal, I kind of understand what you're saying about Camp Alpha. I mean, the fact that it's kind of on the mainland, in inverted commas, of Sanhok, even though Sanhok is so small, I guess you're less likely to get stuck behind, I suppose, the roadblocks of the rivers and things like that if, your circle's actually ending up on mainland.
Yeah, the problem is at the same time though, it's kind of very hit and miss. I probably added a lot of the RNG element into Camp Alpha as well. It's like, if you've got circle advantage, great, you are literally laughing at that stage. Of course, with the rivers and the channels and everything that's completely surrounding that top left-hand side, you know, you could really try and big up those kills and big up those points along the way. But if you haven't got circle, it's the complete opposite effect. You're not even, there's no purgatory method to try and get out of it. Either you're going to be looking very good or you're going to be looking extremely bad. It's like literally no middle ground.
Well, and no middle ground for us. Literally, we don't have any ETA on the game just yet. Imperium, you had a thought?
Isn't your favorite part of Sanhok ban?
No, absolutely not. It is the worst.
I know it's not. I know it's not. I
entire-
just love bringing it up.
It's not just the worst place in Sanhok, it's the worst place in the entire game. It's useless. There's no use to ban.
But Lethal, our the PMPL Western Europe Sanhok game today, it was a fantastic phase on Circle that started on the mainland, went nowhere near the river. It was brilliant, but it ended up towards Ban. Every time I see Ban, I'm like, it's Calaris' favorite drop spot.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Nothing pretty happy boy.
Nothing makes me more excited than dropping in the middle of a valley of death with no decent cover or lines of sight upon the teams trying to barrel down upon my position and kill me instantaneously. I've only seen one team ever win from Barn when the circles have kind of narrowed down on it, and even then it was luck. I don't like Barn, all right? No,
love-hate relationship. It's fine. I can understand it.
Silly place. It is a silly place. Even in reworked. No, I'm not even going to get into reworked Sanhok down the line.
Whoa, don't go down that path, Calaris, because that's a dark road, my friend. That is a dark road. Reworked Sanhok. But one thing that kind of Lethal mentioned, and we have touched upon with regards to hot drops, if we are going to see hot drops, I can't help but think we're going to see them on Sanhok more than any other map, simply because of how effectively strong the likes of Bootcamp, Paradise Resort, Painan are in terms of holding on to, dropping in, and controlling from.
I mean, the crazy thing is that at Lethal, and we talk about these kind of potential hot drops, is that, Bootcamp might be absolutely central, but I even don't mind the notion of hot dropping Paradise Resort more. I mean, I feel like there's tighter angles for you to be able to kind of take those fights in. Bootcamp can be a little bit open sometimes if you get caught between those buildings, and that can be scary if you're going to go for a hot drop there.
It depends how greedy you want to be, isn't it? Of course, if you've got Paradise Resort, Bootcamp, even Painan, or of course, the Quarry, we're not even going to talk about that. We're not going to put it even in this subject as we discuss it. Again, if you win those fights or you win those engagements, it's not about, of course, the points in the kill feed, but the amount of loot you're going to be able to grab straight afterwards and work around with. It's going to definitely work heavily in your favor. I think the real question is, for some of these bottom teams, have I even warmed up enough in order to hot drop? This is the issue, because sure, they've barely seen any action. They might have ran a fair few kilometers, but they haven't really faced any fights, and if anything, their confidence is completely ruined. Maybe they just need one at least average or decent game to then go, right, okay, in terms of aim skill, it's looking pretty good, our gun skill's fine across the board. Now we feel like we're quite confident and ready in order to try and hot drop. Because the problem is, if you've only got 1 point and you've barely even scratched the surface by getting on that leaderboard, then maybe still now is not the right time. Maybe going to the second or third day where you're getting a little bit desperate and need to make some crazy plays. That's probably going to be the best time for it.
Yeah, I think you're not wrong. I would be scared to hot drop after, certain delays and stuff like that. And actually, that's where on Sanhok, you can sort of get away with some of the trash drops. Imperium, like we've seen teams do the splits north of Bootcamp, kind of east of Paradise Resort. So it's not terrible.
Can you do the splits?
Absolutely not. I'm not Van Damme. I can't. No, not at all.
I bet you can.
There is I could just picture Calaris trying to do the splits. But anyway,
something's not telling us.
Split dropping though, Calaris, does come with its massive risks in Sanhok, because there's unwritten designated split drop areas of Sanhok, and sometimes teams split drop in some really weird areas of the map that overlaps another split drop area and they end up getting caught out. So I would argue, especially as this is the first Sandhawk game of this event, don't split drop.
Yeah, I can only agree. I mean, considering what you can do in terms of going over to the east side of the map as well, where usually you see a lot of teams kind of ignoring some of the coastal areas to drop. Those are usually free if you're thinking, you know, maybe we're going to trash drop and things like that. So that could be a choice, Lethal. And then even from there, if your circle doesn't go your way, you have the opportunity of a rotation to just go all the way around, maybe to join the circle later, right?
Yeah, exactly. It may be, you know, a lap the map kind of marathon kind of run, but the main thing is as long as it works in your favor, it's fine. And even at the same time, even if it takes you that long to make some kind of rotation like that, then a couple of teams might have already been taken out along the way. So it might actually do itself justice in the long run, in the longevity of things. But it really does depend on the circumstances. I'm just looking forward to see how this plane is going to work out. I'm just more interested to see who is going to hot drop. But it's like I said, I think day one, if we do see any hot drops, I'll be gobsmacked. I'll be surprised if anything. And if they do, I would wonder why. I think the only teams we would see do a hot drop is someone in a team in the top four, maybe, who've already got a high amount of kills, just want to continue their success and continue with these high risks in order to improve their leading in terms of the standings.
Yeah, sometimes Sandhawk can be an aggressive team's paradise in some of the certain circles where, you know, you don't maybe have a compound for one team to hold up on, or a vantage point for them to shoot at Imperium. If you're sweeping on Sandhawk and successful at it, you can score big.
Big time. You sweep in, you cover what's behind you. You are friends with the Papa Blue himself, and you're like, okay, gentle blue zone, work with me here. Honestly, it can be a major benefactor in you winning, and that's why I talk about when you engage, you need to make sure it's done quickly, because those teams that do sweep in, that do play from the edge and are ready and looking for a fight, will absolutely pick players apart and teams apart just off the opportunistic plays. So yeah, 110%. I love that idea around sweeping in and being aggressive. It massively works in Sandhawk.
Definitely so. I'm just still waiting for these players to gear up once again. It just seems like there's been a few issues between getting the battlegrounds started between each one, so we do apologize for that, but not much we can do from here. And our lovely homes, chilling, relaxing, having a good time, having a good chat.
Yeah, it's nice to have a chat. I think Virtus.pro, all four of them aren't even there on their chairs, so I think they've gone out to have a proper discussion on what to do up next. But they should be okay so far. I think they've been quite consistent. You know, the second place they got in that last game, I can't remember from the top of my head exactly how things turned out for them in the first game. I know that in terms of the longevity of things, they got into the second and third circle very, very late. They're quite calm and collected, I feel like. They're not really the kind of team at the moment to make some mad or crazy rotations in any way, shape or form. But it looks like they are quite calm and collected here. We know it's still the first day, and over the first couple of matches, they're probably getting a feeling of what these other teams are like, because, you know, some of these cross regions, of course, we're going to see a totally different style of play. And Virtus.pro are kind of adjusting to that, I feel like. They are really adapting, and I think we may see a bit more from them, even though they've already had some good placements and frags across the board already.
Yeah, and the thing is that if you think about how Virtus.pro has played these first two games, Imperium, is that you can see, even though they've not got a chicken dinner, they are currently number one. It shows, I think, probably that kind of veteran mind of a guy like Black White, where he knows the positions he should be taking in these circles, even to accommodate potential hard shifts, which I think is it's astute.
Yeah, and it all comes back down to that personal confidence and that personal, hey, I am absolutely 910% confident of my own ability, and I know how to lead my team. Yes, 910%. It is the exact percentage, scientifically proven percentage of full confidence. But it is about having that and going, it doesn't matter if it's not my regular team. I'm here with these players, and I'm going to help lead them, and I'm going to give them the opportunity to shine on their most likely first LAN event, our first LAN event, representing what is an absolutely fantastic org in Virtus.pro. So yeah, I'm not surprised that Black White, without a chicken dinner, has helped lead his team to being first place so far. But we also have to think about the fact that it's only 1/3 away through the first day. There's 3 days of this. Anything else that can happen, they just need to keep it up.
No, definitely. And there's going to be a lot of teams trying to barrel down on their position. A team like DRS, of course, we come in with high hopes for Lethal, but they've not quite produced just yet, even though we are now actually what feels like quite a long time into the broadcast. As I say, we've only played 2 games, so there's still plenty of opportunity.
Map 15, maybe? Is this what we're on now? I can't remember. That's
the one.
Yeah, I think so. But DRS, yeah, do you know what? I do agree with that. Like, their placements have been okay, like they've been fine, but we expected them to dominate the competition. When I say dominate, I don't mean obviously getting a chicken dinner every single map, or at least 90% of the time in terms of one of their win conditions. But we expected, more kills, expect to be better placements across the board. But it's been quite surprising. Maybe they're not used to the style, maybe because I think there's a massive difference between watching VODs back from other regions, seeing what they do, and actually being able to execute it. It's a completely different style entirely. And DRS, I reckon if you give them a day, maybe a day and a bit, or maybe just one full day actually, they'll probably go back and go, right, okay, this is not what we expected. We see a lot more passive plays. We're seeing a lot more priority in terms of getting a lot more value in certain areas on the map. A lot of little things like this is probably going to make them think, right, okay, this is how we're going to adapt, and we could maybe see them coming out stronger in days 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good kind of topic to bring up in general, which is how do you prepare for this lobby, as well as what do you take away between the days, right? Because Imperium, when we look at teams, obviously a lot of teams kind of know each other from their region as a whole all the time, always, but this is a slight mixing of some regions to a certain degree, and something can be said for, yes, you're prepared for your opponents and the rotations and the drops that they make, but also they're also potentially changing things as well. So maybe you've got to kind of look within yourself and think about how you're going to change things up relative to their potential changes down the line.
And that's where, between IGL and team, the ability to adapt on the fly in a confident, controlling way makes a world of difference, Kalaris. And I loved what Lethal was bringing to the table in terms of, and you've echoed it with the different play styles of these regions, because South Asia normally is a bit more of a bomb it into center and then see where the circle goes and hope for the best, and they play a little bit more passively, whereas I've seen a lot more of a developed aggression from the Arabic region as a whole. We're not seeing it quite yet, but overall over the past 6, 7, 8 months we've seen a lot more aggression from that region. So with DRS, when they do play things, they play things very calculatedly, right? So when they know they can be aggressive, by God, we will see that aggression shine through. It's just, like Lethal said, just 2 games in, taking their time, feeling themselves out, then we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and especially that first game, I can't really extrapolate too much for that, especially for a team like DRS that were caught in the Yasnaya cluster, right? Like, it's very rare a city finish quite like that is going to happen on something like a Sandhawk, which of course we will have 2 of each of these days. So these teams are going to have to approach this differently, as Twisted Minds here are getting geared up to get into Sandhawk. Again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking around with us. This is the Kalaris, Imperium and Lethal talk show now that we have taken over for these past couple of hours. But you can listen to us and just chill out with us. That's fine. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. It's been a good time along the way. You having a fun time, Lethal?
Of course I am, mate. Never better. This is like my version of a perfect Sunday. Just constantly talking about how we're going to go into the third map and how these teams are going to unfold in terms of what we're going to see across the board here.
This is why they wheel in some idiot, some ginger. Well, I'm not even ginger anymore. I've got white hair because I dyed it. But
but I'm ginger and I'm an idiot, so it's okay.
He's an idiot. Over a decade's worth of experience. You get him on the desk and he asks questions forever, and that's what we do. But we're getting into Sandhawk now. I'm having a right time. I'm also maybe slightly losing my mind because we've already done so many games of PUBG Mobile today, Imperium. So we've got plenty more to go.
Oh man, look, bring it on. It's not my idea of a perfect Sunday, but at the end of the day, this is a LAN event, and I'm excited.
That's right. It's time for Sandhawk. Let's go. We are heading over to the jungle. Highland Wolf and Tarzan are going to bring us it all.
Tarzan, we are dragging this on for what seems to be the most epic of Sundays as we have finally hit through on to Sandhawk, our third game of 6 today. Oh man, another Southern playing path to start us off.
Whew, you know what? I don't know what to say. Like, it's been so long. I've been waiting for this. You know, we've got some barn drops and all that stuff. Southern playing pass on this 4 kilometers time, 4 kilometer map. Small enough for teams to basically go anywhere. So we will get to have, of course, a map when it comes to the first time that we've seen it in this tournament with huge indicative value when it comes to data collection and all that stuff. So we have a good distribution, very colorful Sandhawk that we've seen so far. DRS will claim Camp Bravo, and I think that's the drop for the PMPL South Asia anyway. And we see a little bit of clash in bootcamp. Yeah, like going back to that one, but you know, hold that thought. VB wants to after what seems to be a misstep towards that end game in game 2. And the S12 came very, very strong early on, and that, okay, you know what, that outfit is something else. I don't know, it just makes me feel like I'm playing some other game, like that requires you to, you know, farm, I don't know, like build stuff. So yeah, but that is an interesting way to start that game. Love to see some shotguns anyway, we didn't use that too often.
On a side note, not gonna lie to you, Tarzan, I was kind of forgetting what you sounded like for a second there. We had lost ourselves in Miramar, somewhere in the depths of the abyss towards Sandhawk. I'm glad I know what you sound like again.
Well, you're never alone, right? Like around these.
Thank you. Thank you.
And yeah, like at this time as well, though, like Falcons, we talk about this team just now, and I want to talk about it again because I mean, I just mentioned it already. Like, you've got momentum, and you want to continue, but you just doesn't allow me to play. You know, like, it forced me to be tempted to maybe go through Instagram, other social media. It doesn't do anyone any good, but the break could be very useful for a team like Triple D. Definitely need to see more from this team after what seems to be a passive game 1 that went decently well for them, opening up onto ABIAH, and this might be the first skill coming through.
Well, his first kill already has come through towards Virtus.pro, but there was a knock no less. The second kill onto Welly has potentially now been confirmed through. Virtus.pro isn't quite done just yet, though, Tarzan. It is eyeing up all 4 members of YALLA. I don't think this is the best of ideas. I hope that his team comes to join him because it's going to be a crazy ride, let's say, if he gets caught.
When that stinger and transition came through, I thought we were going to get a remake.
No, Tarzan, don't do it to me. No, we finally got in. I'm finally glad to be talking again. Don't torture me like this.
Yeah,
okay?
like, I'm pretty sure you can see the emojis. No, like, I'm not going to do that to the desk. And of course, like, something of a pleasant change coming through as well. VP is a team that likes, you know, dropping to these rich compounds, but hold that thought. The only one will find themselves stuck around here. DRS doing, you know, these basic work, you know, dotting the I's, crossing the T's as they leave the site of Camp Bravo. Have a brief peek at the Kawi and find themselves a juicy knock. And could be the second one as well. I mean, the escape path in here is horrendous.
DRS already coming through, though, with the kills. One another going towards him. I just honestly feel that when it comes to, though, the earlier side of plays, these teams, the tendency that we seem to be going for at least the first 2 games, has been very quiet for now on the early stages, albeit for a kill here or there, as we can see. It tends to be actually around these later points that they all cluster up. And intriguing then to look at, really decide here at Sandhawk, are we going to see those 4/5 parties become close these teams to be getting? It unfortunately doesn't look so good for the ultimate inside of their own shack, inside their own tower, but there's nowhere to go. They do get themselves outside. They almost, of course, got that kill onto Ezzy, but they don't confirm it down. So they still have the problem of being so outnumbered as they do go for another peak shot, but a nade forces them back once more. Ragnar potentially has to back off, but instead he goes further forward. Of course, there was an extra knock actually coming on the long angle. I was mistaken here is now. It seems to only be a 1v1. The revive is coming through and second shot down, but Molly is there. That's going to put him out of his own safety position. And now Ezzy has the upper hand by saving. That's knocked again. How does this get allowed through? And how is Ezzy in a 1v1 for so long?
I mean, that is also the landscape being incredibly OP with the sign of the ultimate. And I was thinking, where's the support? Where's the support? He doesn't need the support. You've got a QBZ. I think if that's a Scar L, it's not going to happen. So ABIAH really choking a little bit from that position as well. But working through the way up that slope is not easy at all. And I think that is where they need to know when to cut their losses and maybe reassess these retreat paths a little bit earlier. And yeah, we all know how tricky it can be, like when you don't have the body advantage towards the end game on this map. But after all, it is Sandhawk, and sometimes when you lose some players early, it pushes you back to thinking, oh, maybe we can use the heal strat. It's not the worst plan at all. Like sometimes that is how you can get off and get some guaranteed points, right? Like this map can be so tricky against that blue zone as we are 6 minutes into the game. And yeah, seems like the sign of the only one will find the only 2 members remaining in here. They will not be able to escape the car. I mean, that makes sense. And against DRS as well, like that is also predictable.
Also looking, of course, through on to now the only one. I think the only one of these teams who, of course, we don't really know so much, Tarzan, but I'm very excited to see what they have been slightly bringing to the table. I think they got that promise again in the early game. Their positioning seems not so bad, with the exception, of course, I should argue, on this one game. They have already lost one of their players to DRS, but no shame because DRS are so good. I think actually when you're looking a game, though, towards that mid-game, that's where it starts to fall apart from these players. And we're coming now into this after the looting phase. We're starting to rotate into our next location. We're starting to find those power positions. That scouting information is now important. What does it really take for a team potentially like, of course, the only one, who seem to fail at this, to be able to adapt and change this coming in, especially with only 3 players?
It's really hard, right? They're around that Corey site, and the devs talk about it already. Corey is so hard to get out of. And right now, it actually might not be as hard because people don't want to go through it as much. We have that circle going over to the southwestern island a little bit more. So some of these teams may want to contest for these position on the southwest island so that they don't have to cross a little bit too late when people are really expecting that. But after all, we know Sandhawk by its nature, this is by no means conclusive, right? It can go to any island, and we've seen these before, and that is where these volatility does come in, and we can see it's still full of potential. But DRS for sure taking their time, and this is also what we've seen in the PMPL of South Asia as well. Like T2K and DRS kind of respecting each other's position. T2K goes to Mognai, and we've got DRS going to Camp Bravo. Both did incredibly well, like through the league stage, but both fell a little bit further than they wanted to, especially for T2K in those finals. But they do share some similar entry lines right now. But for the rest of the teams, a lot of them found themselves a spot in the circle.
Am I too mean for wanting this to be in towards a ruins finish? Actually, no. Am I too mean for wanting this to be inside of the North Island finish? Because I'm just thinking in my head, how can we make this so deviously difficult, Tarzan? I mean, is there like a perfect spot? We're on Sandhawk. I have to bring it out, yeah, you know me. It was like Sandhawk and it was Vikendi, but then Vikendi kind of got ripped, so it's only Sandhawk now. So I have to double dose down onto Sandhawk because there's one map missing, you know? My evil love has gone halfway.
It's crazy. I mean, I thought I was supposed to be the mean one, right? But
no,
that's why you need to find good friends, guys. Like, I'm not influenced, and now he is. Yep, I apologize for what I've done to him because you know what? I feel like the circle of Sandhawk will be harsh enough. We didn't have to wish for anything worse. And sometimes
I'm still going to wish.
Okay, you get to pick now. I'm going to just pick a good old Painan because you know what? I want to illustrate a point, right? Like sometimes what seems to be a harsh circle or like simple circle is not what you think. Like landscape is such a huge part to it, and I actually am quite surprised how sometimes people do overlook that. A Painan finish is so hard because of the landscapes from all around. So like if you're inside, you feel kind of secure, but someone might just be looking for that opening for you, right? But if you're on the outside, you just need to run downhill. Like, people are in shooting ground and you are their bloody target, right? So it's either way, we'll need to wait and see whether we get what we want.
I love me some blood when it comes to late game Tarzan. Quote that and put it on your socials, because what a quote that is, and I want to see it. I want to see what these teams can bring onto the table of these difficult zones. It has continued to shift down towards the South Island, so there's going to be no northern or mainland shifts on Sanhok this time around, but there still is the option for Ruins. I am still begging for it, or even, you know, looking towards what could be a danger point still is these bridges, because these bridges are going to determine a lot, and I actually think that for the rest of Virtus.pro, they've got a great position on boot camp, but they don't really need to be looking at a boot camp. I would like them to move and now circumvent round onto the edge of these bridges, come down towards the southwest island, because if you can again stop players from crossing one of these main locations into the center of zone, that's a big statement, and it is going to put a lot of pressure not only on them, but also potentially pick you up a lot of kills as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, like, if you play that position, we talked about higher level teams not giving you any benefits, okay, any advantage for playing textbook, right? So maybe you want to go for a more rotational game. We know the southwestern island, the central part of it is actually quite open. There's strong spots. This can be quite open. You know, go into valleys that's incredibly empty. You see these teams sending to a strong hill only to find themselves, yes, enemies just drive away, like, in this very open ground. So it's different school of thought for sure. And yeah, like, right now I want to see something. You know what, I'm gonna change my mind. Like, you brought out the evil side of me. I want something around the car, right? Because it's so rare for now that I think is going to test some raw abilities of these players. But Trifecta might be heating up. Falcons need to hold this down.
This is what thinking about difficult rotations for so long gets you guys. Is if you are like me and you're like Tarzan, you end up in a situation where you just wish the absolute worst, quite frankly, in all of these players.
I mean, I think that's the thing, right? Like, you want to see them being tested to their, like, max ability. Like, whoever survives
every game
there,
for 18 games, right?
Right.
No respite.
That's a bit too far for my palate for now. I'll let you know when I want to be even, like, worse of a person. Right now, like, this is not easy.
Don't worry.
This is not easy. Like maneuvering through this part is tricky, and I think being a very edge position, that's the natural question you have to ask, right? Is what does it mean if I do this now? I'm so edge. It's so likely that I need to move. Have I done the prep work accordingly? And you can see YALLA going from high ground down. They've been playing a little bit loud, may need to cross this river, so likely that they have to as well. Now, as a trio, that it's not an easy job to get done, and we know how VP can hold down a key position from that earlier game, and wow, that feels like so long ago as well. But yes, they have a good spot, and I think they can do great things about it.
Do you know what you say so long ago? I just imagine when you say it's so edge, the idea, hold up though, of Falcons right now versus Virtus.pro taking one knock. But the idea of you in a cap still, in just being like one of those swaggy, like, England
They don't say it, like, Imperium hates that, and he knows it, and he's smiling, he's nodding. He doesn't like it. But you know what else I don't like? VP going down right here. It's like the delegation's really missing some points, some key things here. Falcons know they've got one plan. They look for that opening, they found the opening, and they are trying to puncture this position right now. Last one standing, actually, ETN is going to be so hard. It's going to be so hard, but Falcons continue to solve.
And Falcons will confirm over the kill onto Bronsberg. Down he goes, and Essen cannot defend. So Virtus.pro, I think the undoing of this was, again, they were slightly slow when it came to the rotations. They didn't go across the bridge. They tried to be almost obvious in a way, but instead of getting called out by Falcon, and the same thing is happening here against YALLA in T2K, because Killers and unfortunately for them, they're caught on the edge, still, I think, around the edge of YALLA, who are 360ing them, but are not there onto D. 777 is going to open up so many more avenues for them, as now Yusuf was coming up and alongside. He needed to defend for a little bit longer, he couldn't. And actually now, as a result, you're looking at the rest of T2K as a whole, realistically within the control of this team fight.
Yeah, want to see more from this team for sure. I mean, they've got so many fans. They've been doing so well in the past 2 PMPLs. It's really almost those final chokers as well. I think that brings me on to maybe a point about DRS. They didn't do that well, I have to say, in the PMWI East. I feel like they could do a lot more. At that time, they got 8th place when YALLA got 7th place from YALLA Esport. At that time, they were lacking a lot of consistency. So maybe DRS is this team that might choke a little bit in global stage. It could be a complete, like wrong point. But I just have this feeling that we're expecting more from them. But Cryptics was where a lot of these teams, the fans chose them as well. They won that PMPL Season 2 after what seems to be a little bit of harder Season 1. The improvement is there as they take their 2nd kill. And wow, this is a slowish sign-off. We expect this from these caliber team when we still have 15 teams in the lobby entering Phase 3.
I think what was so surprising about Cryptics was it was the first time they appeared inside of PMPL Arabia, right? And it was, yes, these players who had performed on the rosters of Season 1, but coming into Season 2, they looked so darn strong, and it looked like an entirely different team in the mix that they had. And I think that particularly coming into the finals, they still weren't questioned to be one of these top teams or the top team. You still had the likes of RAT, you had YALLA up in the minds of players, and it's actually this upset coming through, and it shows you that you cannot be determined of just because of the players or just because of an organization and a roster that is the strongest, because it's consistency that counts, and I think that's something you can really garner from Cryptics.
Yeah, I can see they are doing this thing that's very textbook as well. They've realized they're entering the type of landscape that may require them to transition into heal strat, so that you can see they already drop all those meds, dropping some utilities for the last player right there, like not even holding any firsts. Only 1 med kit is all Lazy Boy has, and I can't disagree with that, as they come in as well, getting an opening knock. No, it's going to be a trade, it's going to be a bit of a battle around Camp Charlie Bridge.
Is it too early, though, Phase 3 to be going for those healing strategies? Could be, or maybe it is going to save them, considering on the front line of battle, they seem to be getting blown up. Of course, they have already lost one of their players. They barely, of course, keep Marshall alive as well. They try to answer back, but inside the blue, so they are taking out consistent damage. Triple D also going to fall down there to SUDOR. A 1-for-1 trade as it is fired back by Ahmed. He's going to blast down that first kill, 2nd of the board overall for them.
And hard shift to the southeastern side, or south side, I should say. I think the meaning of this circle is most important for these teams still on the other side of the river, on that eastern side. Before, you can kind of pray that it will shift back, but this is a big no-no for them. So suddenly, the control and the focus of some of these teams close to Painan has to be maybe gatekeeping these teams on that eastern side to control that pocket, to reset up and know what they can farm with. And this is going to be so hard for multiple teams as we see Twisted One continue to hold down this.
It's a beautiful assassination. They've got that Stry Rock there in control themselves. You've got also Triple D, unfortunately pushed too far, as it will now be Catan to take another back for SUDOR. It's a 1-1 fight so far. Seems to go equal into the second, possibly as Catan almost gets knocked again by a rogue grenade. Problems, and now also Amuk will also continue to revive their 3rd teammate and actually keep themselves back as what could be a squad versus now the trio of SUDOR. They did not revive down safe, and I think it has been that aggression coming in the problems. It's that nade a little bit too wide, gets punished for it, caught in the hand at the wrong time, and Catan now is able to push further forward. It will now be definitely an equal trade, and Ahmed on the opposite side, they get surrounded by that 3rd party. Osh-tekkWarriors, they lost 2 for it though.
Look at this crazy, just absolute chaos on this western side, and it's about the landscape as well. I think there's a good level of an unfamiliarity, like from some of these teams. They don't like this part. We don't really get a lot of finishes close to here. Yes, it's not quite Nakam, but I will settle for this one. As you can see, is just annoying. Like some of these teams, I think, get tested by their map knowledge in terms of where that line really is. If you have good map knowledge, you know how it looks like before you get there, right? And you need to be able to pin it on that mini-map and say, here's that OP rock, and I'm going for it.
Little Beavo in the tuk-tuk. Falcons continue to slide their way down and have actually left overall to fight one to try finishing it off, as it is SUDOR only in the kill feed, also coming back towards Triple D, claiming another one back onto Triple D's by having 4 players have been ruined down to a solo. And Falcons, they're gonna lose out at least one to turn through. They both get behind the rock for now. There's not going to be a confirm through by the rest of the one. Now they have to confirm through a second. That will be the extra strike they need. Never Alone, of course, tries to defend against T2K. Gets knocked back on the retreat for it. Demar also lost last. Now going to drop. It is a third. He is completely 1v4ing over. But how much more can they grab? Realistically, they're inside the zone. They heal back up. They confirm the kills. And it's going to be an absolute wipe clear. Falcons, so difficult inside as the zone continues now to shift back in towards that eastern side. Tarzan, where do you go? Still T2K are alive. They watched the front lines of Falcons fall, but they still got Twisted Fate here.
Oh god, like Twisted Lines holding this spot for so long. They should have the good split. They should know how to do it. This is the exact one job they have to do to hold on a team on this side. But TT is trying to puncture this, and they're doing it in such incredible fashion. The only turn would be this third party still coming through from this solo, as well as the time. The clock is going down. It's 3, 2, 1, and go time.
It is awful coming through from the third party, and T2K cannot find against a solution to the wall that has evaded them. A 2-piece down, though. Twisted Minds, yes, they are able to strike back. Legend has found a solution, but the Bluzo engulfs them all, and Dami is still here. They grab one. Can they take the second onto Legend? Legend still inside the blue, getting dropped on the health bar, and that's just enough for the rest of the Bluzo to finish him off. It's a disaster on the front side of the north end of Sanhok, but now Falcons still with one member remaining. Using that fire, trying to survive, but it's not long enough. Osh-tekkWarriors, but 2 look, get immediately taken down on the back end. As long as now all the rest TU fall, the ultimate gonna lose one as well.
What is this bloodbath? Shoot everything, the IGL says. I think that's no other way to really say it. You need to get every single point. The next bit of playable ground is completely unknown. Cryptics goes down as well, maybe. No, down to 2. And they prepared those mats earlier. And actually, I'm quite surprised that they made it to the stage with a decently healthy amount of players. But the game-winning compound is now playing Esports. You know what? I've seen them miss the first Super Weekend in Season 1. They've got all of these games on Sanhok. I think it's the exact compound where they made that bet, red and black, and they got it. And their season have been so good since then. That was their bounce back, and they're trying to do the same in this tournament. After 2 very terrible games, like out of all the PMP Arabian teams, they are the one that's almost doing the worst, and this is the chance for them to use this momentum.
It was fake, keep in mind, the PMPL, who in Season 1 looked so good. Is this then a return to form for them? Because it looks like they have been gifted this zone. Yes, they will not be so superior when it comes to the kills, because that goes to all the fighting on the outskirts, but they still have the damn position inside of the zone.
And it's so tricky as well. The ultimate is still in here. The fans have missed it just by 1 game or an hour. I don't know, but this circle is coming in. It's so open. It's so hard to establish the next part, and utilities will be key here. Same for vehicles, and maybe just getting that 1 trade if need be. There is no chance for some of these teams to make it in fully alive.
It's ridiculous how Cryptics, still 3 players, Tarzan. Out of all of the madness, they have been slowly edging their way in, and this is where it comes to that healing strategy you mentioned. They've not been going for the full healing strat, but they've been doing it enough, so they're dodging out on the craziness inside of the blue and staying on the outskirts. Then they come further in every single phase, and they're actually the ones with the most players overall. You can see that they're matched by only now Fate and rest of the ultimate, because the solo player now of RAT drops. We're down to our final 3 teams. It is a 3-on-3-on-3.
This is tricky. I think if the ultimate can make some very synchronized push right here, they can make use of the pressure coming from the Cryptics. I actually think it's a 3-way fight. It could be anyone's game, seemingly a 3v3 as well. But the thing is, El Chapo's trying to tank it out, so the resources of Cryptics might be low. The resetability might be low because Ordinance gone that way, and the Unknown just see not with a lot of
They still got to find the fight though. The ultimate, they go 2 members low. They cannot find Fate either. And Nate into the smoke is maybe enough, but Fate Asawi is on his lonesome. There's the team fire grenade, but it's not enough. Is it's in 1 for 1 for now, but the second drops for TU and the ultimate. They've only got 1 left. They got none left in the final falls. But here comes Cryptics. 2 remaining, and Asawi in life. They need to find a reset.
Going to be a 2v3, and I think the reset can come through, but the circle is just a few meters away. Those meters are so far, but you can see Marshall only got three bandages. The first is in the hands of another player, and Leif using that close range 4 times as well. This is going to be so close. That is not a nade that you want to miss.
Oh, but they miss it indeed, and now they're only going to lose out another utility. El Chapo is, of course, in the backside, can still heal. He's trying to get further into the impact inside the zone, but they don't need him. Isawi is down, and now it's only 2 members for back. 1 healing. Blade is the only one remaining on the front. A nade right into the hands of him. Will be dodged out for now. As a second will be cooked up. In second, throwing on the edge of the blue. They get caught in the hand. Venom explode down out of the blue, out of sight. And Venom potentially going to put the rest of Fate out of mind. 1 more revive needs to come through. Another nade put further forward. He knocks Marshall. That is not what you want to do. A disjunction fight, but it's not enough. As they go into the 1v3 and he died.
You know what, like, El Chapo took that time to work his way through to the zone as well, so, wow, like, the Cryptics, they found the balance between the micro and macro, and the fence were correct. And maybe this one Lethal's correct with the lethal prediction, but just, you know, that was game 1, and right now, with this bit of momentum, we know Cryptics can carry it away. That is exactly what they've done in the finals of PUBG Arabia Season 2. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and this is a great game for them. And man, like, that circle was a little bit tough, but we didn't expect anything less from Sanhok.
It was so brutal, though. We dropped, I think, from about 30 players, Tarzan, in the next 2 minutes, down to our final 4 teams. That's how fast the action was paced through in this third game. And we talked about wanting to see that aggression. Lethal's going to be happy about that.
I mean, that game, like, I think it really speaks to, like, when it comes to transitioning into these late game on this map. Like, first off, is a lot of pressure to hold off for a LAN event, but 2, the basics do come through from a team like Cryptics, as you could see, and sometimes the patience game is so important. There's one impression that I had for the Arabian region when I cast the PMPL Season 2 is they are quite addicted to early rotations, but sometimes we talk about the cat and mouse situation. Some of these landscape mean that you just can't go quick. You have to be patient. You have to wait for the blue zone to come in to do the work for you so it doesn't go against you, and seemed like that was a good map to illustrate that.
It was a good map indeed. Of course, going to head through to our analysts. So once more, of course, Kalaris, Lethal we talked about, and of course, the beautiful one and only Imperium 2. We'll see you there.
Aw, that's right. Back for the Kyle Aris Imperium and Lethal podcast here for the next 45 minutes. Now we've got ourselves a Sandhog that finishes up, and we have ourselves Cryptics getting the victory. I mean, kudos to them. I actually thought they'd almost kind of given up a little bit mentally, already having 1 person down for heel strap, but no, man, they come back and able to seize this victory. Imperium, this was a good push on by Cryptics onto where Fate was holding down.
It was definitely a good fight by Cryptics and a good opportunistic moment to take where Fate were having to deal with another team, and then Cryptics swooped in. But let's be fair, this Sanhok game was 20 minutes of nothingness, and then 2.5, 3 minutes of absolute kind of craziness. It's unfortunate because we didn't have any craziness with the rivers. We didn't have anything craziness on the different islands. But teams are still playing this game so passively, and it just takes so much control out of your own result. We saw teams getting third party, fourth party in the end. Like we saw, Fate had the chance to win, but they lost it.
Yeah, coming down off the mountains around that compound is a little bit difficult, and especially even crossing the road that was north of that compound is a difficult thing to do as well, considering the circle lethal. But I mean, Fate, I feel like they could have had this in their grasp. I feel like they could have maybe held this compound a little bit better, maybe spread out a bit more. But what's your take on this position?
They shouldn't have lost, but simple as that. You know, I have to be brutally honest. When you're in that kind of scenario, when you've got the numbers, the trade potential is huge. Like, even that cooked grenade from one of the players on Cryptic, fair enough, great play. He was extremely weak. Where's the trade? Like, honestly, you've got his position, you've got the info. Why are you not flanking around? Why are you not jumping up to even tank a little bit of damage just so you can finish him off? That way, it would have made your life 10 times easier, but instead decided to go for the revival, which he didn't get, might I add, and then the circle pretty much ate him up already. So, very debatable plays across the board. And don't get me wrong, I wish I did vote for Cryptic this game rather than the first game, and I talked about it again and again. At least at some stage, we need to create a statement or an impact. A little bit late onto the day, but at least they managed to do it in this third map. But for Fate, though, there is no way they should have lost that. That was like losing a 90-10 advantage.
Oh, we're lost in a time warp, mate. It's not even late into the day yet. We've still got 3 more matches. What are you talking about? Cryptic, yeah, I mean, it's good to see them. I think the thing that impressed me the most whilst we're taking a look at these highlights as well is they were shooting a lot considering the position that they had, and then even the kind of rotations onto, because I mean there were positions Imperium where they were caught on the edge of circles and trying to make their way to these eventual spots, so they navigated themselves well through Sandhawk.
Yeah, let's definitely give a little bit of credit to Fate, because even on certain elements of that game or in the early parts, they actually pushed Cryptics away to more of the coastal line position of that southwest island. So yes, they did create that space, and they did deserve to be in the end circles, despite it technically luckily shifting in their direction. So yeah, definitely agree with that in terms of Fate.
Unfortunate for Twisted Minds, they had themselves a great compound, but then had to leave thanks to the circle shift. So a little unfortunate indeed, but SUDOR constantly shooting at things here, Lethal, and trying to make a meal out of any little fight they could find themselves.
They really could. It seems to be having that fragging potential there to really make something happen or make something work. And I would want to talk about this as well quite early on. You know, we saw YALLA very early stages there. They must have been at boot camp for what? I think I even made a note, at least 15, 20 minutes. They just couldn't get away. They were surrounded by, I think, VP at one stage, Fate as well on top of that. They just could not get a break. And because they were literally pinched in the middle, there was nowhere for them to go. Their numbers were dwindling. I think at one stage, Youssef was just like, well, you know, one of the last members left standing, I just have to get for placement points, and even then they only came 14th. So for them, you know, a little bit unlucky, but you know, it's just one of those things, sadly, for them.
25 points coming in for Cryptics then. That'll jump them up very nicely. They only had, I think, about 6 points on the board before this, but they'll be joining the upper echelons quickly. Likewise, Fates and the Ultimate getting themselves double digits along with Rico Infinity. Actually, now that I think about it, Rico Infinity doesn't have a win on the board just yet, but this is a nice chunk of points for them here at Imperium.
I noticed that instantly with Rico Infinity and those 13 points, so very beneficial for their fight back up to the top of the standings. Also T2K putting in some work as well in that game. Could have been a better result from them, but I do recognize the points that they did gather.
Absolutely, as you see the kills coming in across the board as well. It's very Sandhawk-esque when you see these kind of spreader kills. Nobody really getting the lion's share of it. Just a lot of Theric damage, a lot of kind of third parties going on, even Sandhawk numbers across this damage coming in from the individual players, Lethal. But that's Sandhawk, right? You're getting those third parties happening, and then the crunched down where Imperium was describing it. Not much happens for a while, but then all of a sudden that circle shrinks, and towards those like 6 circles or so, everybody's dying at that point.
Sanhok in a nutshell, literally. You couldn't describe it any better, even if you tried, no matter how you try and surgically dissect this map overall. But I want to give a shout out to Osh-tekkWarriors as well. They've been in the shadows for like the entire day, apart from this map alone. And it's more due to the fact that they've been playing these circles very, very late, not just in this map, but in all 3 maps entirely. And they've not had much going for them, but they managed to find a little bit of luck just on the western side when they wait for everyone else to try and dive into the circle and really bided their time. It took a lot of discipline for them to try and make something work here, and it did. So at least they managed to climb at the leaderboard ever so slightly.
Yeah, look at those predictions as we field them just at the beginning of the game. Not too bad, Mr. Imperium. We're doing all right.
Well, there is a reason why we're getting paid the big bucks, right? You know, we should be winning these predictions, right? This is a walk in the park. If anything, we're just giving the community a bit of a chance.
Yes, I mean, to be fair, they got 1 point on the board, so not too bad. Even though I think the majority of them voted for DRS, but you know, a small portion of the community did vote for Cryptics. So good on you, community, for joining the legend that is Polaris on the prediction. All right, anyway, we're halfway through the day with these games. We've got ourselves, I think it's Miramar, Sanhok, and then Erangel coming on up here amongst it all. And back onto the desert here, we have 1 game to go off, and the fact that we obviously saw Virtus.pro have a really strong position, but Falcons was the one to be prevalent and prevail on that. And Lethal, I think one thing that is fair to say about that circle, even the earlier shifts on the Miramar game that we had weren't that easy. If you think about that mountain that carves up the circle between where Picardo is and anything north of that, and some teams had a hard time rotating and bypassing that area.
Yeah, it really is tough indeed. It depends on the loot you have as well to work with. And you've got to deal with that verticality. Not even smokes is going to cut it at all in the sliders, especially how open that area is of Picardo. And you've got to think to yourself, well, what else can I do, really? You know, I can really pre-aim and pre-fire and get ready for these duels. But apart from then, you've got to think about how you're going to go about things very early on. Even before it even occurs, you've got to be at least 2 steps ahead before you make these rotations.
That's right, that's right. Well, I'm hearing that we're ready for a break, and then when we return, we'll talk about Miramar some more. Imperium, I see you're feisty, I see you want to talk about Miramar, but no, not right now. We'll get you after this break.
السلام عليكم، معكم هنكي. اليوم جايب لكم مسابقة جديدة للاعبين سرفايفل تيست. خلونا مع بعض نشوف اللاعبين كيف راح يتنافسون، مين راح يبقى معانا عايش للنهاية. يلا خلينا نروح مع بعض للسرفايفل تيست.
How to survive if you are about to be hit by lightning. A. Hide behind a tree. B. Sit down and pull your legs together. C. Ask Thor to spare you.
ألعب ببجي موبايل لأن الحياة مرة واحدة وفانبسط فيها.
بختبئ تحت شجرة يعني يمكن تزبني شوية.
What to do if you see a nuclear explosion? A. Delete your browser history. B. Run in the opposite direction. C. Hide in the basement and wait for 48 hours.
أختفي في القبو لمدة 48 ساعة أفضل شيء.
بركض بالعكس، ما في شيء أسويه. جي.
What to do if you run out of gas in the middle of a desert? A. Stay with the car. B. Leave your car and walk towards sun.
الخوف وهو يعني من خاف سلم. أنا كلام اللي مدلول عليه.
اترك سيارتي واروح اتساعد الشمس يعني لعلي القى شيء.
How to survive a shark attack? A. Take a bigger boat. B. Hit it in the eyes or gills. C. Hit it in the nose.
أضربه في الأنف يتركني ويبعدني من شر.
بضربه على خشمه، خله يدوخ ولا يصير له أي شيء.
First thing to do if you are lost in the woods? A. Find water source and shelter. B. Find food. C. Find a perfect spot for a selfie.
بعد عن المكان يعني مثالي التقاط صورة ذاك الوقت. أنا الصورة كل شيء.
طعام، لأن الغابة أتوقع بلقى فيها موية، بس الطعام صعب يمكن شوي.
How to get water in the desert? A. Squeeze any cactus. B. Squeeze only a specific type of cactus. C. Think of your ex and drink your own tears.
فكر في الشريك السابق واشرب دموعي.
والله بفكر في الشريك وامسح دموعي.
Is it safe to use moss to find direction? A. Only if it speaks. B. Yes, it always grows on the northern side. C. No, it actually grows on any side.
إذا كان يتكلم يعني
حاله تنمو على أي جانب يعني ما في طحلب ينبت إلا طحلب واحد يعني.
How to communicate with your mates over a long distance? A. Start a fire and use smoke signals. B. Shout. C. Send them your thoughts on the waves of friendship.
أشعل النار بشرات الدخان. الحياة سرفايف فلازم الوضع شرات دخان النار.
أصرخ دائما على أي شيء كذا أصرخ على طول. كويس.
Well, that was interesting. Yeah, those were some questions and those were some answers. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
I loved it, man. I loved it.
Same. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't expect that today. It's been a couple of hours that we've been broadcasting so far, but that was something. Welcome back. We've got Imperium and Lethal here, as well as myself, Kalaris, to bring you our next games. We're 3 down, 3 more to go. We're moving on to Miramar next, and already I've asked Lethal about that terrain, how difficult it can be. But Imperium, likewise, I think both of us share the same concerns when circle shifts the way they do. You know, teams trying to rotate the way they are. It can be scary, I think is fair to say.
It can be scary, but that's why I really highlighted in the first Miramar game the Rico Infinity positioning they had on top of Picado Hill to the west of it. When you have that spread in the earlier circles, such as phase 3, phase 4, it means that when you lead into phase 5, phase 6, it allows you to control your game that little bit more. So it really is, it's so cliche to say, right, mate? It's about laying the foundations of what you can pull out in the later parts of the game. So Miramar, it's a harsh terrain, but if you treat it with kindness, it will treat you with kindness.
I mean, Rico Infinity so far has definitely laid those foundations.
Exactly.
No chicken dinners just yet, but 39 points on the board. They're in first place despite no chicken dinner just yet. And as you say, those splits up towards those mountain positions, it gives you a decent vantage point to gather information, have good shots, everything to the T. Virtus.pro in third place here with no chicken dinner as well. But so far, so good for those with chicken dinners here, Lethal. Although YALLA, aside from the points they got in that first game, there's not been too much else just yet.
Yeah, there's been no movement from them so far. Apart from that first game, they've done literally next to nothing, haven't they? They've tried their best to reclaim and try and add a point, even scrape points by, but just haven't at all. But I've been very impressed by Rico's consistency. I did say about Falcon as well, they rely more on kill points rather than placement, and you can clearly see that with the highest fragging team so far, 22 kills, which means they like to give a lot of flair on the server, and they have certainly done that with their map presence across the board. Nice to see Cryptics though just creeping on up there, but they're not really too far behind either. And seeing Fate Esports down there with 17 points, I expected a bit more from them, and we might do in these next few maps.
Definitely so. Miramar, Sandhawk, and Erangel are on the cards here in just a few. Imperium, any final thoughts on those standings before we kind of move on?
Yeah, ABIAH having only 8 kills in 3 games, a solid amount of placement points, but you gotta pick up that aggression if you want to hold yourselves into top 8, or if anything, reach higher and get into the top 5.
I mean, ABIAH is one of the teams that you were looking at on Sandhawk, right, at the beginning, who kind of had an interesting moment to try and push themselves on.
Oh god, they had that classic go for the revive and don't support your teammate moment. It was a classic mistake being made. Where your teammate is in a 1v1 up on towards the hillside. It's okay, but there's one of your teammates knocked down. What so many teams should be doing is, instead of going for the revive, you support your teammate, you clear out the person that's actually causing you hassle, and then you go for the revive. But by going for the revive, you allowed your teammate up in the hill to get 1v1, and then you pretty much lose 2 players. And it's just a mistake in which ABIAH made in that moment, and that meant that they struggled to get placement points later on in the game.
That's the scary thing, I guess, at this level of play here, Lethal, is you don't want to be the team that is just constantly bleeding off members and things like that, because otherwise you're effectively sabotaging yourself into the later stages of the game. You want to stay as a cohort, right?
Yeah, definitely. What Imperium said was absolutely correct. Like, you know, when we were talking about the later stages of that last matchup, there's no reason why Falcon shouldn't have just traded out, and they didn't. I was gobsmacked about that.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, well, we've taken a look previously at Osh-tekkWarriors. Time to check in with Fate to see if it's in their hands.
اسمي عارف القرن، لقبي في الجيم حريف، اسم الفريق فيت اي سبورتس. بداية في البي ام سي او 2020 كنا في تيمين مختلفين انا وزملائي، كان ليث وعيساوي في فريق وانا وراجنر في فريق، فقررنا بعدها انه اذا اتحدنا سوا بفريق واحد ممكن نأدي اداء جميل، فاتحدنا مع بعض تحت اسم منظمة فيت اي سبورتس ولعبنا البي ام سي او. طبعا بطولة زي هاي بتعني لي كثير، خصوصا انه اول بطولة لان الي فينا نحكي، فراح تكون كثير حلوة، تجربة حلوة بالنسبة لي، واكيد راح استفيد منها ماديا وراح استفيد منها كخبرة. طبعا ما استعدينا 100% بسبب انه كان في ضغط بطولات عنا، ولكن حاولنا انه نستعد بقدر الامكان، وان شاء الله انه نحاول نلعب على توب 1 وبالتوفيق للجميع.
I too will not turn down financial benefits as well as emotions here as Fate creating a super roster from 2 as the amalgamation joins together here. And you guys at home can vote for them as to if you think they're going to be winning out in this next game. And it has been so far so good for Fate. They've got themselves a decent little spot so far. Imperium, looking at Fate and how they've been playing out, any thoughts, or what are you thinking so far? 17 points.
Step in the right direction. That's all I can say, is step in the right direction. And it's something that we do need to consider, which what Harif said, that they didn't have a lot of time to prepare for this LAN event. So there's so many other teams. So when I say step in the right direction, I mean that in honestly a very good way. When you look at YALLA, they started with the win.
Yeah.
And they've gotten 0 points in every game since then. Whereas Fate, they started off poor, but at least they've crept back up in the right direction. So for me, out of the two teams, Fate are automatically looking a lot better.
Yeah, the thing after 3 games is that middle pack is going to be very wide, right? There's going to be a lot of people there, and Fate is kind of sat in that. So as much as they're in 11th place at the 16 team, 17 points, all you have to do here at Lethal at this point is get yourself a win on the board after your 17 points, and then you're right back up into the top 3 here. So there's still a lot to be playing for.
Yeah, they could even get first at this stage, and like we've seen Cryptics do already. Like, you know, those first couple of games, it's been okay, like, you know, not the best, but after that one huge win earlier on, especially in that matchup against Fate, in those dying moments on Sandhawk, look at them now in the top 4, and there's no reason why Fate can't do it either. They're not playing amazing, but they're not playing horrendous either. They're just really in that middle ground, just really trying to get their feeling here. And like we said before, it's still the first few matches, but hopefully on Miramar they can change things around.
That's right, Miramar on the cards next. Imperium, which teams are you looking out for to impress in this game number 4?
DRS, Osh-tekkWarriors, and Virtus.pro once again.
Ooh, another Virtus.pro pick. How about yourself, Lethal? Who are you looking out for here?
I'm going to say DRS again. They've had plenty of chances now to adapt and get used to this kind of style of play in this region alone. And there's not really any excuses for them here. They really need to try and show themselves here. And I think you can see the community voting as well. 80%, not really too much of a surprise there. They're probably feeling the exact same thing.
Doesn't surprise me that, again, even though DRS have not really got themselves that win on the board or anything like that, again, we're only 3 games deep, I thoroughly expect them, the community, to constantly be coming back to this team and saying, yep, they're the ones that we're going to be backing here. As much as 80%, that is massive in favor of DRS. Of course, Virtus.pro, cheeky little 6% on the tail end there. Not too bad. That you'd expect. I mean, even though DRS has not got a win on the board and not looked super amazing thus far here at Imperium, I feel like these percentages will be a little bit closer in regards to the top 3 at least.
Yeah, of course it would be, but look, the community votes what the community votes, I suppose. It doesn't always result in the same on the battlefields because it's every team, man, woman, child for themselves. I think another team we also really need to kind of look out for is Twisted Minds. I really think that they've been underperforming in these games in a big way. They come with a decent amount of experience without a shadow of a doubt, and they played in PMPL Arabia, PMCO as well. So I'm kind of a little bit underwhelmed with their performances as of the time being.
A little bit unfortunate, I think, for Twisted Minds, especially on that Sandhawk game here, Lethal. They had a great compound north of that road, but when the circle shifts away from them, there's not much they can do, having to try and traverse that position, right? It's a little bit unfortunate.
I'm glad they didn't see it from our point of view either, because did you see the teams on that north side of the circle? We talked about it a couple of times already, but we have to mention it again. They had VP, they had Falcon, and they had YALLA. All 3 of them were also on the top side, and I think I was severely worried for them. Yeah, sure, they've got the advantage in terms of position of the circle. They do close on in, and if it does go their way, and because it didn't, it meant that you can see that Twisted could take advantage of that, but surprisingly enough, they didn't. But you've got to remember at the same time, those 3 teams were very patient. They had a lot of discipline, man. They want to try and feed themselves as much information as possible before making that vital push, but they just couldn't. They knew they were completely surrounded. They knew that they were going to get pincered or sandwiched in multiple angles, in multiple ways here. So I think they were a little bit too cautious in terms of making a move.
Yep, you got to be careful, especially on Sandhawk, though. It can get a bit dicey. I think that is fair to say. All of these players as well. I think we were about to get into the game, but we have a rehost, so that'll be getting down any time now, hopefully here Imperium. Any kind of final thoughts to wrap up our Sandhawk before we kind of move on from what we were seeing next? We'll have another one later on, of course.
I want to see in Sandhawk a boot camp finish. That's all I got to say. I just want to see a boot camp finish. And I also want to see teams being more aggressive in the early parts of Sandhawk. Yes, as we move into Miramar, they're going to be afforded that patience and that time because of obviously much more land available for all these teams. But in Sandhawk, like I said, that early game where pretty much nothing happened for the guts of 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That can't be the case going forward in Sandhawk.
No, indeed. These players here now, once again, a little bit of confusion on some of the players' faces, but you know, we'll be getting there anytime soon. Back to the desert once again, and also once again, it's back to the podcast. All right, we're chilling.
So good.
Yeah, guys.
Clarence, do you like
He
cheese?
loves it.
He knows. He knows. That's for sure. That is for sure. All right.
Clarence, do you like cheese?
Oh no! Don't you start. I'm not even indulging your ridiculous questions. It's funny because like on the previous tournament, everyone indulges your questions, but me, I'm too old to deal with that. So I'm just like, no. Stop right there, Imperium. That's illegal.
Liking cheese is illegal?
That's right. No, not quite that bad, but not quite that.
Oh god.
All right, let's theorize situations on Miramar as well. Actually, speaking of the scenarios that we've had thus far, one thing that always does stand out to me, especially when you're looking at these lobbies earlier, Lethal, is how utility is used, how smokes are used, how grenades are used. And I think Cryptics in this last game on Sandhawk did a great job of saving their utility towards the end, despite already being in fights before all of that. But I think that's a mark of a good team when they're able to save that kind of utility for important moments.
Yeah, it was very important for them. It really did work wonders. And I'm surprised on a number of occasions where they were cooking grenades, but the worst thing was they weren't facing them. Like, if you know that your opponents have got utility in hand, that's a clear error of, like, you know, you should be just jumping out and just instantly tanking some damage and then just going for the trade-offs, especially after you've been taken down as well. And you saw from there, like, you know, prioritizing revivals over trades. It was pretty balmy, but I suppose the panic button was definitely initiated. You saw a huge amount of red flags across the board.
Yeah, I love those long cooks on grenades that, like, people know if someone has to make a move, a long cook on a nade, if you're really close to them and there's like a wall in between you with a window that you can utilize Imperium, it's almost a guaranteed knock for you if you're able to cook it correctly.
Timing of utility and nades is so important, and it's an understated skill in PUBG Mobile. It's not always going to be needed, but when it is needed and it comes out, by God, it is the reason why your team not only can win an engagement, but can win a game. And as well as the fact that, you know, the smokes, the timing and where you throw the smokes is also so incredibly valuable, especially in Miramar.
I'm seeing that gyro getting warmed up. These players are ready as we now get on to Miramar once again. Huge thank you, ladies and gentlemen, once again for your patience as we're going to get on to map number 4 of 6 throughout the day by the looks of things. All of these teams ready and warmed up, prepared to go. Virtus.pro currently sits in 3rd place. No chicken dinner just yet for them. However, they'll be eyeing it here on Miramar after a great spot they were able to take on the first Miramar, and it is now time to head over to Professor Tarzan and Highland Wolf for all of the desert action.
Bread, Tarzan, we're ready for Miramar, game number 4. You know what else goes with bread? Cheese. And I've still not had the answer, quite frankly, Clarence, on whether you like cheese or not.
Okay, I'm going to answer my bit. I know probably no one cares. I like cheese, but you know what?
I like the
also...
cheese appreciation. I need that in my life.
There we go. But this playing path is just so hard. I'm going to say this because from Chumacera all the way to Trailer Park and Ruins, this is incredibly different to the first one that we had in Game 2. You see all these teams like going to the favorite spots around Minas Generales, El Arza, Campo Militar, you name it. All those parts on the eastern side will now be extremely hard to reach. Maybe other than Impala, I would say. So we may see some secondary drop spots coming through as well this time round. And so, but some of these teams should not have a problem reaching there. And you can see some of them are very religious when it comes to primary drop spot. DRS is one of them. We've seen them, how much they love Yasna Poliana on Iran going right here, like Oberia. It's their choice. And there's no surprise if they're heading towards that side once again. So with that first circle, going down to that south side, basically complementing the first half of that plane path, is still going to be extremely tricky. We've got some circle, should I say water, in play in this phase one circle. And, you know, having the word water and circle going in phase one on Miramar, you know it could be an extremely spicy one.
Yeah, I don't think ocean and desert quite fit together in terms of equations. I mean, I was never very good in maths class, but at least know my English classes, and that does not suit Tarzan. But what does suit is right now looking at Cryptics. And Cryptics, who coming off of what was a fascinating win out of that Sanhok match. Expectations coming pretty high, but Cryptics came towards Miramar in the second match. Not so good that time around.
Yeah, I think right now my query would be about their drop. As always, they love the Valdemar, and I don't have a problem with that. We've seen some of these teams saying, hey, we love it because it has access to some of these main roads for whatever type of rotation. So here's my thing, right? Like right now with the center of the circle basically practically only 2,000 meters from them, do they have the map knowledge to really play around the summer circle? They should be, right? Like, I think theoretically better than a team that loves maybe Cruz del Val just because they're used to the southern side. They've been tested like time and time again when it comes to rotations that they have to make in relation to this phase one or whatever phase circle, to be fair. So I want to see them really come out ahead of this one because God forbid so far, gentlemen, I mean, like for all of us on the desk, whether casters, analysts, we haven't seen a team that we can really say they've been very, very consistent. I know Rico Infinity might be close to there, but you know, I kind of jinxed them in that game one as well. They did not have a great Erangel game, so right now it's for them to maybe hold down the fort again, for some of these teams to maybe take some back-to-backs or just have some great games ahead.
So you telling me you've taken the Maxman curse from PMNC when we casted alongside him, and then you've transferred it across? You've taken it like a virus and put it back into this event? Is this what you're trying to tell me, Tarzan?
Okay, like, I can imagine him just sipping on, I don't know, a mojito or something, and suddenly, why is my name here again, right? So, rip for Max.
I mean, it's true.
Maybe.
It's a solid 0% confirmation rate when it comes to getting those top teams.
Well, to be fair, the last time that we worked with him, like, my cursing ability has gone up quite a bit. So,
that's
true. You learn from something, everyone, and brilliant circle right here. So, here's the thing. Like, we talk about this circle, yes, if we just disregard that water bit a little, I would say the circle can kind of be dissected by the maybe top and bottom portion by that main road that goes straight across Los Leones all the way to Monte Nuevo. But when you look about, you know, these compounds on either side of the road, they are quite tricky to claim. They're quite open, right? So we talk about playing loud or whatnot, as the analyst desk mentioned before. Sometimes, like this type of compound, it's so hard to know how to properly play them so that you don't step yourself in the back or step yourself in the foot for the next rotation. So I think that is the main dissection point right here. And of course, the Los Leones City has to be in this one.
Oh, yeah. I love the Los Leones City being inside the first phase.
Stop lying.
Yes! We had like 6-7 in a row, okay? I had my break. We were in rehab, and now that there's no more Los Leones in my sights and in my internal mind, vision, whatever you want to call it, I can now see, breathe clearly again in Los Leones. I quite like it. It's like, you know, when you go into a game, you get really tilted, and then you're like, but let me just play one more. Let me just go for one. This is like Los Leones right now.
Okay.
I just want to see one more Los Leones, particularly though here, because we saw how crowded it got, right, in that first game. We got kind of debated, though. It didn't go inside of Yasna Poliana. It went away. I want to see a full-on city finish.
Yeah, you know what? There's one team that I'm looking at, right? Because you talk about the circle, everything makes sense. It's nice and sweet. T2K is a team that I'm looking out for. I'll tell you why. We've got the team from La Cabrera taking that win earlier. and that's Falcons Esports. When we had an ending close to around Power Grid, and you can see T2K actually, as a Minas Generalis team, doesn't really come in quick enough. It could be that main road. Okay, beautiful tricks right there. They're not quite close. Maybe get the glider and try it again, right? So, Western main road rotation. But I'm going to continue with that point, right? So, T2K, I want to see them being more proactive from that position from Minas Generalis, work their way down a little bit and just claim some key spots. Like, I'd be so heartbroken to see this very strong team from Nepal to fall from that position when they really have priority to control better grounds, when there's so many teams really far out the circle on that northern side. That macro should come through.
This should be their comfort spot as well. We saw them drop exactly inside of Minas Generalis, precisely there in the second game too. So you look towards them as a team and you think they clearly must know something more than the rest of these teams if this is the only team that is dropping over in this location. I think when it came to rotating road down inside of the zone, they left it so late, and it's down again to these slow rotations that are coming through as all of those craziness with the vehicles still going to continue through. Legend is doing something with that vehicle that is not fit for prime time television. That's for after hours, Legends.
Got some landscape to go through, and right now he made a stop. I think right now in this moment, I love watching the minimap. It's all about those support lines, right? Like, you know, this landscape, both NSE and T2K have dropped around Minas Generalis many times in the relative region, in the PMCO, PMPL. So it's about who has the map knowledge. They could basically see each other. As you can see, the support comes in quicker from T2K. And that maybe is a difference in experience as well.
Still though, NSE found themselves surrounded, quite frankly, around all 4 T2K members. And I like this extra aggression coming through from them, but Wanted coming in on Force 2. You can see that NASRAT is trying their best to make those numbers count, but Uraz is already been found and is already dead. And it's going to be 3 players to their name. Unfortunately, NASRAT, they cannot do anything about it. And this is a nice punish. I like this aggression, as we said, but I want to see more of it. I don't want to see T2K now feel comfortable to the point of this first kill, where they don't go for more. They don't push that position. It's also equally, Triple D will also take down one of VP. And of course, if Virtus.pro no longer going to have that full squad available to them when it comes into those final zones, because they're dead.
It's so interesting to see VP on the side of the road, though. I know they're a power grid team, right? They hold that plateau. They basically go into top 2 from those drop spots alone. And this time around, maybe it's the war, kind of that roadblock, set by the team in Montenegro, the team, so they didn't want to go overboard in there and stayed along that western main road. But it doesn't seem to be the comfort spot right now. Now, engulfing by the blue, going to a phase 2, we have Los Leones in that middle, taking out all the water parts, so it's not going to be too different of a rotation that some of these teams need to make, but it's about these early neutral fights as well. Like, it seems to be it's quite early, but those ticks of blue damage does make a difference.
I always feel when it comes to trying to tank these zones, I think it's very respectable to be able to do this come phase 2, phase 3, but sometimes what we see is teams, they take too long. Yes, they think it's right, and it is right to tank it in towards phase 2 even, but you need to be able to speed up the pace. And what concerns me is when teams stay at the same type of heartbeat. They don't decide to race it back up. They don't decide to pick it up to 90 miles an hour. They stay in second gear. They're cruising. But they don't realize that in Miramar, when you're behind and that zone is 1,000 meters behind you, the 4th, 5th gear feels a little bit cleaner.
Man, it's actually quite mind-boggling how many teams are still around here. Like, I know Imperium talked about it. We talk about maybe day 1 effects, I don't know, game 1 effects, whatever you want to call it. This is actually quite slow. We've watched a lot of PMPL. Like, hell, like, talk about PMCO finals. We're seeing a lot of these teams speeding up when it comes to rotating in the first 2 circles. I understand strategic tank, I really do, but right now, when it comes to this particular type of landscape, it's actually very unwelcoming for late teams, like rotating in. We talk about Los Leones, all the dips all around. When it gets saturated, it's just, it will just push you away. There's no grounds for you to be claimed to call home.
Particularly where you're coming in from Los Leones, right, as well, because if you come in from that western side, be expect it to be met with firepower. And of course, you can see teams coming in from the west. They rightly do so have that situation on their hands. Swiss and Mines, Keto is left in that burning vehicle with nowhere for him to go. He just gets shot down. And that's going to be one unnecessarily lost. Is R18 now able to find the push? Kato is going to fall. Dami will not be able to find the revive on front, but what they have done is split themselves 2-1, and now I think the rest of R18, with Dami moving away, they've unfortunately had to leave themselves so split. They might just lose this next 2 players too.
I love these fights by Rico Infinity Team. It's basically what defines them in the PMPL as well. Yeah, they are consistent, and sometimes they do even better when they have to kind of chase the zone, because they understand pocket control and clearing so well. And right now, after all, this position though, there is still a good chance that they can get third party, but I do believe that they have these strategic split really gotten down. You know, it's in their nature right now, and this is the time for them to think, okay, do we take further action in here, because the clock is running down, and if they don't get to next position, this is where teams can really rotate, and it can get a little bit too complicated.
It's the ability here as well to be able to circumvent what the plan was for Twisted Minds into something uncomfortable for them. They put them down to 2 players, they take another one out, and now he take the second on through. And just like that, Dami, of course, left on their own, and it's a solo play when they've got to enter Los Lunas from that dangerous western side. That's going to be the play inside this next shift, and I really am concerned for teams approaching around that open hillside flats coming in towards that city itself.
Man, and they will be, you know, happy about this one. At least Rico Infinity will be, because we've got that pretty hard shift going to that western side, and that will push at least 50% of Los Lunas out. And we will, I think the key thing is for some of these teams who somehow excel playing these hills south to Los Leones, those are no longer in play. So we're talking about that main road position and the compounds either side, as well, of course, always the layers of these landscape on the west of Los Leones. YALLA is in here. We saw them fall pretty early on from what seems to be a deep run for them and from them, and now coming in trying to add more pressure, and they coexist for long enough between themselves and Fate Esports. It's time to fight for another spot.
I think, though, trying to fight right now in a situation where the zone is shifted, of course, and teams are going to be moving around, and you've not actually solidified your position. We had a solidified position around Madcap too. It's an intriguing thought to really Fate on why they are doing such that. I think they may be going for a little bit too aggressive, trying to catch teams coming in across the roadside, as well as fighting around a secondary team right beside them. I think it's all about these stack buildings, because if you can just hold on to those stack buildings, you don't potentially take the fight with those next door neighbors to you, but you look towards picking off kills of those teams coming in later when they do unfortunately have to come into the zone and they come in your line of fire. That's when those positions start to really light up in terms of effectiveness.
And that is painful to watch, you know. I'm down to myself, and the 3CM just needs to drive to the open, hoping to find the next step right president unfortunately. And that team, that is a disappointment, to be fair. Like, it's almost like VP is not doing the best when we have hopes on them, and when we don't, they suddenly do good. And right
we'll
now
just get the camera. It was break the camera, right?
I don't know,
break the camera, and they can't be seen.
Cast a curse, or whatever you want to call it. It is a new, I say, subdivision of science that we don't understand, and I don't think Max understands either. He's probably extremely confused. Sorry for grabbing you in here again, and that is a big rip as we talk about that one. DP is the first team out in this game.
Another upset on Miramar, but it's going to be potentially another one right now. Is SUDOR, they ram it through onto NASRAT, and there's nothing that they can do about it. They're dropping members like flies. They also SUDOR to 1 player remaining. It's 1 remaining for Wanted 2, but Wanted heals back up. Wanted now has potentially the revive coming through, but SUDOR have more. He's going in for the first. He knows there was 1 more remaining, but he gets baited, and Katan finds it into the next fight. Goes straight away, is already DRS taking names as well, and they'll find their 1 kill onto T2K, but not before the rest potentially come round.
Jesus, and hard shift to the western side. I mean, it's a good fight, but knowing how much you can take is important. It's time to go. We talk about these zones. Going to that east and coming back, what I call the ping pong zone, is so tricky for some of these teams. Like the so-called white rotation, almost textbook on white rotation, is not applicable because your previous spot, wherever you want to enter, is actually saturated and push every team away from Los Leones. The dips are running out, and this is actually such a huge bet the side of the only one took around that church position. And you know what? Like, I thought they might probably had to leave, and the gods of PUBG say, no, take this one away. Let's see whether you can make something out of the zone, Bless.
I think our zone is under the influence of evil Professor Tarzan and Harlan Wolf, quite frankly. I mean, there's been some pretty dangerous zones, to be frank, Tarzan, today. I think, you know, the zone police, they need to come in. They need to assess the danger levels of these zones, because they're getting a little bit too high for my liking. We're only in game 4. We've still got another Sandhawk to go.
And I think this is huge, potentially huge for the only one. They moved to that compound just across to the southeast to the church and has huge elevation and huge sightlines towards everything from Los Leones. So everyone escaping from there is going to have huge issues. Right here, Dami needs to know. Patient. He needs to know this for sure. Whether he can cause some damage to Fate, we don't know, but it's continuous battle on the south side as well. Dami move his way out. We'll take one knock first.
Yes, one. Can he find a second? So he goes back out. He drops shots to 2, but it's not enough to take 3. Leif does find it, and he can. The revives on board, but already it's a disaster here for only one as well, who, yes, are left on their own, but look at the amount of bodies around him. It's one yellow player in amongst the greys and the browns of the desert, and unfortunately, Luffy, you might be the next to succumb to the desert floor itself. As now, Kanze will put down the grenade further forward. It's going to be no one on their vote now. They reposition. Osh-tekkWarriors have a 4-party vote to deal with, albeit because they have been slow, but for now allowed Cryptics in onto the fight as well. We've got a 16-person wave fight.
It is beautiful to see Osh-tekkWarriors actually getting some kills into this mid-game. It's almost like we've forgotten about them. But how could we? They got that second place in PMCO KSA, just trailing behind the side of Twisted Mind. So they are a team to really be respected right now. And getting in through this ridge as well, you can see the sightlines can decide when to push, when to shoot, when to just decide which side to fight, right? So that is the strength of sometimes these occasional dips and these low ground, as we see Cryptics struggling if they really want to take this back-to-back chicken dinner.
It's the same problem as Falcons had in game 1 coming into Yasnaya. They're trying to go in one by one, but they're not properly scouting out the locations that they're trying to enter in from. Yes, they're on the edge of zone, but so is everyone else trying to play the edge of zone. So actually, Cryptics, they get surprised unnecessarily, and they actually now lose a 3rd, lose potentially a 4th in total here, as that might just be the entirety of the team. No one remaining, but not for long. You gotta feel Venom. Yes, they have the vehicles, but where do they go?
This is going to be quite tough for a lot of these teams. You can see YALLA's waiting at the now, it's a hard shift once again to that west. I hope they've made the conversation, right? When it comes to planning what they could do for a shift, we always talk about, I at least always been an advocate about pre-shift preparation, pre-shift, you know, like, I don't know, discussion, whatever you want to call it, and sometimes the scouting is part of that, right? So now in this hard shift, I want to see some of these teams being proactive and be rewarded by it. Seems like Fate won't be one team that can do that.
But SUDOR, 6 kills now towards them, taking down the rest of Fate, and I think that SUDOR, on a run when it comes to the aggression in terms of the kills, has been the majority of their points, but they still, with so many kills, have been lacking behind a lot of these other teams when it comes to zone. Another hard shift towards the western side means that they have, ideally, probably the longest route into the next phase. In T2K, they're going to be the ones on front, but do they then maybe or make one of those wide flanks towards the northern side, trying to come in around Falcons as a surprise?
Yeah, I think what these teams need to think about is, yes, you can do a little bit of strategic tank, but the difference in damage when the circle is completely closed is so huge that there's no time to come in. So they need to manage that time window extremely well if they want to find something in between. DRS actually making it into the circle almost down to 2 players. We're expecting a lot from this team, but the game 2 winners from Falcons will be eating it in, and they seem to have found themselves on the other side. Still, the side of one, the only one, needs to hold this one down.
But the rest of one, we can't find the only bullets here, and only one. They've been now locked Luffy down, and second, no, but battle for Andy, I think equally exciting mistake coming through from Osh-tekkWarriors as it went in 1-by-1 around the ridgeline. And the rest of the team of only one, they punish harder against it, but they need to keep moving, they need to keep going as all the rest is going to be another win for YALLA. Nade almost lands on the 777, but we will survive too. Is even inside the zone. You've got Falcons running around the edge, but still defending against those like DRS.
I can't believe that YALLA got it almost without casualties, but on this side, speaking of casualties, DRS is out again, so that is actually so disappointing for so many of these fans as we are waiting for this basic circle. This is going to be a banger because I can see this landscape will force teams to balance between assessing what's in front of them as well as what they believe based on their map. The best tips may be in the circle as we see Rico Infinity still strong. 10 kills so far, but they have to.
It's 11 now, but yes, they've knocked down one. But keep in mind, RAT, yes, they've not found these high chicken dinners yet, but they have been high consistently when it comes to at least the previous games. Sandhawk grabbing themselves a 4th position, a series of kills there. They've also grabbed kills elsewhere in the previous matches too. So, yes, they haven't been the utmost inconsistency, but they have been enough to land themselves on top of this leaderboard. I mean, 11 kills so far. They're at the top with 50 points in total. I think overall, actually, RAT, they're the ones to watch, and it's surprising to come out from them.
It's important, right? We talk about this team being pretty consistent, and it's fine if they don't take these chicken dinners. It's not like PNPL Super Weekends. You don't get extra money from this. You just need those points, right? So, and sometimes when it comes to psychological side of things, right, I always would prefer taking 1 placement point and then 10 kill points, almost, like, instead of the other way around, because there's so much about the psychology of like teams and the confidence when it comes to aggression, winning fight with raw gun skill, like for some, and I completely get that, right? So right now they need to make you switch on the different part of that department in their head to try to get some bait and big brain play so that they can enter maybe from the northern side as we have the clock counting down. T2K finds an opening.
They get 4 head tasks now, looking for 5 head plays coming through right now on the rest of RAT, who have now positioned around the rest of these ridge lines. They've got a little bit of a dip and a tree or two beside them for comfort, and while they wait for the rest to come further towards them, phase 6 has shifted to where the most of these players have been positioned already, so it's not going to be too much of a crazy shift. You're more looking towards now phase 7, but albeit the ABIAH are going to be that forward on the side of this plan, because you do see that they are outside of this zone for all the mean part of it, and actually now ABIAH, but now knocked one. 7MMO is not actually, is not going to be able to move in. The Molotov is there, but yet, actually it's RAT Prustigo, who was not even looking like he was part of the fight, who cleans up the rest of that solo play. At ABIAH, yes, they were fighting one team, but now RAT with 13 kills in hand, put the nades in for even more. Will it land? I don't think so. It will go wide. It's phase 7, and another shift for RAT, still looking so darn strong.
There's a little bit of a mistake there, but you can see Rico Infinity. This is the team that we know. This is what they do. They control a pocket, they do tangential sweep when they've got an edge control, and they will try to take absolutely everything. As welcome the next shift is actually quite nice for them, not quite the case for FalconsEsport.
Falcons, though, we've still got 3 players remaining. You can see that, of course, Damar is coming into the back end of the zone. They need to try to defend this front line while Damar gets in, but we can't. They're losing players, they're losing health bar. Potentially, Adi maybe takes him down, but the only one is on his own. Some look at the rest of these players. A 3 trio is elsewhere, but they find a beautiful knock onto board. That is one for now, taking out. Damar comes over the rest of the ridge line. He will try to smoke up. Are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to try to look over the rest of that hill? No, they will not. Nadai looks like he wants to play for his rest of his team, but he has to dodge out a nade. He has to dodge out a bullet. Triple D gonna fall in the backdrop, but Nadai still survives.
And Adai is so far out to say, I'm okay to commit my life. I will play spoiler just so we can ruin your game. And this will be Falcons, yes, taking out maybe the spoiler player, but the 4 team is already established in the circle. And this may be good for them, but the clock is against them for sure.
this was huge for Falcons to open up that crevasse inside of this final zone, because now they've opened up the dips for themselves. There's no real only one player to hold them off anymore. It's Diamond not. Now Falcons, they got a little bit of space, but RAT just got about a 180. They lose maybe 2. No, it's 1-for-1 trade, and RAT also under fire from both sides is now also the only one jumping on board.
But that's the thing, right? They work through the ridges. They have cover after cover. There is the reset ability coming through with a good 2-1-1 split as well. They completely control the sides, and this is how they can slowly work their way through. But this is the thing, right? You've been getting rewarded for these aggression. Will you push too far to push your luck? This should be a win by them. Of course, the circle still needs to decide which side to, prefer. The gods of PUBG still got some decisions to make, but I mean, the momentum is there for sure.
They have lost, so another you should heal. Never alone. Knocked down. Famer Voe 2, and it's a 1-for-1, but still RAT happy with the trade. The Falcons lose a second. They lose everything when it comes to Bomber being on their own, but Bomber, can he find a knock? Yes, he does. That's what you're looking for Falcons. They make the revive, but look at RAT. They're coming over the ridge line. Will it be enough time for revive to come out? Yes, it will. Barely now turns for the fight. Molly goes over the top. They have to move. Bob's gonna burn down. He won't survive this one. And neither the grenade either. RAT. They're up to 16, Tarzan. They've wiped up 4 squads worth, for goodness sake, and it looks like it could be more.
This might be it. I mean, for Downs not keeping his spot, Result came in and he is doing crazy with this team, right? Rico Infinity is here to claim so much more. We're talking about potentially a 35-point game. If not, no, probably not. 34 would be the max. The quick math that I need to do here. But it's going to be tricky right now. This is still a Rico Infinity game, I think, because they can still reposition on that bridge with the side of the only one having options.
Especially when you get a knock like that, though, Tarzan. Famer's gone down. Now it's something to the blue zone. Gonna be meandering his way further forward. Is baiting him into the shot spot. AT. They maybe just find a second. Yes, they should. There it comes in. Prestigo, there's one more, and they find it. A beautiful 34-point game. And RAT, a strong lead in terms of that leaderboard now.
Look at them go. They're so fired up. You can see what you can do for the team, but you can see the celebration is there, but they try to be calm once again. We talk about adrenaline and all this stuff, and you can see it in Man Events. It's really running through the pipes in their vessels, but you cannot let it go too quick. We all have, in these sometimes clutch moments, our hands can be shaking, but that was an amazing one. Part of me, in that final moments, I was like, the only one, just don't give them any more points. This is the tournament. We talk about how every single point counts.
Into zone.
Yeah, that is a record breaker for sure. I don't know where we were before, when it comes to Global Esports Tour, but this is going to be a little bit of record set right here on Miramar.
An absolutely huge win for RAT, and I think this really solidifies them for what the other teams have to live up to. I think it was just beautiful play. So overall, the way that they positioned on that northern side, they slowly allowed the rest of those teams to make the mistakes themselves. They were patient. They didn't move. They allowed other teams to reposition, and then by repositioning in the open, they had such an interesting split that covered the entirety of that northern side. They were able to catch every single one of those out and grab those kills for themselves.
Yeah, I think the thing is, although it looks like, okay, they've got the zone or whatnot, but so many times in these tournaments, we see teams getting blessed by the zone, but not really doing what it takes to take the most out of it, right? So that is going to be something that we'll look at time and time again. You've got some textbook plays, you've got a good spot, but whether you can execute it will be where we set the line. So anything to wrap up after this was a banger of a game. That was just so hyped.
Gotta wrap it up though with the analyst desk. We'll see you on the flip side. Have a good one.
That's right. If Rico Infinity team continues on with that kind of form, they are going to be taking this one away in spades. So far, so good for them on day number 1. They then get themselves a chicken dinner, despite already being in first place, by the way. But anyway, Imperium as well as Lethal joining me here. Lethal, that was just textbook, really, from Rico Infinity team.
No, it's been very tough to see, but it's nice to see that Rico are now just going to look to try and do their best to keep that consistency going forward. But to be that high up that early on, it just shows that you can tell from the placement points and the kill feed, they're doing a bit of both across the board. It's not like they're having any weaknesses or any dents in the armor heading into the 5th map.
Yeah, Imperium, they looked really solid. A lot of good decision making and a lot of understanding when and when not to take those fights in those final circles.
That last game was perfect. Absolutely perfect. One of the best games I've seen a team play across PMPLs and otherwise in quite a while, and I don't say that lightly. I'm not saying it just because it was a good win. I mean that initially the fight against Twisted Minds 11 minutes in, the way they formatted that engagement, the positioning they had was perfect. The rotations upon every single circle shift was absolutely spot on. There was a tiny level of hesitation on around the kind of 16 minutes in mark where I thought they were giving a little bit too much space to Falcon.
Sure.
But again, it was all about that staying one step ahead, knowing where they were, being aware of their surroundings. And when it came to that final 3-way dance, you said it in the virtual green room. They just waited out, allowed Falcon and the other team, the one, to fight it up, and then they picked up the pieces.
Yeah, definitely. Really well timed out for the most part. They were fighting from the word go, of course, during this game here, Lethal. And as Imperium's mentioning here, Falcon, it looked like there was only one route for them into the circle, and they made it with 3, not 4. But maybe they were giving them a bit too much room, but Rico Infinity knew exactly how to deal with them towards the end.
Yeah, they certainly did. There was absolutely no room for error, especially in a lot of the predicaments they put themselves in. Even before the final couple of circles, they forced themselves in a disadvantageous position, especially fighting teams where they've got a lot of cover across the board. But even in it, they engaged very quickly. They made good use of those vehicles, got a lot of value in terms of the duels they were taking. And in terms of hesitation, like Imperium has already mentioned, it's the fact that as soon as they get 1 or 2 down, they will push in straight away, no matter what kind of HP they run. But they'll bait the teammates with the low HP required and then to force and then trade each other out, and it worked extremely well. It did, you could say close to perfection, and it pretty much was. So Rico just took advantage of any kind of positional advantage across the board, and even at the very end with the low ground, you could see from there it's just a matter of time, patience, discipline, massively paid off.
Not too common that we see Balties finishing off a game, but there you go. 33 points coming in from Rico Infinity team. Impressive stuff. Huge win for them, considering they were already on ridiculous amounts of points anyway. But the only one, 18 points go their way. FalconsEsport 13 points there. Very spread kills coming into this game here, apart from Rico Infinity team Imperium.
Yeah, and one thing that also stands out for me is ABIAH Esports with 8 points in total, only 2 kills. It really complements and adds to what I already mentioned about them, which is they just are not aggressive enough. For example, in that last game, Colaris, how the hell did they allow the last player from T2K, Suyog, to stay alive for so long? And it wasn't even ABIAH that finished off T2K. It was Rico Infinity that had to. ABIAH, if you're going to close out or really make a difference in these games, you have to be more aggressive. Take a couple more risks.
And all the risks on the shoulders here of Rico Infinity team with the amount of kills they're able to post.
Insane.
Very, very impressive stuff. Big damage coming out from almost the entirety of the team as well. And I mean, it's ridiculous to say this 4 games into a tournament here out of the 18 games that we're going to get, Lethal, but they're looking absolutely stellar to the point where they can easily challenge for the championship of just this performance alone.
I don't blame you, mate. Honestly, I really don't. I would say there was at least 3,000 damage across the board for this Rico team. And if you talk about some of the other teams as well, like, we've noticed that Osh-Tech, one of those teams where they'll jump into the circle dead last as well. Just, you've got some teams like Rico where I just can't believe there are so many times and so many predicaments where I'm like, this entire Rico squad, they should be taken down here. They should have been completely wiped the floor with some of these teams, but still somehow they're coming out on top. And it just makes no sense. Of course, they're making these miracle plays where somehow in a lot of 30-70 or 20-80 kind of scale favors, which is clearly not in their favor. They somehow make it work each and every single time it is balmy. But one thing I do want to add, especially on that map as well, I love how no one actually went to Picardo, or at least avoided Picardo like it was the plague. And to see people going around it every single time, just assuming that people were there, somebody assuming they're just going to sit it the entire time, just waiting for kills to come by it. And everyone just literally just stood well away from it.
And I love, of course, Imperium. The Kylaris blessing continues on, not only in PMPL, but also here as well. Amazing. Another one on the board, Imperium, for the good guys, for us three. What do you think about that?
Hey, look, you know, we band together. We may pick different teams, but, you know, me and Lethal, we kind of bait the community. We bait everybody by picking different teams, and we allow you to just, you know, here's the thing, like the best PUBG mobile teams, a good player needs a great team around them to be successful, and that's what you're the top fragger while we're the support.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I just saw something in Rico Infinity Team in these past games and thought, you know what? It's their time, even though the previous games were also their time. But anyway, oh dear me. 2 more games to go here as well today. Don't forget, as we have got ourselves a Sandhawk and an Erangel coming up beyond all of this. And so far, so good, as I say, for Rico Infinity Team. That is going to put them so ahead of the pack. I mean, let's not forget, Lethal. They were #1 already. Never mind what they've just put up.
It wasn't even because of the chicken dinners, was it? It was just a consistency across the board once again. When you see a team take these kind of engagements at a heavy disadvantage and they still pull out all the stops and still got that many points, that's a serious issue for the rest of the pack.
All right, time for a short break. When we return, we have our penultimate game, and it's going to be on Sandhawk. We'll join you in a few here at the Global Esports Tour.
سكتون ريكو انفينيتي تيم.
اي انا جهزت انا وفريقي، يعني انا وفريق المدرب احنا بشكل جيد للبطوله، على تم استعداد ان شاء الله بنقدم الافضل.
ننتظر مستوى كبير للفريق ونطمح للتوب 1 والمنافسه ضد الافرقه العالميه الجديده مثل Virtus.pro والفريق النيبالي ترين تو كيل. نطمح يعني المركز الاول باذن الله.
I'm feeling kind of nervous because this is the first time we are in Saudis. I've never traveled outside, so that's I'm being nervous and excited also.
أنتظر منها النجاح الكامل وبإذن الله انتهائها في تصدرنا في المركز الأول. نعم جاهز وفي أتم الاستعداد والحماس.
نسيت جوالي وصارت قروشة ودقيت على التاكسي وبعدين لقيته الحمد لله.
بإذن الله ننتظر منها المراكز العالية وبإذن الله إني بجيب الجت.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Global Esports Tour. We have got ourselves 2 more games remaining here between all of our 16 teams. And again, so far so good for Rico Infinity team. They are looking absolutely amazing here across our games, not only in victory, but also in defeat as well. Because let's face it, they were first place regardless of getting any chicken dinners. Imperium and Lethal joining me here to talk about these games. And I mean, aside from Rico Infinity team, of course, that have looked brilliant and stellar, I think the other teams that we should be talking about really is also FalconsEsport here, Imperium, considering what they've been able to put up, considering some of the great rotations we've seen from them as well. It seems like they have really good mastery of Miramar, especially.
Yes, it's that Miramar terrain that they seem to have a bit of a stranglehold from a consistency standpoint across the 2 games. And credit to yourself, you called their rotation from the north to the west and kind of taking out DRS. It was a tiny bit shaky because they did lose 1 player, but that late into the game to go for that kind of rotation and only losing 1 player, honestly, that is still a massive victory in my eyes, and it was the cleanest way for them to enter that circle at that point in the game.
Ooh, okay, let's take stock of this. Rico Infinity team is 20 plus points ahead of second place already, and likewise FalconsEsport has put themselves miles ahead of third place in Lethal, despite only 4 games. Wow.
Yeah, they're doing all right, aren't they? They're not doing too bad at all, not too shabby. 21 more points ahead of everyone else, and it's just ridiculous. It's weird. It's the opposite end of the spectrum, really. Like, we kind of expected teams like DRS to not dominate, but at least be ahead of the pack, but they're sitting there in the bottom 8 of the table, 9th place, so still need to see a little bit more from them. But even with teams like ABIAH Esports in 6th place, again did not expect them to get so high up, so pretty pleased with how they've been doing. But look at their placement points especially.
But here's the thing though, Lethal, it's only 10 points dividing DRS in 9th place and Virtus.pro in 3rd, right? So that's little to no difference. So 1 good game compared to 4 or 5 teams around them, and they could easily be shot up into 4th. So by no means, it may look bad on a scoreboard, but it's by no means overall bad when you look at how close you are to 3rd place.
And there they are, Rico Infinity team, looking cool as a cucumber, looking very, very convincing in their games so far. Likewise, Falcon as well, looking convincing. It's as if Imperium, I've played literally thousands of PUBG games, because when you see these rotations come through, like you see these moments, it's like there's only one choice that this team has, right? Imperium, considering where they were and where they had to get to, they had to make that right. Any other choice would have probably led to death, I think, for Falcon.
Yeah, they could have crashed onto Rico. They could have, and it would have been an isolated team fight in itself. However, that was a riskier option. So to me, like I said, and like you said, it was the cleanest call and they've proven themselves. But I want to see them match that in the other maps.
Okay, well, they came crashing through to the middle of the circle and they're coming crashing onto your screens right now. Let's check out Falcon Esports.
اسمي راشد، اللقب راشد برضه، اسم الفريق فالكونز ايسبورت. بدينا لعبة ببجي موبايل منذ 2.5 سنين تقريبا. كنا نلعب مع بعض هواية فقط. بعدها شفنا الموضوع شوي تطور، شفنا فيه بطولات واي سبورت، موضوع احتراف، بدينا ندخل فيها قبل 1.5 سنة تقريبا. دخلنا منظمة فالكونز اي سبورت منذ تقريبا 9 شهور تقريبا، وسوينا الفريق هذا مع تدعيم بعض اللاعبين من فترة ماضية، والحمد لله قدمنا أداء ممتاز إلى أن وصلنا للمرحلة هذه نتواجد في بطولة جي تي رياض. تعالينا كسعوديين نشيل الكثير، تتاح لنا الأفريقيا السعودية بشكل خاص والأفريقيا العالمية بشكل عام منافسة في البطولة بحجم هذه البطولة تقام في الرياض. شرف كبير لنا ومنظمة فالكونز نشارك في البطولة هذه، بإذن الله نقدم فيها مستوى ممتاز يليق بالمنظمة.
Great to hear from Falcon here. Moving on forward. So far, so good for them, considering what they've been able to put up, Lethal. How have you looked at Falcon? Are you impressed so far here by what they've been able to do?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, but not at the same time. In terms of the placement points, I'm quite surprised due to the fact that I always feel like when it comes to the kill feed and how many kills they normally get, normally they do quite fine with that or really well. But the problem is the fact that they never get the placement they really deserved or really showed. Like they're the ones who like to cause a lot of organized chaos across the board, but never had the placement points to go with it. But now they've got that alongside them, we're seeing a lot more consistency, because in the previous placement in the PMPL Arabia, it's kind of a mixed bag. You don't really get everything in the table, but this time around for Falcon, we're seeing both, so it's great to see them manage to fix that leading into a LAN environment.
You look deep in thought, Imperium. What's up?
Well, see, here's the thing, Calaris. I've recognized that is the power of having a beard. Is that all you need to do is just gently stroke it, and you just look like you're deep in thought, like a wise old man just pondering the wherewithals of life, the meaning of life, and just the meaning of it all. But no, I totally echo Lethal's sentiments on Falcon Esports. I'm a little bit surprised with how they perform, but I'm also not surprised, and it's quite obvious that they have come into this tournament as prepared as they can be, and like we saw Rashad say, like all they can do is try their best, and they are trying their best, and they're succeeding very well with it.
Well, the community is sticking with DRS, not too much surprises there. And actually, it's funny, you mentioned the beard. It's statistically proven that people with beards get trusted more, and it's even more likely to trust someone if they're smoking a pipe, which is weird. And it's
really?
They look wise, apparently,
Okay.
I mean, are you going to disagree with that? I don't think so.
God, no. God, no.
No?
I don't. I've never smoked a pipe, but, the odd cigar, glass of whiskey, and anyway,
Oh, we know about it. Yeah, okay. All right. We're just a few more minutes out before we actually get into this next game. It will be Sandhawk once again. The chaos of the jungle will ensue. Lethal, what are you looking out for?
I'm just waiting for DRS to step up at some point. It's I think a lot of people already think I'm a massive fanboy of him, but I think I'm just underwhelmed with how we were expecting them to perform here. I think we expected a lot more from them. I'm not really too sure why they've had these issues. Like, I think Imperium made a good point. Yeah, sure, they're ninth, but still, there isn't a huge point gap between them, is there? So, still the first day, but we're at the later stage of it now. So we need to really try and buck the ideas up a little bit and try and get a little bit more on the board.
Definitely so. All right, it's jungle time and it's drop time as we now leave you in the capable hands of two gentlemen that are too young to grow beards. It's Highland Wolf and Professor Tarzan.
What do you mean? I'm too young, Kalaras, to grow a beard. I am perfectly capable. I am an adult wolf, and I am big enough and strong enough to grow my own beard. The floof, it just doesn't seem to want to come, you know? It just sits on the face just a little bit, and then we sort of want to grow it, but it doesn't look nice, Tarzan, you know? I don't know if you've ever had this thing where it grow...
I mean,
a beard,
okay,
right?
that's the thing though. Like, I don't think it should be about age. I don't want to be too scientific here, but because I'm not that young, right? And people kind of hate me for that, but I do not want that beard, like for me. But it's just because I can't carry one, right? So yeah, I will leave that for the gentleman on the desk. And as
you
we
a
see,
beard would be interesting. I'm not gonna lie.
Please don't try to picture it. We
should Photoshop that in. I think
I have a
at some
long
point.
look into the mirror and my own soul when I try to picture that. So
Wow.
don't make anyone
That's
try
deep.
to do that another time. But right now we've got this circle, right? So love this circle. I'd say is slightly gentler like than the last one. We definitely know there's a higher chance getting to the Southwestern Island in that third game. Now into the fifth one, Rico Infinity. We've seen them in this position before. They are the kings of Paradise Resort, and they have no problem slowly playing their sweeping style down from that north. And so far, they seem to have been respecting each other's drop spot. And right now, I think this is where teams start to know, okay, so we've found our pocket to control. We will not try to clash with you, and we'll see some change coming through maybe from tomorrow onwards when all these teams, you know, like God forbid, they should get some rest, but it's also homework time when they're done with today's games.
Do you know, I'm just thinking, so I'm really deep in thought of this beards images right now. I'm just thinking, you know, if you were
Please.
like, pillows would be like, it'd be like a really good pillow, you know? Like, the beard, you know? Like, it'd be like really comfy. Like...
No, I don't want to think that. Right now, these early... Okay, so here's the thing, right? We talk about... Okay, I need to pull you out from that beard thing. Okay, and right now...
Sorry,
I'm
I'm really deep in the hole of beards right now.
No problem. I get you. And right now, that... Okay, I want to make one very key point there and just allow me... Because some of these early parts, yes, we talk about this map being very small, but that means it's easier to kind of get certain info. We talk about the basics in knowing your split and then knowing your function, dedicating your I button and your screen, your camera angle to make sure that certain things are clear. So sometimes when you see a player running towards someone within the first 30 seconds of the game, sometimes it's some basic slipping right there. So that is a sad way to lose one players from VP. They definitely need to do a lot more. We had high hopes. I mean, I think we have been, you know, it's not just us. The fans have been selecting them for a good reason, the representative from the CIS region.
You know what's also pretty sad, Tarzan, is a beard if you shave it off. No, I'm only joking, We're done with that. We're on a new chapter as we move over to Finance. And of course, oh man, I'm completely lost. Honestly, Tarzan, this hole is too deep, but either way, we're in Penang, and of course we can see. I think, obviously, the ultimate, one of these teams that I was trying to say here, it really needs to step up as well when it comes to teams trying to make that run. I think we've not really seen so much of promise besides them, considering actually the way in which they drop. Because it's not only Sanhok, which they drop on these main locations to try go for these fights, but instead on Miramar and Erangel, it seems to be a similar case. I am then just questioning, is it something to do with the synergy of the rest of the ultimate? Are they just not taking these team fights properly that they wish to go in for?
Potentially, right? Like right now, I think this is the issue with day one as well. Some of these teams are testing things out. It's other than certain occasional fights that we've seen, it's so hard to figure out based on mini-maps or the splits in what exactly they're trying to do. We have not seen something extremely textbook or extremely clean coming through. And I think that is also the problem. Like, it's not just adjusting, you know, to this next stage of this tournament, it's also back to a LAN event. Like, that is a huge thing. And I think I was trying to think for maybe a team like YALLA Esports, like, thank God they had a decent game 4, not the best, but, you know, kind of slowly bouncing back. Like, it's so hard to know how to maneuver the energy within the team when you have a good game and then you've got two absolutely terrible ones. Like, we talk about these, you know, non-verbal communications. We talk about IGLing. We talk about leadership. God forbid, sometimes you look at someone's face and they are already drawing all the energy out of you. You know, sometimes that is the tricky thing with team building, team dynamics. We talk about aura and all these stuff, and it's not just game skill. It's not just about knowledge. It's about that spirit and that presence.
Also, when it comes to that presence, so I think a beautiful position coming out from Virtus.pro, and I like the adaptation coming through from Virtus.pro here, because they had this type of position over in game number 3, and I think they didn't work out for them. They were a little bit too split. They were coming in towards the L compound. They didn't really have an idea of how they wanted to push and take it, because they were slightly later to the uptake, and now actually they take it straight away. I think that, yes, it's going to not provide the maximum amount of loot that you potentially would like inside of this early game. You're going to want to move further into zone later on, but it's definitely a strong location nevertheless, and it's going to keep you central inside of Sandhawk, which is the most important thing, considering that this zone still can shift either way.
So open still. I think we need to look at some of these minute things, like we always say, right? Of course, airdrop would be good, you know, to come through from right now. I want to look at YALLA Esports, to be fair. Yes, we talk about how their game 4 was a little bit better. It's about that position in bootcamp that Lethal talked about as well. Like, what's there in bootcamp that you need to stay so long in for? What's there for you to get? Like, you've looted everything. It's the hills around that is usually more to bun that one, but let's hold that thought because it's going to be tried.
It was already a missed grenade, but we don't need the grenades to take down the Ritz of NASRAT Shock Esport. A third gone, and this is over. You've got to believe for Suleiman, if he can potentially take down one Virtus.pro, it's like a mistake from Bronsberg, and Bandit was not in position to cover fire, and this might have just gone wrong. It's another 1-for-2 fight potentially as a revive should come through.
1v1 right now, but there's the cover, and the com's not quite there yet. You can see Bandita's not really looking at the correct direction in a way. No, the land's kind of land, but that is an issue with some of these splits. And you know what?
Oh, no.
I love the fact that SUDOR's coming in. They were a team in PMP Arabia who knows the opportunistic, you know, third party. They will come towards this compound almost every time, and they will hunt some of these teams down along the shoreline. So this could change the fate of both teams. Here comes the shots.
Bandita gets knocked down, rightly so. This was the upset we were looking at. Virtus.pro eliminated again. I called it good position. Yes, the scouting was nice overall, but they just went way too deep, I think, for no solo plays to finish off that final man. Of course, you have to give that respect, and I think that it was that disrespect that NASRAT just punished.
I mean, that is also the power of a power position, right? Like you can really play very, very loud, but if you don't make the use out of it, then it's GG. Like basically, we say it all the time. I said it from that first game. Yes, you got a strong spot, good, right? You play tech spot, fine. But some of these teams start to get so good in the scene that they will not give you anything for doing so, and suddenly it becomes a chess game, and that is the high level PUBG that we want to see.
Oh man, that was beautiful though, coming in from YALLA. That felt right.
Painful. You like pain? I mean, who are you rooting for, seriously? In that moment, I was like...
Come on, we've had 5 games. This is the 5th game now, Tarzan. We wanted at least hard zones for 18 games. 5 games is like a breeze for me.
Oh, kind of true. And right here, like Rico Infinity, and I think it's great to see the recognition that's slowly getting, like, from multiple regions. Of course, we have more Arabian teams in here, but their star right now is pretty good. I think it will allow them to go translate into global tournaments, to be fair. Like, knowing how to make sure that they control a pocket well is just an important skill, right? And you capitalize on that before you move. You know, sometimes as casters, you look at some of these teams taking some very good positions and just get so confused as to why. What have they been doing? They've got absolutely nothing, and then they lost their position to the next spot. As we see here, YALLA taking it, hopefully a lot better of a Sandhawk game. 3 kills on 1 right now as they close to this tip of that island.
And they will also confirm down one of ABIAH as well. He's left on his own. The other two down below inside the building, but they've not climbed up the hill just yet. Welly now takes higher ground. Will dodge out the nades up below him. But a third almost connects, but not quite. There, a fourth foe almost knocking him down, but he's still alive. ABIAH, there's a trio remaining. He will wrap round a long way around, but is it good enough? Don't believe so. Yes, knocks and away goes the second. The fate will confirm. Actually, no. TU, the ultimate, will confirm away the second kill out of the fight. And now you can see that potential third party coming in, but are also the ultimate in a bad position. Look at the bodies around TU when it comes to that map and that second phase shift. They are completely surrounded. I think the only way out really is going through Quarry, but by all means, go at Quarry at your own peril.
I mean, it's too early to put your stops and all your into Quarry. You can see beautiful slow here. I mean, Triple D is trying to prove a point. It's like one of those teams that we have not mentioned enough, just because the way that they've engaged in fights. I'd say, like, to be fair, since game 1, because they did get that second place for those who've forgotten. And right now we have a tricky circle. I mean, it's too early to predict anything. It is Sandhawk, you know, and the nature is unpredictable and volatile. But we do have that cliff hill kind of to the north of Quarry, right in that middle. And we know how unforgiving it is, that road to the east side of that, separating Quarry and Barn. And that is a very key segment to kind of have some control over and know how to play around.
The ultimate still, they are playing together. They have that high ground. I like this aggression. I wanted to see this aggression as a team, because the problem with the ultimate when it comes back to those team fights and thinking back to those games that they have played is being because they've been split. And I think that sticking together as a team, yes, you are likely more so to be caught out of position when it comes to making those later rotations if you are slow. And yes, you are going to be easier to spot as a whole team. But actually, when it comes to taking those straight-up team fights, which seems to be in the witched way that the ultimate want to play the game, I think it works out for them overall having a strong position.
Yeah, like right now, I think the meta is a little bit too towards... It's not really the meta, I would say. It's just tendency of circles recently has been so harsh, like a lot of hard shifts. So occasionally you see some of these teams playing very, very edge, but somehow get blessed by the circle. But that is sometimes not a great thing for them, right? They enter in with a bit of an avoidance style, and they happen to get the zone, and suddenly they don't know what to do with that. And right now we've got Fate. We've seen them making an important statement. In game 3, coming back maybe stronger, but failing to wrap up that fight, and we carry over that end game over here, maybe in that mid range. The game 3 winners against the second place right here to the southeast of Quarry. Cryptics are here to prove even further.
Ori already, of course, taken up in Cryptics, another one of those teams who have been sort of consistent when it comes to the leaderboard, and they have had those poor games. So I think that actually the only team Falcons, I was about to mention them, who have been consistent, losing one already beside RAT. Yes, RAT have had those big games, but Falcon not gonna find one right now. Here is Osh-tekkWarriors. The upset could come through. He's still alive. Can he confirm those knocks? So can he grab the kills that they have been able to muster? Another nade goes over, goes wide, and Basil's still alive. Osh-tekkWarriors, where is the support to? Now they're finally coming in. He's been able to do work enough, but another grenade puts him down towards 40% HP.
Man, that is a fight that they kind of need to wrap up. I think the entry lines on that northern edge is a little bit tricky, but that's the problem. You keep peeking and working around the same cover. That nade is eventually going to hit you, and the support now comes in. They've got a little bit of an advantage from a little bit more of elevation, but this is a problem. As always, sometimes it's the macro that they need to think about. 500 meters on this map is extremely far if you don't have a vehicle, and even if you have a vehicle, it's a little bit too loud.
Oh my days. That was a grenade and a half, though. Tarzan, last no vision, snipes down Basil, and that's one of those fight-changing nades, but it's still not going to deter Daz. That confirms down another, but we'll get knocked as well. It's Nade City on point, the instant kills everywhere in the fight. But look at the flag, he's in the blue. He takes down Damar, as is with the outplay.
Sometimes you just need that one right thought. the courage to go out of circle to get the extra angle. But hold that, because southern side, we've got teams coming in, and the only ones not going to continue what they got from the game earlier, down to one player and got no kills right now, and ABIAH trying to exert some dominance.
Another double drop through from ABIAH. They kill themselves with a help through a triple D. ABIAH eliminated and triple. They're only going to push further. They know there is only one more player surely left inside the shack. Surprise is not there. A beautiful nade inside and triple D. 4 kills claimed for themselves.
How to feel? I was like, ABIAH going to exert dominance. Boom, killed themselves. Like, okay, I guess today we're down for more surprises. Right here, I think Corey is still going to be important. I think the setup needs to come through though, because from this bit of a shift, if you play a little bit loud around here, you also need to be careful of the northern side funnel, right? From some of these teams, and of course, there's not quite a lot from that side, but Cryptics have been trying their luck, and sometimes you do have to think, sometimes in this type of fight, unless the other team makes some serious mistake, you should mostly be able to get a knock and not a finish.
That's true. Also, though, Fate, they're going in for the risky side of strategy. They're inside the quarry. Alarm bells ringing for me, Tarzan, when it comes to that position in the dip. I am just very nervous overall for Fate if they now get caught with teams still coming in from behind who we know are there and ready to do so. Fate could be instantly eliminating themselves with this play.
Still some time though, and yeah, this is the one.
That's an instant elimination. I'm not gonna lie.
Like, imagine playing in the LAN. That happens, and then you look into your teammates' eyes. You don't know what to say. Like, I mean, I probably.
I'm scared of the eyes looking back at me, Tarzan. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And right now, but you're absolutely right. I think this 2-2 split from Fate, with the other two not really trying to guarantee the entry spots for these two other players. Wow.
Bye-bye.
And that is the name.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful one from Marshall. So yeah, Senku doesn't need to be here. Cryptic's been fragging out, and there's more to prove though. We talk about Rico still being extremely strong. Yes, they're on edge, but you know what? They are still very strong. You have a south shift, they don't mind, and they got this type of circle going to the northeastern side. This might be another chicken dinner, but this is Sandhawk, so it's a completely different way that they need to play in order to guarantee this win.
This is one of those chicken dinners where I haven't seen T2K edge and be successful in those team fights. Now, given a zone, it has gone all the way up to the northern side and the east towards them. I need to see something from T2K here. I mean, if this is not a zone and a half given to you in phase number 4, I'm not sure what is.
It's very tricky. I feel like before we started today, there's so much hype around DRS and T2K, and now that we are almost done with the day 5 games, and you suddenly almost forgotten about all the reasons why people hype them up for. So it could be about these day 1 approaches or whatnot, but we are hoping for so much more. And this is still the game that they can do that. They do have a spot in the circle, so it's about finding the best splits to hold it down.
Still nevertheless, so still the ultimate. They have unfortunately found themselves on the edge of the quarry, going to lose one player, but also Twisted Mind's going to confirm it through Ragnar. Going to be knocked out of the game. Is also now YALLA confirming even more further into the zone as they make their approach in towards Twisted Minds. But I love the split coming through from Twisted Minds right now. Over on that hillside, they're slowly entering into zone. I really think that the vision control coming through from them is going to be so great coming into that next phase.
And that's the thing, right? Like, you're trying to work your edges, but there's always some info that you need to get in first so that you can set the scene. Osh-tekkWarriors are panicking a little bit from one team to the other. Now into the shack. Got no chance to really reset, I don't think. No, like Kante did live from that one, but that won't be an easy one for Dar.
They can't really make that revive because how do you get back into the building? You got to send Kante out to make that revive, otherwise they get knocked up walking up the stairs. And YALLA looking to potentially confirm a second nade, see if it can bait anyone further forward. Will it go wide? Will it land? No, it will. not strike true. Destiny still alive as Vigors is slowly walking back. I think that actually confirming a kill there is going to be good enough. They will finally grab the shots in, and Vigors will be eliminated away. Down to 3 as another nade goes further forward. The 777 confirming through more, trying to allow not only themselves to push forward, but look also to flank. Powerful Yusuf need to move a little bit further forward, I think, to make this push really count.
Yeah, it is a very tricky angle. I think where Twisted Mind is, they have rolled down a little bit too far. That cliffside is so strong, but now if you're too focused on here, that's going to be taken away. As you can see, SUDOR's on their way up, trying to claim that away. But it will be a little bit of a bloodbath, I do believe, on that south. Anyway, as we're waiting for this Nick shift to come through, missing those shots, their legend, that is one that you cannot miss.
That's one of those shots, right, where if you miss it, you give your position away. You have to reposition then because you're no longer in secrecy. In RAT, actually give themselves more position by inherently then forcing the rest of time to kill back. And I think that is the rest of Train to Kill their own deficit by being too aggressive. That trigger discipline not there. SUDOR as well being a little bit too patient overall, getting now caught by the ultimate. They're still on the opposite end of them, and on the backside, T2K losing 2 to Prestigo. That was not what we saw, but we didn't want to see it anyways coming through from T2K. That was wrong. Coming in for the defense is now also SUDOR, and so one back in the ultimate lose 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, what's the plan here? For some of these teams on the south side, they have to think about heal strat, right? But some of these teams that I've seen is really down to the start of the team. Some of these teams will always have that in their back pockets. We've seen some key teams in maybe PMPL, Arabia as well as Europe West, they have that. But this is the time to maybe use it. As you can see, some of them are just kind of stuck in the middle. A little bit too far to rotate, a bit too far to run, but don't have a car either.
DRS pick up another one. Unfortunately, Twisted Mind is going to lose a second. Of course, also, when you look towards the Triple D as well, going to be put down to 2 players. Now comes the support, but not before Cryptics lose 1-2 on the kill feed. And this is where it starts to really ramp up. Tarzan, SUDOR making that desperation push to the blue zone. Phase 5 comes in behind him. Kato will not stop them, but they will be stopped by the blue zone. DRS, Mafia Ninja will clean up 1, maybe cleans up Kato 2. El Shamari wandering their way forward, but not before the heal has come out. It's Twisted also getting engulfed by the blue zone. They have to run.
And Mafia Ninja doing amazing work here, finding a balance between playing spoiler and healing. That is actually quite crazy. You need a lot of good calculation coming into that one. He needs to maybe slowly move. Phase 6 comes in, and that is going to hurt.
One player alive, but they made the push at least enough to keep 1 in the game right now. But can they keep themselves still in the game enough with 10 teams still remaining? These placement points are nothing with 10 teams still alive. As a nade slightly too short, but D, Amar barely goes up too much, but a nade, or a molly should I say, will be enough to burn down 2, but Mafia gets spoiled himself. He will get knocked out as Twisted Minds will finally be flushed through, but so are weakened. Now, rest of DRS, they lose another, and Amar might have been allowed this edge further in. He might have been allowed away further forward, but he's on his own. It's a 2v1 situation, Tarzan, and they're still closing in. The blue zone is there, and he's got to go back towards his team. He has to make it across his ridge line as the blue only takes him down further. The shots coming in, the spray is not enough, but he will have to gain even more damage. He does get out in time. And Triple D, they live to see another day.
That's great by Amar. I mean, they know this. That is the function of their anchor player, right? You can at least have 80% of their rotation made just because you've set someone up to grab info, and that is a great hold. 1v3 on that side, but let's not forget about SUDOR. They are the team that we're waiting for to wake up as we see DRS down to that 1 player. Only 11 players for these final 6 teams.
Points going to ramp up so much more as these solos start to drop. But look, 11 players alive. YALLA have a full squad. Tarzan, we wanted to see YALLA step up. This is their game to do so. Yes, they've not got the zone, but they've got a series of solos, a series of duos. This is about as free as you get in terms of numbers.
It could be a little bit of those just run and gun phases, right? No one's in the circle because look at that circle. It's right down in the middle. open, low ground. No one wants to go in. So this is actually a huge test for some of these teams. They need to find some balance. They may need to let go of some of these players just to serve a particular function.
Oh, but it's down Killer, and Jane goes as well. There goes the anchor point. There goes a team. Triple Devo gonna drop as well. And Amar is a solo player. He tries to fight back. Yes, he will manage to do it. He finds revenge, but not for the zone. Hits him out, and Yalla given a free win. I'm not sure they even know what happened.
I mean, it's the landscape, right? It's Sandhawk. But what they made so good in that position is they know the limits of that pocket. They clear out one side, and I mean, I think from what we saw from the kill feed as well, Rico Infinity lost this one because of a little bit of pressure broke from TCK and the side of Yalla. I could be wrong there, but there's something that allowed them to hold that one down, understanding the landscape, and don't go into too much of those grounds with no info, right? So that's an important one, and we talk about them getting the first one of today, and after a little bit of hell, slowly coming back out and winning this one. And I think this is arguably as good as a feeling as a constant domination, right? You've been through a little bit of hell, you come back, you sort it out, and you're back on top again.
I think the momentum really changed in terms of mentality, Tarzan, and how they're feeling right now. You can see that, yes, they are patient, they are still right now, but you've got to feel that victory coursing through their veins. You've got to feel that hype. They are willing now to put down into the final game, because we still got one more to go, and I would love to see now that slight consistency coming through from Yalla if they can muster another good result.
I love it. I love how the manager was there making sure, like Kevin was so certain to basically maintain the mental. You can see the faces of those players. It's almost like they don't allow themselves to hype up too much. There's a lot on the line, and there is no space for someone to overhype and get overconfident. And it was great to see some of those moments on screen, and you can see on their faces and how these really, really important work coming through from the organization. It's not just about device or whatnot contract. Leave that out of the door. After all, it is a cognitive sport, esports.
I think the mentality side's so important, but we've got to hold that off and talk about the victory a little bit more with our desk one more time. Head over to you, Karius.
That's right, thank you. Yalla getting themselves 2 wins here during the day. Great stuff by that team. Although, I mean, yeah, they get themselves the win. Although, looking at the body language towards the end, they weren't entirely happy, I feel like, with that situation. Imperium Lethal joining me here. Imperium, what do you make of it? It was maybe a little bit of a diffusing of a situation there for Yalla.
This is one of the great things about a LAN experience, where we're able to see kind of the live reactions in a studio, in a venue, of the teams. And even after a win, there seemed to be a little bit of a confrontation of one of the players kind of maybe giving out and another one going over, and then Bandar had to kind of calm things down, and then a member of staff for the venue. So hey, despite the win, there's clearly a few tensions from the Yalla side, and that makes sense because despite the win, they haven't had the most consistent day. Game 2, Game 3 were 0 pointers. So, you know, I'm kind of not surprised there's a little bit of stress there.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add to that as well. Sorry, yeah, I was going to mention, but I think there was a moment in that match you kind of saw where 3 of their teams, you know, 40s left remaining, Yalla had the entire west side all to themselves, full advantage. They had 3 teams literally all just lingering with each other on the east side, and I think the reason why there was a bit of confrontation there, and they were a little bit frustrated, especially with one of the players, is due to the fact that they should have won that a lot more comfortably than they should have done. I think that was probably why.
Yeah, maybe concerns as to like, okay, I've said let's go this way, but you thought no, let's go this. Like, even something as simple as that, you know, because all of these guys obviously very, very keen to be able to get these wins on the board. And again, in total, you are fighting for a first place prize of $45,000. So yeah, tensions riding high, but understandable as we take a look at some of the highlights from this game. And a very different Sandhawk to our first one of the day here, Imperium.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot different, but we do have to talk about this Virtus.pro positioning. In theory, that trifecta position is a great spot to land, a great spot to hold on to, but where Virtus.pro really make the mistake is by being too heavily split, so they get kind of picked apart one by one. We saw it in the first Sandhawk game of the day, we saw it in the second Sandhawk game of the day. They really need to clean that up.
take a look here at Falcon trying to push on things towards Osh-tekkWarriors. There's been some questionable few nades here throughout the day as well. And I think that may be down to, you know, the environment that they're in. Obviously, we've had some delays, etc., and things like that. But getting yourself caught in the middle of quarry like this, not the best place to be going lethal with the lack of exit strategies from the middle of quarry.
Yeah, I think they were just kind of trying to cut time to get to the next phase, but even then though, why would you do it? Just bide your time, just be a bit more patient. Why would you put yourself in such a heavy disadvantageous situation where as soon as someone sees you, that's it? Like, you know, you've got nades flying at you, you've got gunshots. They're going to literally gatekeep those high spots until they come straight at you, which made zero sense, and I'm pretty sure they must have realized it was a heavy blunder on their end, just again assuming that there's like enough cover for them to make it across. They should not have done that at all. And a few other players I want to mention as well is that we saw YALLA go to boot camp once again from the get-go, and instead of just sitting around you know, just scratching, wondering what they should be doing, they literally pulled the finger out and made sure to scout around the area, and they made sure to scout it in a thorough fashion, and they did so, and they actually got a few kills behind it. And one thing which is a bit debatable is DRS. They were very widespread from the get-go. When they landed, they had all four members all widespread from Camp Bravo to Quarry just to try and feed themselves information, but I think that was a little bit too optimistic there.
And you know what I'm about to say, Imperium?
What?
Them Sanhok numbers. There's not that many huge kill numbers here when it comes to it, but very spread out. YALLA, they do get themselves 8, but a 7, 7, 7, 5 constantly going down. This is just the nature of Sanhok. You're gonna have third parties. You're gonna have to somehow work those out, and especially on that east side, there were so many pinches.
I genuinely really love this game, being perfectly honest. DDD stepped up to the plate massively in a good way, especially one of their players, I think 333 Mar or Triple M Mar, I forget his exact name, but he really pulled out some great plays onto DRS, and I think if his teammate had been a little bit closer to him, they could have cleared up DRS a tiny bit quicker, or at least taken them out. But it was also a good game for DRS. I think we both talked about it in the green room that they made maybe a couple of positional mistakes which stopped them from really controlling the late game, but it was still a great 15-point result from them.
I mean, a lot of it, we were all discussing it about the fact that, you know, you end up moving down to that compound next to Quarry, and there's only so many directions lethal from a compound next to Quarry that you can go compared to, say, a compound north of that location, which may give you a bit more freedom to start moving about.
Yeah, if you're north of the Quarry, especially with that circle, you get, you know, a number of advantages across the board. I'm still quite surprised how DRS even got away with the very beginning. Like, they had a very fruity play, just being all four of them widespread. But don't get me wrong, like, you know, Mafia Ninja with massive damage down in comparison to the rest of the pack. Again, not something you see on Sanhok, but just a little bit surprised with how they managed to land and how they were able to get away with it. They were just incredibly lucky that no one landed on that eastern side, because if they did, it would have been a lot of trouble, and they would not have had the numbers advantage going into the later circles.
And I think we've been pretty lucky with these predictions, to be perfectly honest, for this one, because we, you know, it was down to the wire for us coming into it, but we hit the home run. Likewise, community going for DRS, not too much surprise. Again, I expect that to be thoroughly DRS favored over the next coming days. Although maybe the community changes their tune after seeing YALLA as well as Rico looking as good as they have done here throughout the day here, Imperium.
What did I say? All for one and one for all. We all picked the right choices, and we're stepping right up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Absolutely bang on, and YALLA definitely have a lot of support across the board. It just happens to be that the Nepal community are showing up in drones. They have for years. They will continue to, because they have a lot of pride in the teams that are representing their country in this global esports tour.
Oh, absolutely. So that now brings us on to one final match for today. Oh boy, it has been a journey today so far, and I think also the players might be a little bit fatigued as well, all things considered, but that's what you got to play under. You got to play under these conditions if you want to win the big bucks sometimes. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, it's our final match of the day. We'll be going back to good old Erangel, the grassy pastures. We'll see you in a few.
نحن نسير على الأرض المقدسة.
كلنا فخر وشرف.
نسير ورؤوسنا مرفوعة.
جرأتنا وشجاعتنا.
إصرارنا.
مهاراتنا وعملنا الجاد. وإرادتنا القوية.
قادونا إلى ما نحن عليه اليوم.
العاصفة قادمة.
हामी यो टुर्नामेन्टलाई एकदम रेडी छौँ यसपालि।
الدم يضخ في عروقنا.
رؤيتنا واضحة.
وقلوبنا ممتلئة.
لا شيء يقف بيننا وبين النصر.
And we are ready to take it. Are you?
We've been on a journey together here today, but just one more game remains for day number 1 here at the Global Esports Tour for PUBG Mobile. We've got ourselves Erangel on the horizon, the grassy pastures in view, and we'll be heading there very, very shortly, hopefully. I've got Imperium as well as Lethal here to get things rolling. The players might be for a bit fatigued as well. Maybe tensions are flying high over in the arena there. But regardless of that fact, YALLA gets themselves the first double chicken dinner, and it's in just 1 day here, Lethal. They've got to be happy with a little bit of that, surely.
Yeah, I think they're happy, but I think they killed their momentum 5 seconds after that win. So I'm not really too sure. We'll have to see how things go, but hopefully they'll just stick to their guns and just crack on from there and just talk about whatever worries they've got later on. But you're right though, you know, YALLA looking very, very good, looking very solid indeed as they're going to crack on with this final map later on. And you got to remember as well, the fact that YALLA were good at the start. They've definitely had a few mixed bag results across the board, but at least they managed to get a lot more points in that final map, or sorry, the last map, shall I say, on Sandhog.
Yeah, it's very much been a case of all or nothing for YALLA Esports as well during today. It's been 2 amazing games, Imperium, and then it's been 3 games where, okay, go again.
And honestly, I'm still okay to see that from YALLA because in the past, they've always looked just okay, and they hit such a stagnated level of play. They were different rosters back then, of course, but still we regard YALLA as a powerhouse name in the MENA region. Rich history across the board, competing in the very first PUBG Mobile Star Challenge, I believe, back in 2019 or 2018. So they definitely have rich history across the board. So it is honestly great to see the will, the fight, the actual determination and aggression to pull off these wins in an event like this. despite my worries about their consistency.
All right, viewers, I know you're going to vote for DRS, but by how much is the question here, as you can get all your hashtags in and good to go. As you can see, our players are slowly gearing up to get into the lobby here. But let's take a look at the standings so far. Rico Infinity still at the top with 75 points. I doubt we're going to see anyone catch them throughout the day. But YALLA moves up into second place here, Lethal, with that victory.
Yeah, they certainly are creeping up there. Falcons still in third place considering what we've seen so far. And we've got mentioned DDD quite a lot because I kind of think they've been lurking in the shadows, not just on the leaderboard, like creeping on up, but of course on the server as well. They've always been thinking about those placement points. And you can see, look at the placement, 33 points compared to the 15 kills. There's been a lot of times on numerous occasions where they've had literally 1 or 2 alive that somehow scrape top 4 and top 5, and no one really taking note or noticing. They probably have done now because they've done it like 2 or 3 maps in a row, but I'm just surprised how stealthy they've been when they've lost the majority of their lineup.
Yeah, definitely have to be a bit careful about all of this situation. But as you can see, still Rico Infinity team still kind of just looking poised to get back into their games, if I'm honest. Some teams are kind of just getting themselves together. Some teams have a few people away, but not for teams like Rico Infinity team. DDD here deliberating up at the top, and the only one so far. They're at about 21 points here, Imperium. So need a little bit of step up there.
Yeah, and they're only 2 points behind 16th place Twisted Minds as well. So they're not exactly, they're not exactly super duper safe when it comes to the standings. But just observing a couple of things from the leaderboard. You know, DRS, one good game. They were in 9th. They're now up in 6th, right? That's what I was talking about. That difference is a little bit higher in terms of the top half of the standings. When you look at FalconsEsport in 3rd and Virtus.pro down in 8th, there's less than 20 points, should I say, around 15 points dividing those teams. So it is a tiny bit higher, but at the end of the day, the opportunity is there. And for DDD, 33 placement points and 15 kill points, that difference of 18 points, honestly, is not good enough after 5 games. That needs to massively change.
I mean, when you look at DRS especially, and once again the community is right behind them, I think Lethal, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when they get themselves a chicken dinner, surely.
Yeah, I think it's going to be around that time. I don't think they're making any bad plays. They're making very optimistic plays as well. They've definitely changed things up a lot. I think on a lot of occasions they've been pretty unlucky. They've pinched themselves in on a number of occasions on some of the later phases and really had to just try and tooth and nail to avoid getting third party. But they do it every single time, and it's been a little bit unlucky on a number of occasions so far. So I do feel like you're right. It's just a matter of time until they do creep up. You can see from the kills, even though they got 22 kills, they can definitely scrape by a lot more. And I'm still going back to DDD Esports. The fact that they've scraped actually that many placement points and not really having that many kills is a bit of a surprise, but also on mention SUDOR Esports as well. I think a lot of us didn't really predict them to do so well and to be at least in the top 8, but looking at that, 12 placement points, but 29 kills. So at least they are coming out swinging on a few of these maps.
Yep, SUDOR has power behind them. We know that for sure here. As all of these players just getting ready to go, and there may be a real lobby as some of our teams, we were almost in the drop spot, but now I'm seeing their phones. I see a lobby, Imperium, so we have a bit more time to talk.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a rehost, and we'll look to get obviously the players into the mix. And look, competitive integrity is definitely an important factor, so I'd rather wait a little bit longer to make sure that all the teams have that fair connection and that fair opportunity to give everything that they've got across the board. But it means that we get to go back to the, Lethal, Calaris, and Imperium podcast.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. And we're not talking about cheese, I think is fair to say. We're talking about cheesy strategies, though, when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And, of course, I think a lot of people would look at, inverted commas, cheesy strategies in PUBG Mobile and think to themselves, well, you find a compound, you hope for the circle to come to you, and you get that done. But I think one thing that's fair to say about that strategy, Lethal, is almost every single time you end up seeing that in a pro game, that team then has to fend off other multiple teams coming their directions, right? So it's not a case of just sitting there and hoping for the best. No, you've still got to shoot and you've still got to hold off people trying to encroach on your territory.
Yeah, you know, with his multi-pronged attacks, you know, there's a lot of micromanagement involved to try and deal with the situation, how, when, and why, and then choose when's the best time to use your strengths or assets to really keep him at bay. And it is tough. You saw it in Yasnaya back in that very first map. We saw DRS was actually landing in Yasnaya, and you know what? They had to sit there for quite a long time. But like I mentioned before about DRS, if they were on the outer buildings, filling up the kill feed, it could have been a completely different story, not just because of placement, but they could have had additional kills to add to the tally here. We could be looking at being a fourth, maybe in the top 3 if they were able to do that. But again, as well, we've seen YALLA at the same time not making the same mistakes twice, just rectifying them along the way. And you can see a lot of his adaptation for some of these teams, working out exactly how a lot of these lobbies are working. And we've seen it from YALLA. So for Rico especially, they adapted super quick and on the fly so early on.
Imperium?
Yeah, definitely Rico have had such a guada day with some absolutely fantastic, damn good rotations to really secure some great results. So honestly, happy with how Rico and Finny have been performing across today. Coming into this final game as well, something we have to consider, Kyle Harris, and it's been touched upon a little bit, is the fatigue. And we maybe saw shades of that after YALLA's win, but it's really important that, and this is once again where the IGL comes into play, got to be able to calm your team down and say, hey guys, one more game, we've got this, focus, get it together, get your quick cup of coffee on board, your quick drink, let's get this show on the road. And look at Osh-tekkWarriors, honestly, they look ready to go.
Yeah, they definitely do. And we're back smiles in the camp of YALLA. It's very cool kind of seeing this human element that we've kind of lacked a little bit over the last 2 years. I mean, even through the good and the bad, you know, like when these disagreements can potentially happen in a team, it's not always smiles and rainbows and happiness. Sometimes, you know, conflicting opinions will present conflicting ideals, even though you get the win. So, it's so nice to be back there, Lethal, and kind of seeing it play out the way it's playing out.
Oh, mate, I do miss it. I really do.
Good.
And you know what? Just seeing that just made me miss it even more. Just get me there. But yeah, with YALLA especially, confrontation can happen. Normally it's when you're losing, but when you're winning, it can happen. You're just, you know, one of those reasons why you're very close to being a perfectionist. You just want to add a little bit more to the tally, to even the kill feed. Or maybe there was an engagement which you had a clear advantage, but instead of having that 80-20 advantage, you made it like a 55-45, and it just should not happen at all. And you've got to remember, it's very late there as well, and it's very, very tough indeed to just try and secure themselves from a psychological impact. It is very tough, but it looks like YALLA seem to be on the same page once again. Sometimes with confrontations, it can add to, you know, it could make you a little bit more demoralized as a player, or a little bit deflated even though you come out with that win. But no, but you know, it seems to be all smiles there, cracking on already. Falcon seems to be already getting ready to jump in as well, because you can see from their faces just warming up, getting ready, because they know they can definitely deliver a lot more than what we've seen so far today.
Yeah, Rico Infinity, 7,000 damage Imperium across 5 games. Woo.
That is like insane. That is over 1,000 damage per game. I think edging on around over 1,200 damage per game. It's fantastic. Now, whether not that's been heavily towards one game or another, I don't think that's the case. They've been absolutely bang on. It was just when those stats popped up while Lethal was talking, I was like instantly to you and Chaz, like, must talk about their stats, because that damage is insane.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm on the same page. As soon as you see those numbers across 5 games, that's pretty ridiculous. As you say, even if like 1 or 2 of those games are heavily weighted, that's still an extremely impressive performance given the class of the lobby here right now. And speaking of the class of the lobby, they are getting ready now to move into our last game of the day. Virtus.pro gearing up, revving up as we head on to the grassy pastures. Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world here for the Global Esports Tour. It's time for the grassy pastures of Erangel with Highland Wolf and Tarzan.
We are good for Idam. Good game, Tarzan. All the cheese puns just for Kalaris once more. I thought of that for a good 2 minutes.
Oh man, like, but you know what? We get welcomed to this last game of the day. Just only 3 days out. Like, so it's actually a bit scary, you know, to tell some of these teams and players that we are done, officially done with a third of games after today. It's been a long day, but we get welcomed by a very vertical playing path all the way from military base to Severny. Man, this is going to add quite a lot of versatility, I have to guess. And of course, you literally just cut this Erangel map in half, and you get to maybe use this as very good resource for some data collection and then some preparation for the remainder Erangel games of this tournament.
Also, on a side note, gotta obviously credit with Imperium on the sidelines, been chatting with him, and apparently it is copyrighted, this phrase that we opened the game 6 up with, so Imperium, it's okay. We've paid the legal rights to be able to use it. We've got the rights to be able to say it in this 6th game. Do not worry.
And I'll let you guys settle that, right? Like, I have nothing to do with that. I am a cheesy guy, but that's about it. And with this type of, you know, it's tricky. This phase 1 circle going over to that east side a little bit, but it's usually just fine, right? It's making things a little bit more defined, but this playing path, it's almost like someone drew it on the map with a ruler. Not really, you see. They missed it by just a little bit, right? But it's going to allow quite an even distribution, right? With a little bit of contest on that western side. We can see teams slowly finding a place to call home through today. And I think this is interesting about this tournament. So far, we get a game 1 on Erangel, and you do not get to implement what you thought you have to do until the last game. And the level of attention, the mental and physical level is going to be very, very different compared to the end of the day. And this is going to be a banger. You know, when I did my little bit of homework, I know T2K likes Severny. I know Rico Infinity likes Severny. We've seen them drop there for many, many times, dozens of times. So this might just be a very spicy one to start this last game with.
Oh, does it land? Does it? I want it to happen. It didn't happen, unfortunately. Hero does survive. I was so ready for that grenade to come through the window. Smoke does come through, but it's not good enough. Instead, T2K do settle for a reposition. Killer on the downside. And to note as well, actually, T2K didn't start in Severny for this first game, Botaz, and they started around the more inside of Poland, rotated up to the north end of Erangel afterwards. So they are trying to go for this fight, and they seem to want this aggression. If they take out RAT here, though, not only does it boost them up, but it opens a door, of course, for teams like YALLA, teams like Falcons to also then still overtake them with a good game.
Exactly. And you know what, like from just a small bit of that experience, you know, the pleasure to coach some teams. Sometimes you are a great team. You go into these early practices to learn about the drop spot. You fight your way through. You've been very good. And then suddenly you've forgotten how to find the spot because everyone's got scared of you now, and suddenly you are not so tuned in to find these early fights. As you see early knocks come through, do they have the ability still to know all this fine knowledge and details of this town to make sure they have a good fight? We don't know, but 2 knocks come through. Rico Infinity with the upper hand.
And RAT, of course, with those knocks, they look to try apply that pressure, but they can't find those angles. Prestigo, of course, now joining with the rest of their team, but Jane has run away from the fight overall, trying to circumvent round to their teammate Sayog to look for that retreat outside of the compound as a whole. Sayog making themselves no, will miss out on the nade onto SK Ton, but does give away their position. Smokes making it all that harder.
I think the interesting thing here, right, it's what does it mean for T2K in Erangel from this point onwards? Game 1, you accurately pointed out, they did not come to Severny because they went for the cube bridge, 4 cars, and Rico Infinity went for the same thing. The T2K rotated around through that north side, north to river, along that coastline for some split and loot that they didn't plan to. You know, that is not their choice, for sure. And this time they drop. They get that plane path that they can drop directly on here, 4v4, and they are losing it. Of course, there's still a chance for a 2v4, but God forbid if they've lost that, I don't know what would it mean when it comes to the drop spots. Yes, I know they played Farm as well from PMPL South Asia Season 4, but that spot is now claimed by maybe, you know, I think Twisted Mind, right? That's their spot, but it's not too bad because Twisted Mind is at the bottom of the table right now. I don't know what's going on with this team because they're supposedly fragging it out in this lobby where they have a lot of them fighting against them and winning against in PMPL Saudi Arabia.
Jane trying to find a defense. It's one knock, but they don't find a second. It was a valiant try, but Prestigo's still alive. It will confirm through the third kill, and Jane was nowhere in position to find that support through. I think a little bit of a disconnect once more between both T2K members. Soyug was not in position for Jane to also allow that cover fire. I think that these small mistakes are what is falling down for T2K in terms of, quite frankly, an RAT diff is what's coming here.
And I think there's this great potential for this team, of course. Like, you can see they can have the ability to win these early fights as well. But this is the thing, right, Island Wolf? We've got this phase 1 circuit over the eastern side, touching quite some ground on that northern part. And like the analyst accurately pointed out, like last time round when Rico Infinity get this northern spot and these northern circle didn't really quite make it work, and this time they got that clean swipe, they've got that squad wipe, so Train to Kill need to go practice and talk about it. I wonder how they look like on their faces. That's always a huge query and curiosity coming through in the LAN event, but Rico needs to make this one count because they need to break this curse. I talked about it time and time again. Northern team, Northern Circle, but fail to wrap up games. This is the time for them to change that.
I saw a little bit of a beautiful 360 coming down from the side, both sort of making the skills in terms of the flips count overall, but they need to get across that bridge. Of course, yes, there is some South Island, but very unlikely they would shift down towards that south side for phase number 2, 3, so on. So you are looking again towards, realistically, that center position of Erangel itself. ABIAH do take that one up, and I actually think the island overall next to the west side of ABIAH, one of these really strong positions where if you loot up, then you can start to find that extra position overall and start to look for those kills. There's also Triple D inside of the fight, though. The ultimate, right? They find a 1-on-1, and the ultimate, you know, does take down the first kill for now. They do not lose anything in return. I think this was just the mispositioned scout coming through from Triple D.
I think that is the thing, right? We've seen some of these strong teams in different regions dropping around Milta Power and the factory area. Here's the thing. There's such a high probability that you have to leave that area. You need to be ready for it. Like, if teams really want to hunt you down, it's clear you compound by compound, then it's GG, right? And that is one of those moments. You thought you're so far out that teams won't come in, and you're dead wrong. They want to clear one by one, and you do not think about support lines, support timing in those things. And I think one basic for sure for these teams is to really draw out that path of how these players loot up, so that if that risk comes in, maybe 5-6 minutes into the game, they happen to have all these players along their, you know, looting positions and looting paths, that they're slightly closer together. And these are some of these small things that we sometimes don't see, but they make a huge difference, especially in the highest level of lobby, I should say. It's the support, it's the battle of the support and that preparation.
Lazy Boy still for Cryptics, another one of these teams who we said have been quite diverse, we could say, when it comes to their positions overall in games. I think that has been a story of the general, all of these teams, apart from, of course, RAT. But even them, who has struggled, I think, in some of these games, it has been those mega wins that have been able to grab for themselves, which is what has been those points put in their bag. I think that we are not seeing yet in this first day overall a consistent team that actually knows how to play the match right versus these other 15.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sometimes it's about that game plan. Like, we're talking about preparation before the tournament as well. Like, we try to do a little bit of preparation as casters. You look at their previous drop spots, and, you know, God forbid, I look at these drop spots, and they go to certain spots like 90% of the time, but they come into this tournament doing something completely different. And I think that is probably one of the strengths of this Arabian region. As you see, DRS and T2K, the two very strong teams with huge fan base from the South Asia region, from Nepal, they come in with no surprise in those drop spots. I'm not saying that's a wrong thing, right? But the courage from some of these Arabian teams to make these adaptations is scary. It's, after all, it's about mentality and how much you can adapt, right? We need to make sure it's in digestible chunks and you can actually successfully implement it. But it's lovely to see the versatility and the flexibility, or arguably plasticity, coming through. There's a lot of city in here in that sentence, but it's all relevant, right? And we've seen it, and it's great to see how they actually are making it work.
Falcon as well, going to only scout out the rest of that shock Esports is they maybe don't get away from this one actually. Deciding to buggy some smooth moves enough to get Rio out of danger, but they will lose a beacon, they will lose their life batteries, it will be confirmed down. Never Alone will finish it off, and Bumper will not be able to confirm it though. The bridge is just a little bit too deep for them. They will need to go further through, but leave Potato Hill. That's the high ground that they control. But on another note here, really here too, Tarzan, is actually the fact that when you look towards that plasticity or that immediate changes that you need to make, it needs to be immediate, it needs to be fast, because when you are in such a LAN event, the mentality, something we've not really talked about here, plays such a part. We saw it in YALLA earlier and wondered about what might be going on in their heads after 2 0-point games, but also it's very much a reality for all of these 16 teams when it comes to having those bad games, having to adapt, but not doing so from your own comfort of your home, doing so from the front stage.
It's very true. Like, I think I'll come back to this point again and again, and maybe when I get the pleasure to speak with more aspiring players, this is where they have to think about, right? When they have these team issues, they're now all hiding behind the screen a little bit. I'm not saying that is bad, but I know there are certain teams that have only worked at their best condition just because they get the time to cool down. Like now when they're sitting right next to each other, sometimes someone can be so negative. I mean, I don't want that to happen, but you can almost feel it just by them sitting next to you. You don't have to see his face, you don't need to hear him speak, but it's all these important things. So I think it's great that we're coming back to a bit of a LAN event to give some perspective for all these players to understand what it means to be a professional esports player.
I think it's also now the adaptiveness you want to see, being able to change that mood state, not only game, but also day after day, because you are going to be in a completely different country. For some of these players' cases, you're away from your house, as we said. You're away from all of the comfort. You can see players in terms of mentality and comfort bring the likes of pillows here, and also they might need some pillows to defend against the bullets, but it's not good enough. There's Osh-tekkWarriors, a 1-for-1 trade. That shield, they wish they had it. Unfortunately, Virtus.pro, they grab one straight back on to the rest of the kill feed, and it's 0 right now for Osh-Tekk as they cannot confirm that kill. The revive comes through. It's a 4-for-3 right now in the situation around Pachinki.
Love this. I mean, we've got only 20 seconds before we need to start going into full phase 3, but these neutral fights is where we actually properly assess some of these teams, right? The quick response does come through. Now you need to think, do I actually take the time angle? You can see a team like Rico Infancy in the past in this sweeping approach. They do come through very quickly, finding angles, setting the scene quickly, and know when to pull away. And I love seeing this from the side of VP. There's still actually a lot of grounds that they can rotate through, and there's still grounds for them that they can enter. And the side of Osh-tekkWarriors is not really taking a little bit of that aggression that they could have taken, and on this side it's time to go away, because like playing loud from here can be a little bit scary. After all, we have this circle with some key positions in there. You don't want to be a latecomer.
I really think, though, when you come towards now these shifts, players playing more patiently as well, the likes of players starting to split a little bit more, find these scout positions, it is a change that we've seen from the first game, where teams are willing to play a little bit more spread out, try to risk for that information. I think it's also that trade-off that you have to make, though, right? We talked about it in Sanhok. Having that extra information, it works wonders if you can survive to the late game, if you can utilize that information to the max. If you cannot, and you start to get picked off in the solos, then it comes down to the positioning problems. Then it comes to how these teams are setting up around that information.
And then, you know what, I think this is a great circle to end the day with. We've got different type of landscape, all the way from this more northern part to the plateau north to far. This is an important land. It's almost so dedicating onto one side. So it's good to see the side of the ultimate just selecting that eastern side with the potential retreat path to those compounds on that foothill to the southeast. And you can see Triple D actually knowing their limits as well, finding another way through, because yes, that backstab can come through. It's a double-edged sword around that plateau. So we are waiting for that next shift to come through, man. Like, I think it's going to be so harsh for a lot of these teams, no matter where that circle's going to shift.
But I think it's a high ground here again, which is you have the advantage in these situations. Falcon, for one, going to outer hills, going to have the roads. It's almost acting like a moat around all of these other players who have to come in around them, particularly because that zone, of course, goes towards them. Doesn't another shift, but it shifts away from, again, all of the players where the majority of them are.
Yeah, I think right now I'm looking at one particular team, right? I'm looking at the only one. They are in a position to really try to catch the funnel of teams doing a very textbook clockwise rotation along the shoreline. So this is where I see whether they know what it means to play that position or whether they can have the plan as well. Of course, many teams need to move their way in. It will be Osh-tekkWarriors that strikes first against VP.
I love this chase so coming through. The fact that they don't give this up, the fact that they find these extra peaks, they find these knocks, and it opens up then avenues for Osh-Tekk to continue that move through into the zone. It moves a little bit of the pressure away from them when it comes to finding that next resettable spot inside of the game. 6 seconds already down on this next phase. You can see the teams are already trying to push in, but where do you go? A team like DRS, who came down for Yasnaya Polyana, they had little to no information because they've not set this up properly. Yes, they had a good start, they had a good position. They're trying to rely a little bit too much, as well as even the only one letting teams through around them, and I think this is going to be the problem for them with SUDOR. They now catch them out.
I mean, okay, this is exactly what I said. With the side of the only one, they allow SUDOR to win pass, and this is where the map knowledge has to come through. They need to know this chat is prime real estate, and you know, that kind of makes sense. I don't want to lose faith in certain teams or just use, you know, predict based on the past history, but they are the only team that has not been to a PMCO finals. I'm talking about this split, right? I'm just talking about 4 splits, so you can see some things coming through, and right now, it may be quite hard for them to move into circle. Of course, we're in a little bit of a hard shift meta, right? So it can go down to the south, but that was a good indicator of how well a team capitalized on that position. And man, that was a little bit of a missed opportunity.
ABIAH still inside of the farm, though he looked for that power position as Triple D unfortunately will just drop down. The nade takes him away. Hope the ultimate, a beautiful shots, but also their rest of... Unfortunately, NASRAT Shock Esports getting knocked inside to ABIAH too, as ABIAH also losing players. Twisted Minds
Rico
looking for that push, but rightly so. You mentioned it, RAT. Look who's come to arrive in ABIAH. Yes, they were taking one fight, but you gotta switch to the next, and well, he's not even there to protect you. Absirman ready, already Esri going in for the fight. 3v2, can they find a knock? No, they cannot, and SK Ton looks to having that little bit of a dance fest right now. Here. We seem to be moving slowly further forward, but we'll get taken out. I don't know if that was connection issues. It seemed a little bit weird to me, Tarzan.
But you know what? There's something that we can see for sure. Is that they found the opening knot. Rico Infancy is so good. They try to work the edges. They play their sweep style. They know they had one job, is to get an opening knot for an entry window. And they did it. Yes, of course, we're trying to get ourselves back, but that is one thing that we've seen for sure. But you know, on that kill feed, ABIAH does try to put up a good fight. With some trades coming through, as we could see on that kill feed, they will need to still wrap this up, though. The chance that they will still get blessed by the circle is so low. But this is... it's really hard one for these teams. Look at that circle.
Great.
The Falcons needs to be tested once again. You get the GOG compound. So what now? Can you hold it down? And that is the question.
I love this rotation though through from RAT. I've talked about love so much in this game, but it is deserved of ABIAH right now. We come together, Welly on the flank side, the 4-man down, no room out for RAT, eliminated in 14th position. We talked about opening the door, Tarzan. YALLA Falcons still 4 players alive. This is the overtake potential.
This is, and right now it's important to know the window of that reset. We just have 3 seconds to go. Have they prepared their vehicles? Have they looked into the circle? And these are the questions that they have to ask. Analysts and coaches should be looking at bots for these key moments to really benchmark your teams. And right now, still so many teams need to find their way in from that south side. We see SUDOR can get their way in from that spot. And you see, like, YALLA as well. They found the compound hold down. DRS is a team that will challenge, and this is going to be hell of a fight.
DRS are all clumped together. One nade over the top, it would end them all. You can see the damage. It's not enough though. Does confirm at least one knock. There's the second, and we talked about them being clumped. Aidlin almost surely going to be the next though. This guy in is not long for this world. Another nade should find it. No, it won't. But Yalla, powerful, is on the flank side. They do find it. Falcon helps also to take out the only one. Is Luffy will also drop the kill feed. It is Bice on all fronts. Tarzan is with DRS getting hit down further alongside SUDOR, taking down the rest of the only one.
You know, just so many teams trying to threat the Nino. DRS made the mistake. There's no more needles to be threat. There's no ground. We need to take that fight. And you can see they're so close from that compound as well. All the audio cues came through, so blind nades coming through as they went out at 13. But seems like Tommy's team still got a chance to come in. And Kato's RGO from Twisted Mind is bold. He's not scared to make that one for the spin. He has this function, but SUDOR tries to clean this one from Fate.
You cannot sit in the toilet shed though, Tarzan, and Leif gets blown up down. They had to sacrifice a teammate for it, but they do sacrifice and take two back. Kill zone on Osh-tekkWarriors. This could be Evo 2 landing right here. Nade, Molly over the top, makes it so hard. That was the shot she wanted, straight in onto the window. A god shot from Osh-tekkWarriors knocks down one inside. What's left is a solo. 4 kills is all they might just pick up. Is Osh-tekkWarriors. They turn around, take down Twisted Minds. They can't take down the only one, no, and it's a solo player that wipes them out.
And another northern shift. Damn, like Falcons need to take this one though, but you know what, sometimes it's high ground upon high ground. There's still that plateau in play to the north of farm, and that will be them needing to make sure that he made this one count. And sometimes it's about playing this textbook, right? And teams may not give it to you, but it's only 20 seconds that these teams can use to find their way in.
Twisted Minds dead, down to 9 teams. Falcons, you said they had to put up the defense, so also coming round 2 different sides. The ultimate on the east, on the west, you still got the rest of Yalla, even inside the zone. NASRAT are alive and kicking. It is so problematic right now for Falcon on these northern zones. Yes, you are gifted with the next phase, but you mentioned it coming into the game. Yes, you can be very patient, get gifted the zone, have that cheesy strat, but get caught by all of these players moving in. Yalla, Inno, Ruins, alongside Cryptics. Both Cryptics, O2, going to fall, going to lose members. Lazy Boy, he's the only one left, Tarzan. He puts the smoke down, but Yalla, they're not quite finished just yet, and D777 moves his way forward in, but cannot go further forward because look at the down player, powerful. Look at the position of Yalla, they're still not inside the zone.
And that is the difference that it can make if you send the scout in with the overwatch established. Cryptics don't have the landscape to do that, and Yalla will be living for another day, still on their way to wrap up this fight, and this can be great. They've got a little bit more cover that they can work their way up this ridge and slowly become the kings of this zone.
They find the knocks potentially, but look, it's NASRAT. They're trying to play spoiler inside the Wizard Tower. They won't find the knock, so they keep them at bay. Cryptics not so much. They die out in 6th position. Falcons now losing Damar, and to 3 players. The defense is failing on the south.
I mean, we talked about that point. Everyone knows you're gatekeeping, so it's about reacting to how these teams may adapt to that instead of the textbook. We talked about that. We will talk about it again. But this is the last game of today. It's time to unleash absolutely everything, so you can go back with no regret before coming back stronger for tomorrow.
I've not seen as many smokes in my life, Tarzan, coming into a smoke road to a compound. That's at least 10, maybe 12, used by Yalla with the help of also Falcons to move their way further into the compound to develop themselves as never alone. A beautiful slide across will end out a 5th place finish. Is now also Falcons defending even further, but look, it's in the hands now with NASRAT, who find those kills, who find those knocks. They're inside the open, the smoke road. It is depleting. Those only last 40 seconds, Tarzan. By golly, have more than 40 seconds passed.
I think this is the time for the side of NASRAT to really expand the control. They've been playing very loud, right, these other teams. It's time to use the info that you have to just spread a little bit. Otherwise, you keep playing loud from here. Soon enough, someone's going to sneak in and end your life with a name.
But Yalla, they can't get further forward. Is an easy block there now. Demar is back up. They take down Powerful. They confirm as a second lands through. Indeed, 777 is left on their own. Yusuf as well. Another nade might just spell the end of him. No, it dodges out. It goes wide. They do survive. More smokes being used, but they're running out. They have to make the push. It's 2v4. They have nothing left. No, do NSE. You talked about it. The sneak up. And here is the ultimate. This is a time to shine. This is a game. Tarzan, the aggression is there. 4-map pile-in onto Rio, and there's nothing he can do about it, but he takes him down. Not enough, though. It is finally Track and Ragnar take the final kill. But what do they have left? It's 2 members remaining. Falcons slowly climbing up, and so are YALLA.
Oh no, okay, this is not a good time to get knocked. As you can see, sometimes the 4 sense of security is not only in the Harry Potter Tower, it's in these smokes as well. As you can see, it's about the utility game as we see YALLA losing their life. There's more rich for them to play off, and Falcons hold this one down. And that is all. It's not Thunder still in there for YALLA, and that could be huge. Gets the knock.
Falcon as well, going to be dropped. 3 players remaining. YALLA out. 2 teams left. But what can really the ultimate do? This is Falcon's game. We talked about usurping the leaders of the lobby. And now, with Rico gone, Falcons, they spread their wings. They take flight. They take this chicken dinner. There's nothing you can do about it, Edda. You're blowing up. And you're out in a Falcons game to end it out in the first day of the GET Riyadh 2021.
And we've got some good storylines coming through, gents and ladies. Of course, this is crazy from Falcons. They were that team that we watched in PMPL Arabia, and you're like, sometimes we don't know what the heck they're doing. They don't make the most out of the position. They should play confident, but they don't sometimes. I don't know what, but this is where they make that boost. They lay the cornerstones in this type of land events, and they come back strong in that last game, and they get to go to bed, you know, enjoy the rest of the night in a little bit of an euphoric state, right? So that is great by them. Man, that top of leaderboard is going to look very, very close.
It was a fantastic game coming through from Falcons. The control through on farm, they played it patient, they played it slow. They moved their way up those northern shifts first. Then they had that defense to play, but the defense was good enough. They were patient again, reviving Demar, focusing on this, and then taking the fight onto YALLA. I liked that all of those 4 players were playing on the same idea instead of trying to fight all of those teams coming in the south side. And that control can be difficult to do in the chaos, but Falcons have made it work, and that's what brought them that win.
And I actually love the play that's coming through from some of these teams. I was waiting for that one team, though, to just go for the game-winning crash to take away Falcon's position. Like I mentioned, everyone would just try to play to avoid that particular compound. But it's so easy sometimes to bait some shots. And as, you know, I've heard some of these players play before, the TeamSpeak video, the IGL sometimes is very clear in saying they are just looking for a knock, do not peek, right? That could be the comms that's coming through. And if that is not something that's really ingrained in that situation, it could be well Falcon fail, but no team really went for that. And I love to see more of this type of chess game coming through in this power play in the remaining 2 days of this tournament.
2 more days to go. It's been all though from myself, Anna Wolf, and of course Professor Tarzan over towards the right of me. I got it right this time, Taz. We'll see you guys tomorrow as we head back to the desk. Claris, Imperium, and Lethal take it away.
Thank you, boys. Yes, that's right. Falcon. I mean, it's very apt that they finished the day off with a win after looking so good here throughout. Imperium and Lethal joining me. Lethal, that was really, again, quite textbook from Falcon to be able to hold down their position and get the win from here.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I was going to say, I was a bit surprised from NASRAT just in general, because they had that tower control. I must say, they had every single circle advantage, and even leading up to it, the only difference for them for that tower when they got pushed, it was just map awareness. They didn't really have any across the board. They did at one stage, but it just segments of it. It was just sometimes they were checking, sometimes they weren't, and they were just being a little bit too cautious. And I think they were just hoping that the other 2 teams would just fight against each other and they'd third party straight afterwards. But it was completely different. So I think a few assumptions for NASRAT really didn't go their way.
Yeah, thoughts, Imperium?
Yeah, look, Falcon obviously got a little bit lucky with some of the circle shifts, of course. but the way they were proactive and aggressive when it shifted up north, and then all they had to do was really cover the teams on the southeastern side, because the southwest, they were never really going to stop a team from getting to this side of the hill where Cryptics were, and then YALLA pushing on the Cryptics. So by covering the southeast and the east, it meant they were able to then later on in the game focus on YALLA and focus on the teams up north. So really, it's a perfectly executed game from Falcon.
Yep, very well done, especially considering that I think the circles for a lot of these teams trying to get up these hills, the big hillside that it finishes on, is quite difficult. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from this game as well, as we had a lot of hillside fighting actually throughout all of this. And when you're hillside fighting lethal, either you've got a dip or you don't. And if you don't have that dip, it is going to be hard to live.
Yeah, that's right. And sometimes you've got to have like a gentleman's agreement just to say, well, do you know what? Let's just cease fire. Let's not get third party. Let's not do anything too silly. But, you know, sometimes people just have to swallow their pride and just leave it. But this is one particular play in particular. That was literally YALLA versus DRS in a 2v4. Why they weren't that spread out, I don't know. They were clumped up together. Good prediction nades, though, which I might add. But it doesn't add to the fact that DRS were just giving away some cover fire, giving away the audio cues to show exactly where they were placed. But they could have gone for an interesting flank of smoke, or maybe just try and push up at a different angle, but they just sat there, which is very uncharacteristic of them.
Yeah, Imperium, thoughts?
Just free kills for YALLA, being straight up honest. I'm sorry, I love his DRS, but straight up free kills. Like, DRS had done a solid job of rotating through that game. They recognized that playing on that kind of northeast by that road, which, credit to the ultimate, they did do a solid job of, but they weren't comfortable with it, so they moved to the west, and that was all well and good.
Yeah.
But when you're going to move down late, and they should have been getting information on the likes of YALLA, you either crash the compound or you just move further away. You don't put yourself in a dip free to kill with a multiple amount of nades. It was just poor from DRS.
Yeah, the nade, the dip itself almost acts as like a funnel for the nades to trickle down on.
Exactly.
It's too brutal to deal with. But 27 points goes the way of Falcon. That means they're going to be joining Rico up towards the top, considering how well they have done here today. Likewise, YALLA actually with 18 points alongside this lethal.
Yes.
It looks like, I mean, if my math's correct in my head, it looks like for today, this has been a pretty strong 3-horse race here.
It really has been. For Rico, we kind of felt like, okay, you know, it's just a couple more maps into it, they could literally run away with this thing. Yeah. And I think that would have been important if they did. If they just extended that lead, it definitely would have demoralized a lot of these teams, and there would have been flavor of the month, especially over the next couple of days. But the problem is, they've just kind of let it all slip away, sadly. The consistency has just dropped across the board over the last 2 maps, and especially on Erangel as well. I thought they would definitely make an impact just to say, look, you know, we're still got this much of a lead. We're still going to try and make your lives a misery leading up to the next 2 days. But sadly for them, though, they've given Falcon and YALLA a huge chance and huge breathing room into days 2 and 3.
Damar at last really putting up the numbers for Falcon on this one. But again, they kind of had the sniper's vantage point from all of this. And we're able to laser down some people up on entry as they're coming on in. Ragnar, likewise, and Bandar doing pretty well for themselves, for YALLA, as well as the ultimate. And it is nice to see the ultimate actually get some decent points on the board from this one here, Imperium, considering they were kind of languishing down towards the bottom before this.
Yeah. And they kind of, that road side is a very vicarious area to hold on to. If you play that position too early in the game, it can really mess you up. And we saw ABIAH in the early circles have that roadside position, but they moved away because I really believe they recognized it's not a comfortable spot to hold on to. We'll move a little bit down east. Triple D moved into that spot, I believe, on phase 3 or 4. Guess who took out Triple D? The ultimate. Because Triple D was there at the wrong time, whereas the ultimate moved in later, which was the right time to move on to that roadside, and they were able to control it effectively.
We had a good time in our predictions today. However, tomorrow I'm sure that will dip dramatically as we continue things on. We won't unfortunately have Lethal here with us. We'll have Max to curse all of us into oblivion. What do you think about that, Lethal?
Well, all I'm going to say is no assist from me, mate. I'm, sorry to say it. But do you know what? Hopefully this will be a nice little carry for the next 2 days. But if you guys still lose to the community, then, what more can you do, eh?
No, indeed. At that point, we may as well quit. May as well retire. That's brutal stuff.
Jesus. So harsh. Oh, man. Lethal, just give us your predictions buff coming into tomorrow, and hopefully it'll balance up against Maxman's cursing.
I don't know. I still think it's going to be a 3-horse race. I still think Cryptics still has room of improvement to try and push it on up. I know DDD's in 5th place, but I can't really see him going any further because they haven't really got that hyper-aggressive mentality with their game sense and the instinct to get some of these frags with those placement points as well. But I would probably say Falcon Esports or YALLA may come out on top. We'll see.
Yeah, Imperium, who do you think might join that top pack here as you take a look at things?
Man, that's a really good question. You know, it does look to be a 3-horse race as we'll look into the overall standings soon enough. I would love to see Cryptics join up, like Lethal mentioned.
Yeah, that'd be good.
We really should, and it's been a bit of a theme for today. We should see DRS up there. We should be. Again, we have to reiterate, they are competing in the PMGC. They're going to be going up against the best other 19 teams across the world in their respective area, because it's going to be East and West for the Global Championship. There's honestly no excuses for them not performing well in this event.
And MVP of the day will be Damar coming in here from Falcon, and who can blame him? Lethal, when you look at what they've been able to put up throughout the day, even beyond the chicken dinners that they've been able to get, I feel like a lot of the moves that they've made have been the right moves. Whenever they've posted up somewhere, it's been the right place to post up.
Yeah, the guy got just over 1,000 damage in that last map. I think that's the highest damage we've seen all day long, like map-wise. And the guy is just literally just a human turret, and his aim is really cool, pleasant. Everything is literally just working magic there, and it's a good thing as well because of the fact that he's getting all these knockdowns as well. Yeah, sure, his headshots is not the best, but it's not really always about that. He's constantly put himself in a good position, not really much hesitation from him at all across the board, and it's good to have someone like that on your team, especially if you're someone shot calling as well alongside him, just to literally pick up the pieces.
It's been great awareness to Imperium, I think.
And also, it's even more impressive when you look at the fact that we were taking Rico's total damage of 7,000 and going, wow, that's a pretty big number. And he has 3,000 himself, right? When you put that into context, doesn't exactly make Rico look good. So definitely some absolutely fantastic individual play, and Falcon as a whole are definitely looking pretty good. Still more to improve on, which I have no doubt they will, but can't complain. Cannot complain at all.
As Lethal says, that 1,000 damage you just put up might have been the tipping point, really, for him to be able to take this MVP award for the day. So congratulations to Damar for being able to take that here from Falcon. And I think now with that as well, Falcon is going to be rocketing up the leaderboards, as say, maybe taking 1st or 2nd place. We can take a look at that now, and they will take 1st place, thankfully, for the tiebreaker there of them getting themselves that 2nd chicken dinner. They are slightly above Rico Infinity, but Imperium, this is... You look at those top 3 teams and look at even just the gap they've carved out in just 6 games.
Beautiful coming out from Falcon, Rico Infinity, and YALLA. 2 wins for Falcon, 2 for YALLA, 1 for Rico, divided by 4 points. And as you said, the difference now of 22 points dividing YALLA in 3rd and Cryptics in 4th. It's a great cushion. And it's really important to mention that word cushion for YALLA coming in, and of course Rico and Falcon coming into day 2.
No, absolutely. I think some of the teams that have had a little bit of a struggle, of course, I expected a little bit more from Fate coming in than a 50. Likewise, I think, as Imperium kind of alluded to earlier, Lethal, a team like DRS, I think we expected more than kind of that middling pack position here.
Yeah, I certainly agree, and also agree with you with Fate Esports. I thought they'd be one of the top 6 or 8 teams 100%, but to see him that low across the board, I'm just gobsmacked. Same to Train to Kill as well. DRS, we know that we kept saying, okay, they've got to have a bit more time, bit more breathing room, but they've had enough now. It's been 6 maps already, still need to see more from them. And another thing I want to point out is SUDOR Esports as well. They've had a huge amount of kills, but not enough placement points. It does mean that they do have a huge amount of potential going into day 2.
Yeah, that's something that I just observed myself, and you kind of beat me to the punch, Lethal.
Sorry, mate.
Those kills, nah, it's cool, man. I'm glad you pointed out, because I'm a big component for teams kind of having more kill points and placement points. I prefer it to be a little bit more balanced, but that still does put SUDOR in a good position coming in tomorrow. On the other end, though, Caleros, DDD, 33 placement points, only 15 kill points. They really need to pick up that aggression coming into tomorrow.
Definitely so. And tomorrow there's our schedule. Let's hope we keep to these times. We'll see. But I mean, ultimately, you know, sometimes the wheel of technology spins, and sometimes you don't get the upper end of it. But that's esports. That's esports. I think, you know, as time went on today, we kind of rectified some of these situations. So tomorrow, Erangel, Miramar Sandhawk, Erangel for another good old 6 games of PUBG Mobile Esports. And it's been a day. Thank you very much, boys, for joining me. Thank you very much, Lethal, you know, for filling in for Max. You know, the small shoes to fill. No, I'm just joking. Big shoes to fill. But you know, you did it perfectly. Thank you, mate. How have you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, it's been good. It's nice to dip in my toes into PUBG Mobile once again. It's definitely been a while, and see how these teams crack on and stuff. No, it's been, you know, field day. Saturday won't be here for day 2 and 3, but I'm sure it's gonna be nothing short of spectacular anyway. Yeah,
Imperium, you enjoyed it?
Yeah, I've absolutely loved it. Gotta give credit to all the teams, right? They've had a hell of a day, right? Between kind of delays here, the delays there, their fatigue, we kind of touched upon it. Yet that game 6, honestly, it felt like the kind of the most proactive, the most aggressive to an extent. So really mad props. I hope they get some good rest and are going to be ready for tomorrow's 6 games.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to need the rest, I think, especially with the front runners kind of setting the pace that they're going to have to deal with in the rest of this lobby. It's been great to watch Falcon, Rico Infinity, as well as YALLA effectively dominate the day with 5 of the 6 wins, as well as a lot of podium finishes between them as a whole. But I believe that's the end of the day. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for more PUBG action here from the Global Esports Top.